Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lenze and you're watching Get Germanized, the complete Germany guide. This is a compilation of most, if not all, of my culture-related videos that I ever made on Get Germanized. So you're going to see everything you need to know about Germany, you're going to learn everything and more probably, and you're also going to see me go through many different awkward stages. I'm still awkward, but you know, you're going to see my development because this is a compilation of, well, many years of videos, so get ready for that. And I hope you learned something, hope you enjoyed that. Timestamps in the video description for your convenience. You're welcome. And I'd say let's jump right in. Have fun.
I am bored. What should I do?
Ich weiß.
Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lenze and you're watching Get Germanized. 5 facts about Oktoberfest Dirndl dresses that you need to know before you die. First up, where does the Dirndl dress actually come from? Well, opposed to public belief, it does not come from Alpine farmers. They didn't wear that. It actually comes from servant girls and maids. That was the dress code for them, like the Dirndl dress. In 1870 and 1880, it suddenly became a fashion phenomenon though. The upper class ladies started to wear this dress when they went out to their summer homes in the rural regions of Bavaria because they thought like, oh, if we wear this, we fit much better into this countryside than in our fancy city dresses. So that's why they wore Dirndls instead.
Why is it called Dirndl anyway?
Who knows?
But it has a simple answer. Yeah, there's a simple answer to that one. Because Dirndl is a Bavarian word and it has something to do with the German word Dirne. Die Dirne. And Dirne is a Bavarian or Austrian word for a young girl. However, the word Dirn, without the E at the end, is a word for a young female servant of the lower class.
Next up, are Dirndl's traditional Bavarian attire? Well, that depends. Yes, it is part of the Alpine region tradition and has become part of German culture and is still a sign of pride in the south of Germany. But the Dirndl that we know today is more of a fashion statement than anything else really. Traditional Dirndl clothing though follows certain color coding, certain cuts and even accessories. So yes, it is worn by Bavarians on holidays, is a fashion statement and it is even a little bit sexy.
Oh yeah. So there's a little dirty secret about the Dirndl. Yes, be aware of this one, because it's important where the bow is tied to the apron.
Exactly.
Yeah, on which side? Because if it's tied to it on the left side, it means that you are single and that men can actually talk to you and flirt with you.
Ooh, and then they're like, oh, that girl has the bow on the left side, so I'm gonna go there and get my game on.
Oh, yeah.
My game face, like
Oh, yeah.
this. Very sexy. So be aware where you tie your bow to your dirndl.
Yeah.
And last but not least, what does a traditional Oktoberfest dirndl dress consist of? Well, it consists of many different pieces. It needs to be firm material, especially around the cleavage area, so it fits perfectly. The upper part of the dirndl is called Leiberl or Leibel in the Alpine regions and means corsage or bodies. And it is mostly laced. The cleavage is especially important. It is trimmed with various different shapes of borders with very funny sounding names. For example, Froschgoschal, Herzrüschen or Zackenlitzen, whatever that means. Usually the blouse is white with puffy sleeves and the white skirt starts at the waistline. The contrast colored half apron on top of the skirt is the finishing touch. Common accessories to the dirndl are sometimes like chokers with gemstones on them or a shoulder shawl. Dirndl dresses are mostly ornamented with rich and artful embroideries and frills. Cotton, lace, linen and even flannel are used materials for the dirndl dress. And obviously make sure that you wear nice shoes with the dirndl dress. No boots. No, please don't. Anyways, guys, that's it from our side for the 5 facts that you need to know before you die about the Oktoberfest dirndl dress. Well, obviously, if you die without knowing these facts, I mean, what kind of person are you even? I don't know, terrible person. Anyways, guys, if you enjoyed the video, please leave a like. That would be much appreciated. It really helps the channel and spreads this video across the interwebs. And obviously, These facts everyone has to know about, so make sure they do. Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lenzi, this is Vlog Dave, and you're watching Get Germanized, 5 unwritten laws in Germany.
So there are many written official laws in Germany, obviously, but there are many unofficial, well, unwritten laws in Germany as well. And one of them is you basically choose your own table in a restaurant. And we have a very famous German phrase, a very famous German saying for that.
Wer zuerst kommt, mahlt zuerst. Who comes first, grinds first, or mills something first.
Right, because there might be some tables that are pretty much reserved to a certain guest or to certain guests, but if that's not the case, you can basically choose your own table where you want to sit.
Yeah, in most restaurants that is. Obviously there are exceptions to the rules. Some restaurants will have adapted it from other countries and you will have to wait and then they say, oh yeah, here, a table for 2 there or a table for 3 there. But often it is the law of the strongest. Das Gesetz der Stärkeren, the law of the jungle.
Survival of the fittest.
Survival of the fittest. Yes. Next up, point number 2. Don't expect bread and water to be free in restaurants, because often that is not the case. I know in America and the US that is often like that, you know, you get water for free if you want it, there's ice water on the table or bread for free, but often in Germany they want you to pay for that, so expect that.
There's even something magical, something special about German escalators. That is point number 3, ladies and gentlemen, because if you want to stand on escalators, you have to stand on the right side. Well, basically you should. And if you want to walk upstairs, then you should walk on the left side of the escalator. And for German stairs, well, basically, if you want to go upstairs, you want to go on the right side, and if you want to go downstairs, you also want to go on the right side, because that is basically common sense in Germany.
Yeah, that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Point number 4. Do not stand just an inch away from a person in front of the banking machine, because, you know, they want privacy, they want to enter their PIN code or whatever, they don't want you to see how much money they got on their account.
Yeah.
They don't care for that. They don't want that. No. So please give us anywhere in the banking machine, in the bank, in general, or at the post office. Leave a gap. Leave a gap between you and the person in front of you in the queue, in the line. That would be really nice and considerate. So do it. Do it.
And last but not least, point number 5. When you want to make a call or when you get called, make sure to say your surname or your last name, because that is very polite and people will actually know who you are right away. Yes, that is awesome.
In most cases, right? I know how some people might not want everyone to know right away who, you know, if you want to blackmail someone.
Yeah, right.
Hello, Glatzenpauli here. I want to blackmail you. Okay, thanks. You know, but in most cases, just state your name. That would be really nice and considerate here in Germany.
Yeah.
Polite, nice thing to do. Just do it. That's it with 5 unwritten laws in Germany. If you know any more, let us know in the comments below. Hallo und willkommen. Ich bin Meister Lenzi and you're watching Get Germanized, 5 things Germany could definitely do better. I'm here today with lots of cool YouTubers with cool friends. Hello, hello. This is Sandra. Sandra, what do you do on YouTube?
I mainly make travel vlogs, videos about different cultures, and talk about my experience as a Slovenian living in London.
Nice, nice. Hüli, what do you do?
I'm doing, well, I have a German and English channel, and I'm doing videos about my own lifestyle, minimalism, veganism, but also like speaking about thoughts and maybe also deeper things, and also travel vlogs. So yeah.
Cool, cool. Hannah, what do you do?
I do film, lifestyle, travel vlogs, some design and DIY every now and then, and like I try to include some motion graphics here and there because I'm a film and motion design student.
Nice. Definitely check out those guys' channels. We put the links for everything in the video description as always, and also for the videos that we made on their channels. Let's start with what Germany could do better. Point number 1.
So I think that it would be great if the shops would be open on Sunday, maybe.
That would be great.
Yeah, especially even if not like all day long, like in London, for example, where shops are open till 11 p.m. or like at least 5 p.m. even on a Sunday, at least maybe until noon, like we do it in Slovenia. Yeah.
Yeah, because in Germany usually nothing's open 24/7 unless you Well, some of the shops, right? Are the Spätis open 24/7?
Spätis
No,
are
they're
open
not.
in Berlin.
Yeah,
Oh.
but they're not
But-
open in the morning then, you know.
Yeah, that's actually.
So we
It
have
kinda
some
depends.
shops,
Yes,
right?
we have like 24-hour Spätis.
But not a
but
lot.
just in Berlin, you know.
Oh,
Yeah,
just in
that's
big
in-
cities,
yeah, that's
yeah.
Yeah,
Berlin.
even not in Cologne actually. I never saw one.
No, I don't think there's even like a lot of Spätis in other cities. I think that's
There's
very.
like a kiosk there.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
very Berlin specific.
Yeah.
So it's very rare to find something like that in Germany, I think.
Yes.
But I mean, Hannah, you don't really like the idea, you don't love it that there's a 24-hour system, is there?
I guess I get why people want that because it's convenient,
Yeah.
but I also like the idea of having the Sunday off. I think especially now, even if a lot of other jobs kind of have shift work and a lot of people do work on Sundays, I think it's nice that more people kind of have that day off and get to spend it with their family because I think it's always really difficult having a family and having like working on the weekends anyway. So I feel like if a lot more people had to work on Sundays, I know that can get like really difficult. And
Yeah.
But I think it also has a good point regarding to that because if you're a student or something and you can't work in the week, I mean, I can remember that
Yeah,
as I
okay,
was
that
a
is
teenie or
actually-
whatever,
yes,
I would
I-
love to actually work Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah.
that is
Because you get more money too if you work
Yeah.
on
Yeah,
the
you get
weekends.
more money, yes, as well.
yeah, we have
That's
things
a
like
good
open
point.
Sundays.
Mm.
But I'm not sure, maybe, do you think that would change if we were open on Sundays on a regular basis, that you would still get paid more?
Well, I mean, it's still the weekend, and
Yeah, I
I
think so.
guess.
Because you
I
don't
mean,
get paid more on a Saturday. It's just because like that Sunday is
No?
that special day off,
Ah,
and that's where you get paid more on Sundays if you have to work there. So
wow, I
I
didn't
don't know.
Well, guys, what do you think? Let us know. Point number 2 would be less bureaucracy in Germany. Well, that would be great. You could definitely improve that in Germany. I feel like everything needs 1,000 papers for anything. Like if you want to go to the toilet, you need to fill out a form first.
Basically.
Something like that. Yeah, kind of. Not really. Don't listen to me. But like, yeah.
No, it's ridiculous. Especially for foreigners. I know that I met a woman once at the Bürgeramt and that was horrible. That poor lady had all of the paperwork already there. Her English, her German wasn't the best and I tried to help her as much as I can. But even I didn't know what to put in those forms. So I, as a German citizen who has lived in Germany my entire life, don't even know how to fill out forms because they're so specific.
Yeah, I feel you.
So I'm like, why make it unnecessarily complicated? Make it more accessible at least. Just
Maybe they don't
turn it
want
down
that.
a notch.
Maybe they like it the way it is. I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe
mean, it's really
they like
strange.
to feel smart.
And I also don't like the environment in these buildings, you know, and the workers. They are like really not interested in you, just want to do their thing and just want to get the right copies from you. And
Yeah, they should
I don't
be
know.
interested
more
in
helpful
helping
as
you.
well.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, what I heard is that those workers, you don't think so, but like they have a lot of work to do, and that's why the
I think
office
they
hours
do.
that they have are like, sometimes that's another thing actually that flows into the whole thing. Sometimes they just have office hours for 3 hours or something
Yes.
like that, where you can visit
Yes.
and pick up your forms or fill out forms or something like that. And well, then they're closed for the rest of the day, and people complain a lot. But I heard from someone who works in that system that they sometimes do over hours, like until the very late evening and something like that, because they have so much stuff to do.
I reckon they do
but-
because they need hours to fill out
Yes.
those forms that everyone can't
Yeah,
fill out.
I just wanted to say that.
Make it
So,
a bit more easy, and
win-win
then everyone would
situation,
have
if you will.
less work.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I guess I'm not moving to Germany if the UK kicks me out because of Brexit.
Uh-oh.
I can't
We
deal
can
with
help
all those
you.
papers.
Emily's got it down as
Okay,
well.
cool.
Yeah.
So.
I have German friends. That's
Yeah,
good.
we will help. We will help.
So third point is that we definitely could improve our school system in
Yes.
Germany. Like we don't get really individual support, and if you're like more different or want to go more in a creative way, it's like not right because you should like I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like
It's very difficult. We don't even have theater classes or anything like that. The main thing that we have is Kunst, is art,
Yes.
and that's
And
about
we have
it.
music.
Yeah, music,
But
I guess.
that's like
Music,
we
yeah.
don't have things like media or like technology. We have info, like informatics, I guess.
Or
But-
yeah, something like that.
But that's you don't even learn really how to code and stuff. So I feel like that's very old school as well.
Yeah, our IT
Yeah, it's
classes.
really
IT
old school,
class,
actually.
yeah.
Everything's
They-
old school.
Our IT classes in Germany consists out of like Word, Paint, Excel, and stuff like that.
And the teacher doesn't even can do it by your own
Yes.
thing, you know.
Also, one thing that drives me crazy, and I know that everyone agrees with me, is why do you not learn to do your taxes in school or insurance contracts?
Yeah,
Because that is
absolutely.
so important for everyone, no matter what you do. That's the one common ground that everyone has. And you don't
Yes.
learn that in school,
Yeah.
and when you grow up, you just
Yeah.
feel so helpless.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I hate it.
Yeah.
I
I don't
it.
understand. I really don't.
You're not equipped for like the
For
real
life.
world. Yeah, and I feel like that's the problem with most schools around the world.
Yeah.
And also like the programs are very old-fashioned. Like they need a refresh for like this new digital
Yeah,
age.
absolutely,
You
yes.
know? And it's also like that the school prepares you kind of just for being an
Employee.
employee, like a worker for someone else, but maybe you want to work on your own, like a freelancer or like a what is it called? Selbstständig?
Like
Self-
self-employed.
Self-employed, yeah.
Be an entrepreneur, something like
Yeah.
that.
And also that you are for sure going to university after school.
Oh yeah, that is the thing I guess in Germany, is that you're supposed to go to uni. They kind of tailor everything to uni as well. They make everything into a uni course, which is a whole
Unicorns?
no, like a uni course that you can
Yes.
study, which is another thing that's like a whole different topic. I could go on a tangent,
Oh,
but
Something flew into my eye.
Only on YouTube.
are you okay?
Zoom in.
Do you need a mirror?
No, it's fine. Like you went away, but I can just like crash into my eyeball.
I want someone to
I
like
want to see
slow
the
mo
slow-mo,
that.
yeah.
Yes, it's like I could go on a whole different tangent. You're like
I tried to like
play it back and
I
make
was
it
hoping
gradually
it was gonna
slower.
go away,
Yes.
then it like bumped into my eyeball.
Point number 4 is that we don't have a lot of self-checkout in Germany. We have it at, I guess, stores that belong to a different country, like IKEA,
Yeah.
which is Swedish. You have self-checkout there. But I don't know if any other store really has that. But it would actually be really convenient. I mean, as long as you know what to do, it can be really fast, quick and easy, and then if you need some help, they'll always have some assistance.
Yeah, and I don't understand why companies don't do that more often, because it saves some costs as well. They don't have to employ as many people to actually sit there and like serve the customers. So I don't know. Maybe it
also,
will.
if you only
happen.
have a few items, I hate when you're like in line and everyone has a giant basket of stuff and you have those 3 items. You're like, I just quickly wanna
Yeah.
check out and
be
go.
nice.
I mean, some people
Yeah,
are
I
nice
think
enough to let
just
you
for-
go first, but
Yeah, you can have like maximum max articles,
yeah.
like up to
That'd be nice.
like 10 or something. Yeah, 15, something like that.
yeah. Point number 5, last but not least, bank fees in Germany could definitely be improved on, because I paid for a long time like €5 a month only for having a bank account with a certain bank. I'm not going to say the name right now, but yeah, and now I think they turned it down to, or they put it down to like €2 because I'm only using the online banking. If I go to the yeah, but now if I go to the bank counter, they will make me
have
pay
to
€2
pay?
or something like that. They will
Wow.
deduct that from my account.
That's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
It's so you basically that doesn't even make sense.
No, it doesn't.
No, I don't know why they need that money. For what? What do they
Yeah.
do? It just sits there, the money.
I mean, they
basically.
use your money, you know, you put it
Yeah.
in.
Yeah, I know.
So
I
They
mean, I
use
get
it.
why they charge you for having the printouts of your, what do you call, like bank statements, I
Yeah,
guess.
yeah.
They would
Yes.
charge you for those
Yes.
because they like try and save paper as well, which is good. But yeah, it doesn't make sense that they would charge you for going
yes,
to the
and you
counter.
also have to pay a fee if you're going to a machine and want to take money out of it,
Yes.
which doesn't belong to your own bank.
Yeah.
you
And sometimes
always
it's
have to-
even like your own
It's
local bank,
ridiculous.
but you can have like the same bank, but it's another local bank. Although it's the same name, but you still have to pay,
Yeah,
and you
also-
can't put money in, you know, in that machine.
Yeah, and the fees are really high. They're like 5-6 euros. I think I have to pay 6
Really?
euros if I take out from a different bank. Yeah, if I take out like money at, I don't know,
Why?
Volksbank, I have to pay 6 euros.
Yeah.
Ah, that's okay.
They try to
I
rip you
know.
off any way they
I
can,
think
basically.
it starts like at €3.
Or $2.95.
Because I didn't know that at first. I'm glad. My bank actually called me up after just having that account. She was like, did you know that you took money from a machine that wasn't ours 3 times and we charged you €6 for every time? And I was like, what? Thanks for telling me though.
Yeah. So guys, that's it with the 5 points. Check out the videos we filmed on their channels as well. Leave a like and subscribe if you haven't yet. And apart from that, thank you very much for watching. Don't forget to get Germanized. Goodbye and auf Wiedersehen.
Tschüss. Bye-bye. So many loud airplanes today.
So many loud airplanes.
Sorry about that.
God damn it. Let's wait until the freaking plane is gone. Damn it.
We're so close to the airport, aren't we?
Yeah.
So many. They're so close. Like it feels like every minute or so there's a plane.
Yes. It wasn't that bad before.
No, I'm just
Actually,
my
like,
luck.
the majority of Sandra's video was pretty okay.
Yeah.
It was like two or three planes. My butt is getting moist from the grass.
Yeah, my body's like wet.
Okay.
Not everyone wants to go to uni.
So many planes, dude.
Oh wow, that's a big one.
KLM, man.
Shit me up.
Shit my ass.
Shit my ass. I love how that's on camera. Wow. I mean, can you not?
Yeah, seriously, every fucking minute.
I thought it's Monday. Yes.
Monday, you don't work on
Why
Monday.
why was it so quiet before?
Oh, that was
That
quick.
was a quick one.
That's what she said. Bank fees.
Keep that in.
Yeah.
Hallo und willkommen. Ich bin Meister Lenz and this is Vlog Dave and you're watching Get Germanized 5 weird laws you've never heard of. First up, der Gotteslästerungsparagraph. Also called the blasphemy paragraph. It is not allowed in Germany, apparently, to, say something bad about a worldview that someone has. Or a community of, what did it say here?
Religious people.
Religious people. Oh my god, that is so silly, I know. But it's not allowed in Germany. You had an example with some dude who got sued, had to pay money and something, right?
Yeah, because he had some very blasphemic lines written on his car and people sued him for that and yeah.
That's Germany.
That's Germany.
That's Germany.
Number 2. A very famous paragraph because, actually it's not so long ago that people had to deal with this. It's the paragraph that forbids and prohibits to insult foreign authorities, foreign politicians.
Like in the recent case with Jan Böhmermann,
Right.
when he insulted Erdogan, right?
Right, the Turkish president. Yeah.
Yeah, and he actually got in some kind of trouble for that. Some big trouble with our chancellor, sorry, not president. With Merkel, Angela Merkel.
She basically said the courts can deal with this single case, but then again, you should get rid of that paragraph later on, which is ridiculous.
And really mean.
It's really mean. Yeah, yeah.
Germany. Point number 3, Nummer 3. There, the death sentence in Hessen, in the state of Hessen in Germany. There's actually something in the law that says, well, in a severe case, when there's a severe crime that's been committed, then you're allowed to sentence someone with a death penalty. But then again...
Yeah, that's not really the case because the overall German law forbids that. The German Grundgesetz, which is the German constitution. So it's actually in the constitution, in the Strafgesetzbuch of Hessen, which is one of 16 states in Germany. But it's not an actual paragraph, an actual law nowadays that is really an active one and you can actually deal with that.
Yeah, they wouldn't be able to enforce it even if a judge said, yeah, you get the death sentence. Then some, higher judge would say, no, that is actually not allowed in Germany. Sorry.
Nice try, but
no. Yep.
Point number 4, which is actually quite a hilarious one, because when a civil servant dies during a work trip, well, actually, the work trip is over.
Yeah, then it's just over.
That is a paragraph.
It's German law.
Yes.
Yeah, so because someone asked themselves, so what happens, with the work trip when he dies? Is it over then or not? Or is it over, when they bury him or whatever. And then they said, no, it's over when he dies. That's so weird.
Because don't care about the dead person, care about the work trip.
Yeah, when it's over.
Yeah, that's more important.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
It's obviously. Last but not least, point number 5. Weird German law number 5. If you are responsible for creating a nuclear explosion, you can be sentenced with 5 years in prison or a hefty fee. Then you have to pay money for that.
Yeah.
Don't you do that. Don't you create a nuclear explosion here in Germany, or you might get a prison sentence of 5 years. Oh,
you have to pay money. Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh. The whole state of Niedersachsen is gone, but 5 years in prison.
Yeah, right.
Oh, no. Well, that is a shitty law, I think. Well, guys, if you enjoyed these laws, leave a like and subscribe to both of our channels. You will find the link to his channel in the video description, or you can just click his face. Hallo und willkommen. Ich bin Meister Lenze and this is Vlog Dave and you're watching Get Germanized. 6 important German laws that you have to obey.
Number 1. It's mandatory to use seatbelts in cars. Not only for children, but for everybody in the car. Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't, well, it's really dangerous, so definitely wear a seatbelt here in Germany. I've actually seen some celebrities not do that or hold it in front of them. They pull it to their belly and hold it here. Why? What good does that do to anyone unless show people that you don't give a shit? It's so bad.
Right.
Take responsibility, especially if you're an influencer like that. Really? Seriously?
Yeah, and even for very short distances, you still have to use your seatbelt.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so
it's
that's
just common sense.
That's no excuse either, so.
And in Germany you have to do that. Important law number 2, Nummer 2. There's no homeschooling in Germany. It's actually forbidden. It's not allowed. And there's a so-called Schulpflicht, a school. Well, you're mandated. Yeah, you're obligated to go to school for at least 12 years. 10 years, I believe, in the primary school system. It's a really complicated topic, so we won't explain that now. And then 2 more years after that, so 12 years in total. And if you know more about that, definitely let us know in the comments. If you're an expert on that topic, let us know more about that. And obviously you can find the links to all these laws in the video description as well.
Number 3.
Nummer 3.
3, yeah. Don't deny the Holocaust or anything that happened during the National Socialism, because, well, that is forbidden and you could get sentenced to at least, actually to 5 years.
In prison.
Yeah, that's the worst case, so to speak. And, actually you don't really are allowed to deny it, but you shouldn't really say, oh, that wasn't so bad. Or, a few people died or something like that.
I know it's weird, especially for Americans, that there is a law that forbids you to say something. I know it's kind of crazy.
But we're in Germany here.
We're in Germany here.
We're not
it's
in
different.
the USA. Yeah,
I know.
It's different.
It's different. If we agree with that or not, well, that is a completely different topic here. Important German law number 4. Do not be a Tomb Raider. No, I know, Dave, you like the Tomb Raider games, but don't be a Tomb Raider. Do not be one. You cannot disturb the Totenruhe, which is the rest of the dead here in Germany. Don't exhume the corpse on your own. Don't dig it up. Don't do anything to the corpse because, that's illegal here in Germany. And it's just a shitty thing to do, really. Imagine if someone did that with your parent or whatever after they died. Wouldn't you be furious? So don't do it.
Right. Number 5. Which kind of relates to point number 3, which also had to do with the National Socialism, because you're not supposed and not allowed to use something like a swastika, das Hakenkreuz in Germany. You are not allowed to show it, and you're not allowed to use it in, for instance, in video games. Wolfenstein, because you wouldn't be allowed to do that.
It's all censored there.
Yeah, it's censored in the German version.
Instead of the Nazis, I think, what was it? Who you fight against?
The regime.
The regime.
The regime.
Ooh. But it's also for other symbols, not just the swastika, right?
Right.
All symbols that have to do with groups that are hateful, I suppose, or something like that.
Terrorists,
yeah.
Terrorist organizations and stuff like that.
Yeah, don't use those symbols here in Germany. Point number 6, last but not least, the weapons law in Germany. You need a Waffenschein if you want to carry a weapon outside, and it's really hard to get your hands on that. It's not as easy as, for example, in the US, where you can just go to the, supermarket and then get a gun there. I don't know if it's that easy. You need a weapons license and Waffenschein. A small one if you want want to use weapons like a taser or gas pistol or whatever, something like that, right? Kind of harmless stuff. And the normal weapons license if you want to have like guns and stuff like that. But that license, like I said before, is really hard to get your hands on. And then there's something called a weapons ownership license, where you need that if you just want to have them in your house. You're not allowed to actually take the gun anywhere with that. And obviously with any of these licenses, I highly doubt that you would be allowed to just shoot them like in a public place, in a crowd or whatever. No. So that's it with the important laws in Germany, and you have to obey. If you enjoyed them, if you found them curious, funny, stupid even, let us know in the comments below. Hallo und willkommen. Ich bin Meister Laneseer, and this is Manon, an American exchange student living in Germany, and you're watching Get Germanized, 8 things you need to know about life in Germany. So you have lived in Germany for quite a bit, right? Mm-hmm. And you've noticed a few things that you want to let us know, me and them. Yes. But we talked about a few things beforehand, but we're going to go into more detail now. For example, the first thing that we want to talk about is German paperwork. Very different from American paperwork, or the amount of it at least, right?
Yes. In Germany, there's a lot of paperwork for everything. It's all actually physically on paper, which really surprised me. And you actually have to go to all these different offices to get a lot of things done, which is totally different from in the US, where I think a lot of things are online and they're very simplified.
Yeah. In Germany, you need to like fill out 1,000 forms for something.
Yes.
It's really frustrating sometimes. Like even if you want to book a train ticket online, there's this whole ordeal that they put you through. Like even for an online form, I think it's quite a lot of information that you need to give them.
Yes.
Have you done that before?
Yes.
So I noticed that myself as well, because I lived in Australia for a while and it was just so much easier there. Mm-hmm. So.
And the offices are also not open very much. They're
office hours,
a lot of very important offices are only open from 9:30 to 11 a.m.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Maybe 3 days a week.
It's so weird, isn't it? Like and they tell you, oh yeah, you need to hand that in by then, or to that until that date. But then the office is closed most of the time when you're at work or at uni or school or whatever. So how?
Yeah. Sometimes the deadlines are days when they're not even open.
Yeah, that is so strange, isn't it? Like,
yeah.
They should consider that, guys. Come on, seriously?
Really?
But not only paperwork is a hassle, also the GEMA is a hassle in Germany. Well, many Germans know what I'm talking about. It is actually a fee you have to pay for being able to watch certain TV stations. And for example, if you have a radio in your home, then you need to pay it. Or if you have a computer with internet access and you need to pay it, they force it upon you pretty much.
Yeah.
You've noticed that. And it can be very confusing for exchange students, for example.
I had no idea why I was getting all these letters. It was so confusing, and then I tried to do the paperwork with my roommate. I had no idea what was going on, and then it didn't go through right or something, and I got more paperwork and like a bill. Definitely, as soon as you get that paperwork, find some German person to help you with it, and make sure you get it done.
Didn't your friend have like this whole huge bill because he didn't know what to do? He just ignored the letters because he didn't know what it was, and then he had to pay like $600 initially, and then they talked him down to he talked them down to 200 euros or something. I'm not even sure if many Germans would actually pay that or respond to the letters. I think I have never responded to a letter like that.
Don't say that, they'll find you.
No, I think usually my roommates took care of that anyways, because I lived in a WG, a flat share, an apartment share. So you only need to have it once for the whole apartment, not like for every single person.
But even though my roommate has been paying it the entire time I've been living in the apartment, I've still been getting the letters because they don't realize that she's my roommate.
Okay, yeah.
Which is kind of odd, but each room in our apartment has its own room number, even though it's one residence.
Okay.
So our addresses are slightly different, even though we're all living in the same apartment.
That could be the problem then.
Yeah.
Just make sure to, I don't know, actually I can't really give good advice on this, because many Germans hate it. They don't want to pay that. But I guess if you want to stay out of trouble, you should probably pay it. Another very annoying thing for foreigners and Germans alike, the Sunday apocalypse. Meaning that everything is closed on Sundays.
Yes, if you don't do your grocery shopping on Friday or Saturday, you're going to be very, very hungry on Sunday and Monday morning.
Yes. But I mean, to be fair, there are stores that are open, like little corner shops, like kiosks or Spätis or something like that usually are open. And also gas stations will be open. Not everything, but most things will be closed. And some stores even have offener Sonntag, open Sunday, which means that they are open on Sundays. But it really depends. It's like a special thing they do sometimes.
And a lot of times sometimes they're more expensive if they're open on Sunday.
Yeah, makes sense. But I mean, for Germany, it makes sense. Not for other countries, probably. But
For me, it's like, it's not 24 hours.
are we living in the Stone Age? What's going on here? It's Germany. Next up, German stereotypes. For example, punctuality. Germans are always punctual, right? Always. No? What?
I think people make jokes about that, but I think that's not really true. I think I've noticed people even being late to their own office hours.
That's bad.
And buses are usually on time, but they do run late quite a bit.
I mean, I have friends who are always late. You can almost always count another hour on top of the time they will say they arrive. Tell them 7 if you want them to be there at 8, for example. So not all Germans are punctual. Sorry to break it to you, but that's how it is. Next up, another stereotype, dress codes. Well, you might think that all the Germans here wear lederhosen and Dirndl, but as you can see, I'm not doing that. And not many other Germans do that. So what do Germans actually wear? What did you see?
Definitely, there's a little bit of a uniform. I think everybody wears jeans all the time, and then either maybe boots or sneakers, and plain t-shirts or sweaters, long sleeve shirts or jackets. Not a lot of like Nike t-shirts. And people don't wear gym clothes unless they're actually going to the gym.
Yeah.
Which surprised me. The first time I wore leggings or yoga pants to a class, everybody wanted to know if I was going to the gym afterward, which of course I wasn't. So I thought that was a little bit surprising.
Well, I think yoga pants are slowly making their way into German culture, which I don't mind. So that's a thing now. Huh? I really don't mind. But obviously. But yeah, it was for a long time weird, a little bit at least.
Anything that increases your ability to stare at people's butts is probably a good thing.
It is. Speaking about dress code, well, the dress code is a little bit different when it comes to like partying and going out in Germany as well. And the party culture is a little bit different in general, I think, right?
Yes. I think people dress not quite as much up when they go out. You won't see as many girls in like little dresses and stuff.
Oh. Well, it is true. I mean, at least for certain clubs and bars, I think if you go to a really fancy R&B club or whatever, then probably that's different. But for most clubs that I've seen, for example, in Bremen, they just wear t-shirts as well. Or like nicer things, but not as dressed up as, for example, I lived in London for a while and they would dress up fancy. Or in Newcastle, like sparkly dresses and stuff like that. It's different, definitely, I think.
Where I'm from is more of a resort area in the US, so in the summer we wear a lot of short shorts and crop tops, and when I wore that in the summer in Germany, I definitely got stared at a lot.
Well, yeah, I mean, same for my friends from, well, Australia and also America, the US. They wore like these really short skirts and like shoes without socks, and my friends and my parents were like, oh, aren't they cold? Like, what's going on with that? But yeah, so we definitely notice. I'm not saying like, oh, you have to conform, you have to do it, you know, it's just people will notice.
People will comment and they'll probably stare at you. But some of them it's in a positive way. Some girls would be impressed that you're, you know, breaking the rules.
Oh, breaking the law.
Fashion rebel.
Fashion criminal. Not only the dress code in party culture is different, but also like the drinks that people drink.
Yes,
right?
I think people drink probably a little bit nicer alcohol than maybe a lot of Americans, but especially younger people, because it's totally illegal to drink when you're 18 in Germany, but you have to wait till you're 21 in the US. So younger people kind of drink what they can get their hands on in America, but in Germany they can choose anything that they want. So I think they drink a little bit more wine and a little bit more nicer beer.
Well, it depends on where you are. Definitely not here where I live in the countryside, because like at the Schützenfest, at the Hunters Festival, or the many different Hunters Festivals we have throughout the year, young people just drink everything, whatever they can get their hands on, for sure. In the city it might be a bit different. I'm not sure, like cocktail bars are there obviously, and all that kind of stuff that we don't have here. So it depends on where you are in Germany, but generally you might be right. I'm not sure. What do you think, guys? Let us know in the comments below.
Would definitely not be drinking Rubinoff in Germany.
Rubinoff? What's that?
That is really, really cheap American vodka.
Okay.
Or I think it's American. We have it in America. It's super, super cheap for American alcohol.
Well, we have cheap vodka as well. We used to drink this red vodka with orange juice all the time. It's like sweet, and it makes it even sweeter if you put orange juice in it. It was, I don't know, we just binged on that stuff back then. I do remember. We had party games and drinking games with that.
I've seen Americans drink Rubinoff with blue Gatorade.
Right.
So gross.
That brings me to party games, like in party culture. Are they different, similar? I mean, beer pong is obviously the American drinking game, right? And in Germany, we have something called Flunkyball. Do you know it?
I don't.
Really?
I don't drink personally, so I haven't played as many drinking games.
Because of your gluten...
Intolerance. I have a lot of food intolerances, and alcohol makes me very sick.
Which we will make another video about, like about the living gluten-free in Germany. So check that out. I'll link it in the video description as well. Anyways, Flunkyball is a game that you play in a team. Basically, you could make a whole other video about that. Look it up. Flunkyball. It's the German drinking game, I think, or one of the main ones, especially for festivals and students. And last but not least, something very important. Iced coffee is different here.
Yes.
Well, at least a little bit.
It's not as popular as it is in America. People will still drink hot coffee in the summer. So if you go into a German cafe and you see iced coffee in English, then what you'll get is iced coffee like you get in America. But if you see iced cafe, it's something totally different. It's actually hot coffee with a scoop of ice cream in it. So maybe not what you're expecting, but maybe not bad.
No, it sounds nice. I'd like it probably. But yeah, guys, let us know if you have any more points that, well, people have to know about when living in Germany. What's like really odd, what's like helpful to know about. Let us know in the comments below. Hallo und willkommen. Ich bin Meister Lenzi and this is Dave from Vlog Dave and you're watching Get Germanized. 8 things not to do in Germany. First up, do not drink your alcoholic beverage before saying Prost.
Yeah.
Cheers. And you have to remember to look the other person into the eye while you do it, because otherwise it's considered how many years of bad sex?
7, I guess.
7 years of bad sex if you don't do that. So you probably want to do that.
Yeah.
Next up, do not throw your waste into one single bin. Separate it. Yeah, because in Germany we do that, and we love to do that.
We do love to recycle in Germany, that is true.
We are proud of it. Pretty much.
We got a bin for plastic, we got one for paper, for glass, for organic trash, and soon we will get another one for whatever. But
human beings.
You get the point.
Yeah.
Human what?
What? Politicians.
Politicians! Do not talk about politics or religion with your fellow Germans, because that is considered to be quite rude. And do not tell people about what you voted for, what political party you voted for as well, because that's just not something you do here in Germany.
Yeah, those are very sensitive subjects.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be aware, Germany is considered being a country of jealousy, so if you are wealthy, don't show it too much.
Not too much, just a bit. I mean, tell that to the people in Hamburg, right? Because they have like their pelt coats and stuff like that and walk around like that.
They don't care, but in general I think, yeah, that's quite a problem.
Is it? The Germans are jealous, like, oh, my neighbor has so much money,
I want to have it too, I hate him and I will kill him eventually.
Is that the same in your country as well? Tell us in the comments below. If you live somewhere, respect the borders of your property and try not to have a tree that like goes further into your neighbor's property, because older people especially do not like that. For example, all the Laub, the leaves, like they fly over in autumn and then the neighbor has to clean them up and they're like, oh, that is not okay and stuff like that. So, yeah, it's just considered rude in Germany. I mean, when you're old more than when you're young, probably I wouldn't care really. No, but just keep that in mind.
People might hate you for that. Don't be lazy in supermarkets. We don't like that.
No, I always get really frustrated when there's someone in my way.
Yeah.
It's really like frustrating and annoying. Like old people, not old people only, sorry about that. I mean, people in general.
We like old people. Yeah.
We do. They just stand in your way though, sometimes people with their trolleys, with their shopping carts, and I'm always like, dude, just move a little bit. Even if they notice that they're in the way, sometimes they don't move, and I'm like, okay, I will take this aisle to go around then, thanks.
Yeah.
And it's really just annoying, so don't do it. Tierschutz, animal rights, really important topic here in Germany. They punish people harder that kill animals than people who kill people sometimes. At least that's what it feels like here in Germany.
Really. That's true. Be aware of the fact that in little villages, secrets are pretty much well known.
Very easily,
Yeah,
like by
very
everyone.
Right.
If you tell your neighbor something, it's most likely that the whole town will know it in like a week or so
And
at least.
It's not a secret anymore.
No, yeah. So word gets around really quick.
People like to talk.
Yeah,
Yeah.
to what do you say? To blabber?
To
I don't
blabber.
know. Yeah.
I think, yeah.
Tell secrets. Yeah. Especially in small villages and towns, like I said, because in big cities, I mean, you're very anonymous.
Yeah.
But in villages, you even greet people all the time that you know, and you know their names probably. And it's considered rude if you don't greet someone on the street.
Right.
So, and yeah, it's just really, really like a tight-knit structure, social structure in the smaller villages. So keep that in mind.
Do it for your own good.
Yeah, if you don't want to die. Or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it from our side. If you know any more, please let us know in the comments below. Hallo und willkommen. Ich bin Meister Lezern. This is Dave, and you're watching Get Germanized. 8 more things not to do in Germany.
First one. There's a difference between you and you in Germany. Sounds weird, but it is.
Ist aber so.
Ist aber so. Like, you know, we call it duzen or siezen. One is formal and one is more informal. Like, when you know people better, you are like,
Informal with them.
informal with them.
You call them du.
Du. And that's when you use du.
Yeah.
When it's more formal and you don't know the person, you call the person sie.
Like your boss or
Yeah.
someone you meet for the first time.
Right.
So be aware of that, because it's considered really impolite if you just address someone with du if you don't know the person.
Yeah.
We Germans kinda warm up a bit slower than other people, maybe, like if we meet someone. And it's kinda annoying to us a bit if someone is super overly hyper friendly if we don't know them, because we're like, oh dude, calm down.
Yeah.
Calm down. I want to get to know you first. I don't even know if I want to know you yet. So, calm down. So that is something you have to keep in mind as well. So
Keep it slow.
keep it slow, keep it quiet. Try not to annoy people too much with your overly friendly personality. I mean, there's nothing wrong with being friendly at all, but it might scare people away at first here in Germany. Because that is also why people find Germans rude and too serious sometimes, because we take a bit longer to warm up to people. But actually, when you finally warmed up to us, when we warmed up to you, then we become really good friends, and the friendship is a bit deeper maybe even than in other places in the world. Oh.
The next thing, don't wear your shoes at someone's house. That's considered impolite.
Ask them before you enter, like, should I take off my shoes or is it okay if I leave them on? Because obviously you take all the dirt from outside inside, and all the bacteria and the infectious diseases.
Some people don't have anything against that, but it's better to ask.
Yeah, for example, I prefer to leave my shoes on because I have cold feet all the time. not cold feet, but cold feet. You know what I'm talking about. And so I ask anyways, like, and if I have to take my shoes off, well, then I gotta deal with that. So you have to too.
Two.
Do not wish someone a happy birthday if it's not their birthday yet, because that is considered bad luck in Germany, and people take it very serious. For example, if it's a week before someone's birthday and you say, hey, I don't see you on your birthday, but happy birthday, herzlichen Glückwunsch zum Geburtstag. No, don't do that.
Don't you dare.
That. Try to do it on the birthday. Afterwards, it's fine, but then you have to say like, oh, alles Gute nachträglich zum Geburtstag, like belated happy birthday, whatever. But even that is kind of like, so you forgot my birthday, hey? So you're wishing me belated birthday? It's really important for Germans that people who care about them actually say happy birthday when it's their birthday.
Right. Be careful with someone calling a Nazi, or at least thinking someone is a Nazi and speaking that out loud.
Because obviously the stereotype is that many Germans still are Nazis, which is not true, but we get so annoyed by that, about hearing about that all the time, that like, it's just shit. Like, we don't want to deal with that crap anymore. So that's why you need to be careful as well, not to call people Nazis here in Germany. And also do not do the Hitler salute, the Nazi salute. I won't do it now, but don't do that. It's considered an offense, and you can even get a jail sentence up to 5 years if you do that in public. So be careful with that.
Be careful with that, yeah. Don't throw away your bottles, because you can get fund.
Fund is the money you get when you take the bottle back to the store. I know in many countries that's like a foreign and an alien concept.
Yeah.
But here it is normal. You have to pay a little extra when you buy the bottle, and then you get a little bit of money back so that you take the bottle back to the store and that you just don't litter in public or that you throw the bottles into nature or whatever. I think that's why we did that, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so we have a fund machine, like a money kind of machine, a bottle machine where you put the bottle in and then you get a little receipt that you can use at your supermarket to get your money back.
It's kind of an environmental protection method.
Exactly. So keep that in mind. Do not walk in the bicycle lane or on the bicycle lane, because we have separate lanes for bicycles and pedestrians.
Right.
And people might get really annoyed when they're on their bike, like ding, 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 and they see someone like, and they ring the bell and you don't move. Then they're like, hey, this is my lane. I drive here. You have your separate lane. Why are you not on your lane? And we Germans are very meticulous about that. Meticulous, is that a word? I don't know.
I think so.
Yeah, but we don't like that. And another thing that you have to keep in mind when thinking about lanes is to always walk on the right side of the pedestrian walk. Because in Germany you drive right and you walk on the right side of pedestrian walks. In some other countries it doesn't really matter where you walk. But if someone comes towards you on the pedestrian walk, he might be going on the right side, and if you go left, he expects you to move out of the way because you walk on the right side. At least in most places that's the case, I would say. What do you think?
I think so too.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good then. Scientific enough for me, if Dave agrees.
And last but not least, a very important thing. Don't leave your dog's poop in the park.
No.
Or on the street. No. Don't ever do that. Don't you dare.
Scoop up your poop. Or dog's poop, not your own poop.
Scoop your poop.
Scoop your poop. Because it is rude to just leave it there, because people might step into it and might find it disgusting, obviously, for obvious reasons.
Might be slippery.
Might be, yeah, people might have an accident, and if someone saw you like leave the poop, then they might sue you, who knows. Some people are crazy. So keep that in mind while being here in Germany. So that's it from our side. What do you think you shouldn't do here in Germany? Have you made your own experience with that? Or do you know someone who did something in Germany and people didn't like it? Tell us in the comments, we would be very interested.
Oh yeah.
Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lehnsherr and this is Vlog Dave and you're watching Get Germanized. 8 things not to do in Germany. 3. First up, do not litter. Pick up your trash, because people here in Germany hate it if you don't.
Right, because everyone wants to have a safe, clean environment, and especially that's important for parks and areas where children tend to play.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah.
Number 2, don't heat for the outside world. It might sound a bit strange to say this, but it's true. Turn off your heater when your window is open.
Because we don't like wasting energy in Germany. It's really frowned upon, and well, anyone here in Germany will probably know the phrase, wir heizen doch nicht für draußen.
Yeah.
We don't heat for the outside world. That's what all mums tell their kids eventually. Our third point is what you cannot, shouldn't, mustn't do in Germany is do not leave your house door open. And why is that, Dave? Why?
Well, it might have some safety reasons, but also it has to do with insurance. Because, well, you might get like something back from the insurance in case of like some thief or somebody breaking in your house. But yeah, it might be less when you didn't really lock the door, or the window, for instance.
That's actually true. Like, it is said in some insurance law that if you leave your door open, or like if you don't do what you can to prevent a break-in, well, then you get less from the insurance company, and you don't want that, right? So close your doors, lock your windows, or the other way around, whatever you like.
Number 4. Don't forget to separate your groceries on the conveyor belt with a grocery divider bar.
Good job saying that, by the way.
What a sentence.
Yeah, in Germany, Germans get angry when you put your groceries on the conveyor belt and do not divide it with a grocery divider bar.
Right.
Well, whoa, what a word. We call it Warentrennstab, grocery divider bar. And well, yeah, because sometimes your melons may roll over, or your lemons, or anything, and then the other person is like, that's not mine! Well, you didn't divide it properly, blah, blah, blah. Mostly elderly people, probably.
Beverage bottles or something,
Yeah.
And, well, we actually had to look up the German word for that as well, because we didn't know it.
Yeah, what is this?
Yeah. How is it called? Like,
everyone is using it, but no one knows. No one knows. Now you do, thanks to us. You're welcome. Point number 5. Groceries and shopping again. Don't forget that sometimes in some German supermarkets you need to weigh your fruit and vegetables yourself before you can actually go to the till and pay for them. Because in some supermarkets they weigh them for you at the till, but not every time, right? No, not every time. No.
Number 6. Make sure to clean and to make your pedestrian walk in front of your house free from snow or ice in case it's winter, because otherwise somebody might fall over or slip there, and well, that's nothing good.
No, that's not good, and obviously they can sue you then, and you know, you have to pay big fines, and just make sure if you own a house, if you are responsible for a house, that the pedestrian walk in front of it is always free and clean. You can put gravel actually, Kieselstein on there, right?
Right, and salt.
And salt, just make sure that it's not slippery, not dangerous, and everything will be fine. Point number 7, Nummer 7, leave a gap on the Autobahn for the ambulance or wherever you encounter one with the blue lights on, with the siren on. Just because, you know, people could die if you don't. And I've actually seen a report on the TV the other day where they said, like, if people don't have, or build a gap, how do you say that?
Right,
don't open up a gap on the Autobahn or on any other street, 2 minutes are enough and the person could die. Like 2 minutes late, and you know, so do that. It's important.
Very important. And last but not least, number 8.
8.
Well, actually, just don't be a dick. Please don't be a dick.
Don't be a dick.
So, offer old people a seat in buses or in trains or wherever, because that is very polite, and they might have problems with standing, and so that might be a good idea.
Pregnant people too.
And pregnant people.
Pregnant people, old people, same level, right?
Old pregnant people, young pregnant.
Old pregnant people, that's the word.
That's,
I mean, offer them a seat too.
Maybe 2.
Definitely, yeah, or 2 if they need one for each butt cheek, you know? Anyways, do that.
Please.
Hallo und willkommen. Ich bin Meister Lenze and you're watching Get Germanized 10 Things That Annoy Us About Germany today with Emily Bland.
Hello!
Well, we thought since we're in Amsterdam together, we film a quick collab for both of our channels. So check out the video we filmed for your channel, for her channel, on her channel.
A Q&A, all the things you wanted to know about Dominic and I.
Yeah, all the things. Saucy details. So check that out, definitely. And let's get started right away.
So what's the first thing that annoys you about Germany?
Bureaucracy, for sure.
Yeah.
Like all the paperwork you have to fill out for even like going to the toilet in a public place. There's a form, something like that. No, okay, not really. But you guys get the gist, right?
Yeah, some things are a bit convoluted and overcomplicated, and it doesn't really need to be this way, but for some reason it is. So yeah, that's a quite an obvious one, right?
Yeah, I think so too.
The next one, number 2, is not being able to pay on card. I mean, of course you can pay on card in like supermarkets and things like that, but if you go to a restaurant or a bar or whatever, you're gonna need cash, because cash is still king, especially in Berlin where I live, which is annoying for me. Like, I just want to be able to go around paying on card with everything like I can in the UK, but it's just not like that in Germany, so I've had to get used to withdrawing money and then blah blah blah.
I mean, some places take card, but I don't think as many as in other countries necessarily.
Yeah, we're in the Netherlands, like Dominic said, at the moment, and it's funny because in some of the shops here you can only pay on card, they don't accept cash, so it's kind of the opposite.
Yeah. Point number 3 is the nationwide transport in Germany is
fairly expensive in comparison to other countries, I'd say. It's not that expensive to travel inside a city necessarily with the trams and stuff like that.
Berlin's quite reasonable, you know, for transport, but if you want to travel to the other side of the country, it's so expensive.
Yeah, by the train company that we're not going to mention here, but
Deutsche Bahn.
It's just one of them, and it gets fairly expensive if you don't book like months ahead of time. If you do that, little tip for you guys, then you can get like saving prices.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's good, but like it's generally too expensive, I think.
I think you can get an okay deal as well if you have one of those Bahncard things. What's it called?
Bahncard 50, Bahncard 25 or something like that. It's like a deal that they give you if you subscribe to that, then you get the card and you get half price for the tickets or something like that.
Yeah, we have a similar thing in the UK. It's like a young person's rail card, we call it in the UK. Or it was back when I was a young person.
Yeah. Oh, so 50 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously.
Number 4, the Sunday apocalypse. Nothing's open. I mean, I am actually getting quite used to this and I kind of like it. I think it's good that employees of shops or whatever get to have a day off to spend with their families. But as a consumer, it is so frustrating, especially coming from the UK where everything's open on Sundays. You know, I just want to do my weekly food shop and it's not always possible, so.
I mean, I understand why they do it, obviously, so that there is a time that people are forced to relax.
To take a break.
And
it
take
makes
a break.
Total sense. Like, I definitely get it, but it's still annoying.
Annoying, yeah, it is.
Like, especially, like, you want to go to the park for a picnic and pick up a load of beers, and you have to go to the Späti and pay, like, twice as much as supermarket prices. And,
So annoying.
Yeah. Oh, Dominic, we should have a beer.
Oh, we should.
Hast du ein Flaschenöffner?
Nein, just... Next up, racism in Germany getting a bit worse, at least, I feel, especially with, well, everything the media is presenting to people.
Yeah.
Some of the people, older generations, I think especially, are a bit more frustrated with the current situation when it comes to foreigners in Germany.
Like me?
Like you, pretty much. No, not really, but you know what I mean, guys. It seems that the tensions are a bit on the rise, which is annoying to me because I don't like it, obviously. Like, I mean, obviously foreigners that commit crimes and that don't adapt at all and are just rude to people, I don't want them in Germany either, but like in general I think most foreigners like Emily are really nice and should be welcomed in Germany. You know, they are contributing and everything. Yeah.
For people to see that people are getting sucked into that mindset of thinking that there's something wrong with
all of them.
Migration of people, which there isn't.
No, I don't think so either. So that is definitely annoying or frustrating to us in Germany.
Yeah. Okay, so the next qualm I've got with Germany is strangers in public that feel the need to reprimand you for doing certain things in a certain way or doing something wrong or whatever. This has happened to me so many times. Like, people just come up to you and they're like, oh, you shouldn't do that, or, you know, just like kind of sticking the raw in where it's not wanted. And we don't really have that in the UK. Like, people just tend to keep themselves to themselves and just kind of ignore things like that. But Germans are not like that. They'll come up to you, especially people from older generations, like they'll come up to you and they'll feel the need to tell you what you've done wrong. And I've even had it like with when I had a shaved head, like some stranger, this old man came up to me and said, it's too short.
Es ist zu kurz.
I was just like, okay, thank you so much for telling me. Like, that really has made my day. Not.
Yeah, I don't know why people feel the need to do that sometimes, but it's definitely annoying.
And like, I think I might have told you about this before, the time I got told off in my hallway in my building for switching the light on. Did I tell you about that?
Oh, really? No.
When the little old lady that lived upstairs like told me off for hitting the light switch in the daytime.
Oh,
I'm sure I've talked about this in a video before, and I was just like, oh, I did it once by accident. Like, you don't need to tell me off for that. I'm like a 28-year-old grown-up, you know.
Well, in her eyes, in her eyes, you're just a child.
I'm just a little kid.
Yes, but yeah, that is annoying. I agree.
Yeah, and there's other examples. Like, it happens quite often. People just kind of giving you their 2 cents,
Germans.
German.
All those Germans. Next up, the customer service in Germany can be quite annoying. Boo, can be bad, apparently.
Yeah, I've talked about this a lot on my channel recently, and if you head over to my YouTube channel, which by the way is Emily Bland, I'm sure Dominic will have a link in the description.
Yes, for sure.
Order.
Yes, 9. No link for you, Emily. No link for you.
Well, I've made quite a few videos recently where I talk about customer service in Germany. One of them is called A Touchy Subject for Germans.
Oh.
So if you want to hear more about that, head over to that video.
Do it. That's a good link actually to your channel. Good idea.
Self-promote.
That's fine, that's fine. Next up is that work and leisure time are separate in Germany.
I love that you say leisure.
Leisure?
Well, in the UK we say leisure, but like Tim and I always jokingly say leisure because it sounds so funny in American.
Is it American English,
Yeah.
right? Well, in America especially, I think work is kind of not that separate from leisure time. Leisure, I don't know.
Yeah, it's like in the UK you're friends with your colleagues, you'll go out with them at lunch and hang out with them and they'll become your friends, you'll go for after work beers with them, whereas in Germany this time is very separate. I was talking to Tim about this earlier on today and he was saying that yeah, like Germans, because he works in like an office, like he doesn't have a job like we have where we just make videos and stuff. But like
Boo.
he has a real job and he was telling me that the time in the office is like work time and then everyone goes home and it's like home time, and they kind of schedule in their fun time and the work time, and it's kind of all separate. It never really overlaps in the same way as it does in the UK, and I think it's true with the colleagues and friendship thing as well. It's just kind of different.
That could be annoying to a foreigner coming to Germany for sure. To me personally, since I'm used to it, I don't really mind, but I can see how it's annoying.
Yeah, so the next one, don't be offended Germans, but basically it's the Germans. No, it's smarty pants Germans in particular. People that always need to be right, and you'll encounter these people at parties or you know, just any like social situation or work situation even. Germans just always need to have the last word. This is a complete generalization, of course. There are Germans that are not like this, but I'm talking about like on the whole.
Maybe. I don't know.
On the whole, Germans tend to need to be right about things and want to have the last word and want to correct you. You know, we talked about the example before, like if someone, a foreigner in the UK, was talking English and was surrounded by a load of English speakers and said a few things that were grammatically incorrect, the native English speakers would just ignore it and they would just continue with the conversation. Whereas if that was the same situation but in Germany, you know, the Germans are likely to correct the non-native speaker. It's in your nature, you can't help it. This is just the way Germans are.
In my jeans. In my pants. In my jeans.
It's in my pants. That's so awkward. I'm just gonna drink my beer now.
Anyway,
there's nothing we can add to
next
that.
point. Last but not least, German TV is, well, annoying.
Komplett scheiße.
Yeah, okay, komplette Scheiße. It's shit. It's basically not that great. We copy everything in Germany and put our stamp on it pretty much. I mean, sometimes at least. For example, with the show Stromberg, do you know it?
No, I avoid German TV.
That is actually a good show in Germany, but it's still copied.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, one of the better ones. It's copied from The Office, and at first they didn't even say that it's a copy. They have to put it in the credits, right? That they inspired by, but they didn't, and then they got, I think, sued or something, or at least they received an email of sorts.
Interesting.
And then they had to include it. But yeah, German TV does that all the time with all the formats, and I think it's a bit annoying. And
also, like in soaps and things like that, it's just really badly acted, really badly produced and filmed. It's just like awful in every avenue. It's crazy, but
obviously you cannot generalize. Like, there are some exceptions.
I'm gonna generalize.
But generally, it's shit.
You can't generalize, but generally it's shit.
Yes. Cheers on that.
Cheers, yeah.
Okay guys, I think that's about it. Definitely subscribe to both our channels if you haven't yet. Leave a like if you enjoyed this video and tell us what is annoying about Germany in your opinion.
Tell us in the comments.
Yeah, and tell us maybe there's something about your country that is annoying, or maybe you think Germany does it better.
Yeah.
Anything really, let us know.
Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lenzia and you're watching Get Germanized. 10 signs you were born and raised in Germany. You were probably born and raised in Germany if Your mother ironed your bed sheets, your socks, your slippers, your underpants, pretty much everything. Slippers? Yes, my mom did most of that. Don't really know about the slippers, but apart from that, yes. And only when I grew up I stopped caring about ironed clothes completely. If the döner, the kebab, is one of your most favorite hangover foods, Germans love this seemingly Turkish food to death. But did you know it was actually invented in Berlin? Whoa, mind blown. Okay, by a Turkish man, but still. If you never talk in elevators, or at least 90% of the time, elevator time is silence time. If you always show up on time, when you're invited to a party for 8, that's when you'll arrive. Not 30 to 60 minutes later. No, you arrive on time. This is of course a generalization, but usually in Germany when a person invites you to something, they expect you to be there at a certain time. And if they say 10 p.m, they probably want you to be there at 10 p.m. If you recycle, plastic goes in one bag, paper in another, glass and other stuff go in different containers, and batteries need to be delivered to a special place as well. If you live this, then you were probably born and raised in Germany. Or maybe you're just a decent person, who knows? If you don't have to pay for doctor's visits most of the time. The German healthcare system is pretty good and covers almost everything you need in your day-to-day life. Even breast implants are sometimes funded if you can prove that they help to maintain your mental health. If you don't think it's weird that some of your friends are still at uni even though they're over 30. People in Germany tend to stay at school and uni longer than in other countries. If you don't dare to cross the street if the red man is showing. Unless you live in a big city like Berlin, it is most likely that you will tremble in fear when the red devil shows up on the other side of the street. Go away, red devil, go away! If national pride is something you don't really feel comfortable discussing. Sadly, these days many Germans still don't like to talk about that topic because it was drilled into us since we were little kids that national pride is a negative thing. If you watch Dinner for One at least once a year, most likely on New Year's Eve. This old British short film or sketch, whatever you want to call it, is probably more well known in Germany than it is in the UK. You don't know it? Then you were probably not born and raised in Germany. So what do you think shows that someone was born and raised in Germany? I would like to know. Leave a comment, leave a like if you enjoyed the video and subscribe to the channel for more videos about the German language and culture. And hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lenzi and this is Vlog Dave and you're watching Get Germanized. 10 things Americans learn when they move to Germany. So we found this neat article called, well, 10 things Americans learn when they move to Germany, and we want to go through it and see if we agree or disagree, what we think about it, and you can tell us in the comments as well, obviously, if you agree or disagree. So let's get started with point number 1, and that will be breaking the law accidentally is inevitable. Well, that's true, and I know they talk in that little article about, well, you break the law instantly without even knowing it because Germany has so many rules. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely true. You're only supposed to do certain things or allowed to do certain things at a certain time of day. And, well, if you don't do it that way, there might be problems.
But is it a law that, for example, you have to be quiet during 1 and 2, like to 2 p.m. or something like that? Is it really?
It is.
I didn't even know that, and I'm German.
For instance, obviously, I think you're not allowed to mow the lawn at 9 p.m. in the evening. You know?
Yeah, well, that would be Ruhestörung.
Ruhestörung.
Disturbance of silence, of peace, pretty much.
Yes.
So, and other things like the pedestrian walk and the bike lane, like you're obviously not allowed in the bike lane as pedestrians, so you might have to expect some people like ringing their little bike bells and saying, "Hey, what are you doing in the bike lane?" Or something similar to that. And well, it would be quite a hassle, but I'm not even sure. That's probably a law too, though, because we're in Germany.
Yeah.
So that first point is actually quite valid. We have a lot of laws here, and well, not all of them are that obvious. So be careful.
Yeah.
Point number 2 is personal lives are personal. Well, this part is about not disturbing like people's privacy, or like the Germans like silence, it says in there.
Yeah.
For example, if you go on a German train, most of the time you won't hear talk between strangers. You might hear a little bit of talking there between friends or people that know each other, but it will be quite quiet,
Yeah.
I'd say, and they try to keep it down to not disturb anyone. You've probably made the same experience, I'd say, right?
Yeah, totally. And I think another thing that kind of is about the same thing is that you don't address a foreigner or a stranger one with du when you don't know that person. You would say sie, like the formal way of addressing someone and the informal way of addressing someone. I think that's basically related to that as well, to some extent. And yes, it's totally true. Do not disturb strangers if you don't know them too well.
Well, yeah, and I think if you come from another country, for example, I have a friend from Ireland, and she likes to just talk to everyone. And I think that's nice. I think it's nice to make relationships with people that you don't know, right? To like get acquainted with new people, to make new friends and stuff like that. But in Germany, that's not all too common, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't really do that. So point number 2, yeah, I can agree with most of that. What do you think? Point number 3, luxury is the exception to the rule. And in this part of the article, they talk about, I don't really know what it has to do with luxury.
Yeah, me neither.
It's about the German Autobahn, that's really nice, and that you don't have to bring bathing suits to the beaches. I guess that's like a luxury thing, so you can wear a bikini and stuff like that with no one caring about it.
Luxury in the sense of having personal freedom,
maybe,
yeah. Rather than like having material things that are luxurious. I mean, the Autobahn obviously is a very luxurious thing to have, a highway system that's so well established and so complex in a way. But then again, you also have kind of dilapidated parts of the highway system as well, which aren't so nicely to drive on, you know.
It's a mix, I'd say.
Yeah.
And also it talks about how you can have beer on German trains, how that is not allowed obviously in other countries like the US, but not on all train systems. I think in some, what was it, the Straßenbahn in some parts?
It depends. I think there are like many different companies for buses and trains, and they can all handle things kind of differently.
Yeah.
And another thing is pretty much that many Germans don't really tend to show their wealth when they are luxurious, when they have luxurious things, for instance. So
you don't notice it.
Yeah, you don't notice it too much because there might be people that envy them or that are kind of jealous.
I mean, there are exceptions to the rule everywhere. Obviously, like we have the family, like of TV rich people family called the Geissens.
Like the really extreme cases, you know.
Some people like to display their wealth, obviously, but that's, I think, more an exception. I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you think? Point number 4, silence is German. This part of the article I kind of agree with. It's said that, well, Germans enjoy, I guess, silence, or that like they don't like to draw attention to themselves, like unwanted attention necessarily. For example, I just talked to Dave about it as well. I told him that when someone is really loud and obnoxious around me, I feel like embarrassed because I don't really want to be the center of like that kind of attention. So I'm like, dude, psh, calm down, you know, like whatever.
Yeah.
Like people that talk loud at the movies, we just had that experience the other day. Super annoying. I hate that. Or like just in supermarkets, don't scream your lungs out when I'm right next to you. Like not everyone needs to hear about our conversation. Like what the hell? So I can agree with that.
I mean, yeah, it's all about like taking yourself not too important.
Yeah.
After all, like, and it's just like you said, like in the movies. It's so annoying.
Yeah, kind of is. Point number 5, Germany is more than beer and bread.
Yeah.
Because I think we have the reputation to have kind of bland and yucky food here in Germany, right? I'd say.
Yeah.
Or greasy and not very nice, at least. And in this article they talk about the Schwarzwälder Kirschtorte, the Black Forest cherry cake, which is super delicious. Yeah. And they talk about other German dishes. And obviously we get the beer right as well. So I think that's nice. What's your favorite German dish? Do you have anything?
Do
you like asparagus at all? Spargel?
Yeah, at times.
We have a season for that, Spargel-Saison.
Yeah. Die Spargelzeit.
Die Spargelzeit, the asparagus time, the asparagus season. And it's like in Germany everyone goes crazy about asparagus in that season. White asparagus.
Right. You shouldn't limit like Germany to only 3 dishes you have heard of. I mean, they are really good most of the time when you have them, but you know, there is more to them and to that whole topic than meets the eye.
Exactly. Point number 6. Energy, not the euro, is Germany's currency. That is kind of true, I think, right?
Yeah. I definitely say so in a way, because we are pretty much up at the front line of being environment friendly. And that's not like something that I personally say, it's pretty much a fact. We actually plan on shutting down all nuclear power stations and all that, and we are already in the process of doing that, basically. So yeah, we care about our environment.
Yeah, and we recycle and all. So,
Yes.
I can agree with that.
Yeah, totally.
Point number 7, everything is grey. And in this article, it not only talks about the weather and the architecture, but also about German opinions, that we try to be neutral and like don't be extreme in one or the other direction.
Yeah, we try to be very diplomatic about many things. But then again, there are many different shades of grey. And, well, touché. And so do like the opinions vary in a way. But you might not hear all the opinions. So
Yeah, not everyone is out like up front with them.
Because like many people will have many different opinions, obviously, but not all of them will raise their voice to actually say it out loud and what they think about certain things. So, yeah.
I think that article is quite right because,
Yeah.
I mean, I try to be diplomatic in most cases because I don't need confrontation in my life. I don't need the drama and stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm not like big on conversation.
Like discussions on YouTube, in the YouTube comment section and all
Well,
that.
I like reading that and like laughing about it, but I don't
Yeah.
necessarily like to take part in useless conversations that just gets people riled up, that doesn't lead anywhere, you know.
Right.
If it leads somewhere, if it's constructive, be my guest. But other than that,
Well, the weather isn't always that great either, so yeah, don't get a
not all the time, no.
wrong opinion on that.
But most of the time, yes.
Well, kind of.
Point number 8 is called Education Pays Off. Sort of. Well, it talks about how in Germany, well, it kind of makes us look like geniuses, a little bit at least, but I don't think it's necessarily that true.
No.
It talks about how Americans don't know shit about geography, for example, when Germans know everything. But I don't know everything about geography, no.
Me neither.
Definitely not.
Right.
But I mean, I can't really compare that to anything, really, because I haven't met that many Americans and talked with them about geography. And on TV, they only show dumbasses most of the time when it comes to those kind of questions. So it's not really fair to say that out.
I mean, like in general, it's a very general statement, and you can't really generalize that.
Yeah.
And a whole country, for instance. And obviously, we know many things about different countries and different regions in Europe because we are part of Europe. And, well, Americans, for instance, Northern America is a part of America, the continent. So you probably know more about that region of the earth than many others.
Well, even though it says in the article you don't. But
Yeah.
there's that German diplomacy again. Point number 9, life has 3 genders, and they talk about the German articles in that article. Well, like der, die, das. Well, English just has
One.
the. Exactly. And, well, German is a little bit more complicated
Yeah.
in that aspect than the English language.
Masculine, der, feminine, die, and neuter, das.
So that article is right in this
And
section.
yes, sometimes it can be a bit tricky to know which noun features which article, because sometimes, you know, it can seem very random, but there are some rules to that as well.
We won't go into that.
No,
now.
no, no. Don't
Just remember, learn the article with the word and you'll be fine. And last but not least, point number 10, you never know what you have till it's gone. This point talks about how you will miss things when you go to another country, in this case Germany, and that I think is quite obvious.
Yes.
That like we don't have some things that you got there, like what does it say in the article again? Root beer, Rice Krispie treats, mac and cheese, and all that kind of stuff. I'm sure you can get that in like shops for that, like import shops or on the internet.
I mean,
Amazon.
you won't starve in Germany. You know.
Definitely not, but you might not get every single thing, obviously. I mean, that would be the same for me. I went to America. They didn't have German bread, at least not the one I'm used to.
I mean, you know, feeling comfortable about a situation is one thing, but then again, when you travel to a different country, to a different region of the world, you know, I wouldn't expect to find all the things I know from my country there, because that's not the purpose and the idea behind traveling in the first place. So,
well, if you move somewhere, in the long term, you might miss something.
Moving
right?
something, yeah, but being on vacation, like for a couple of weeks, it's something different then, I'd say. But yeah.
That's true. Anyways, guys, that's about it. What do you think, like, which points were true, which ones weren't? In this video, I will tell you about 10 things that I absolutely hate about Germany. In part 2, I will tell you about 10 things
that I love. Enjoy! First of all, I hate German bureaucracy. In Germany you have to fill out a 3-page form even if you just want to buy a train ticket online. I mean, seriously, what the fuck? The second thing I hate about Germany is the pay. We don't even have minimum wage, and so companies are free to exploit people as they like. There's even an ongoing joke here about how the economy is carried on the backs of interns and work experience guys. The third thing is that even though we're in the middle of Europe, people my age rarely, if ever, go to visit other countries nearby because the petrol is so fucking goddamn expensive. You pay around $2 for a liter of petrol here. $2 fucking dollars! I mean, seriously? I'm surprised people can afford going to work at all. The fourth thing I hate about Germany is that the winter drags out so fucking long. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love the White Christmas just as much as the next guy, but I don't need 4 more months of grey skies, rain and freezing temperatures. Sometimes it feels as if winter lasts for 9 months here. Winter is not fucking coming, it is always here. Fifth, I also hate that everything except petrol stations is closed on Sundays. I mean, really? Closed on every single fucking shop in all of Germany? What is the point of that? To trigger survival shopping on every Saturday? I think it would be way more beneficial to people and economy if shops were open an additional day instead of transforming us back into bargain hunting cavemen every Saturday. The sixth thing I hate about Germany is that you can't just go into a movie theater, buy a ticket and sit wherever you want. No! Instead you have to go in and choose your seat beforehand and then hope that no one sits on your spot because they are too stupid to find their own. Also, there's an apparent danger of people booking seats right next to you even if the whole cinema is completely empty. It happened to me on multiple occasions and it is just a big pain in the ass. Seventh, in Germany people will look at you as if you have 2 heads if you tell them that your job is anything else but engineering. And it feels as if half of the population studies exactly that because it is ever so beneficial to study engineering. Because every company here only wants engineers and you will end up poor and alone if you don't become a fucking engineer. I'd like a non-conform future for myself, please. Thank you and go fuck yourself. Another thing I just hate about Germany is German television and especially the god-awful German dubs. Those voice actors try their best, I admit that. And sometimes it's not all that bad. But most of the time their voices just sound so fake and over-exaggerated that it ruins the mood of most movies. Insidious 2? Wasn't that this German comedy? The ninth thing I hate about Germany is the GEMA. The GEMA stands for Genetically Engineered Music Ape. And that ape keeps you from watching most of the music videos on YouTube. Because he was altered in a way that makes him hate good music or music that people might even slightly enjoy. So instead of your desired video, you'll get a friendly, "This video was raped by the GEMA. Go fuck yourself and have a nice day." Last but not least, the 10th thing that I hate about Germany is that Germany is still a cash country. And if you're lucky enough to find a place that takes card, it won't accept credit card but only Maestro. You never heard of Maestro? Well, neither has 90% of the world's population, but here in Germany it is still the standard way of paying for almost everything. Germans seem to believe that credit cards are for aristocrats and royal highnesses. Well, that was the 10 things I hate about Germany. Make sure to share this video with your friends and give it a thumbs up to let me know that you've liked it. Also subscribe to my channel for weekly videos and check out my Facebook and follow me on Twitter and Instagram for exclusive bonus content and for sneak peeks into my daily life here in Germany. What are you still doing here? Go and watch part 2 and find out if there's anything to love about Germany. In this video I will tell you about 10 things that I absolutely love about Germany. Make sure to also watch part 1 in which I tell you about 10 things I hate about Germany. The first thing I love about Germany are the different seasons. We mostly have beautiful springs, warm summers, colorful autumns and fairy tale-like snowy winters. What more could you possibly ask for? The second thing is the cheap booze. If you've been to a country like Australia where they pay up to $40 for a crate of beer, you will appreciate the low prices here even more. To sum it up, beer is cheaper than water in Germany. You can get a crate of beer here for about $10 to $20 and a bottle of vodka for $10. And we still don't have a problem with alcoholism like other countries with harsh restrictions do. Or maybe it's just accepted that people hang around in public sometimes smashed as hell. Another thing I really love about Germany is German bread or German baking goods in general. If you've spent some time abroad and lived off white toast and fake multi-grain bread for months, you will feel like someone injected you with a delicious baked drug directly into your veins when you return to Germany. Bread. The fourth thing I love about Germany is that you are safe from almost every natural disaster. We don't get strong tornadoes that carry away your whole neighborhood in a matter of minutes. Nor do we get earthquakes that crack open atomic reactors and ruin life for generations to come. Neither do we have volcanoes spitting out the hot and all-destroying blood of the earth every 100 years. Nor bushfires that devastate the land. We get the occasional flood, but apart from that, life couldn't be safer anywhere in the world. We also don't have any really harmful animals here. The deadliest thing here might be an escaped sausage dog running wild on a search for, well, sausage. The fifth thing I love about Germany are the German holidays. If you've never been to Germany for Christmas, well, then you haven't seen Christmas at all. It just feels like you've jumped right into a fairy tale if you wander through German Christmas markets or hear big old church bells ring on the 24th of December, which is called Holy Night, Heiligabend in German. But not only Christmas is awesome in Germany. On New Year's Eve, Germans forget how serious they usually are and use up most of the world's reserve of firework in one night. During Easter time in Germany, the whole family gets together and parents get up in the early morning hours to hide chocolate and presents for their kids to search for later on in the day. Words are really not enough to describe how cool holidays are in Germany. The sixth thing that I love about Germany are the cheap living costs and the rent. It's really not all that expensive if you compare it to countries like Australia, where you pay $250 for a small one-room apartment, and in Germany you get the same thing for $200 a month. Another thing I love about Germany is the culture. You can find relics of times long ago almost everywhere. Most bigger cities have a castle and you can go there and feel like you're back in the medieval ages in a matter of hours, because everything here in Germany is so close to each other. Even from the north of Germany, you just need about 10 hours on the Autobahn to reach the very south. Which brings me to my next point. Everything is amazingly easy to reach here. Want to go to Amsterdam? Sit in your cars for a few hours and you're there. Want to go to France? Not a problem. Italy? Been there. Denmark? Done that! The ninth thing I love about Germany is its reputation. No, not that reputation. I mean that if you come from Germany, people think you are some kind of efficiency machine that pops out new inventions by the minute. Germany is a well-respected country these days, and it's nice to see that people associate our heritage with more than just World War II. Last but not least, German chocolate. Do I really need to say more? So that's it with 10 things I love about Germany. Make sure to share this video with your friends and give it a thumbs up to let me know that you've liked it.
Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Leze and you're watching Get Germanized. 10 things you didn't know were German. First up, die Dauerwelle, the hair perm, or the constant wave. German hairdresser Charles Nessler invented a very early version of the perm. He used a mixture of cow urine and water to achieve those bouncy poodle-like curls. Smelling lovely, ladies. Next up, die Glühbirne, the glow pear or the light bulb. Many people think it was Thomas Edison who came up with the idea for the light bulb, but no. Poor Heinrich Goebel came up with the idea 25 years before Edison even thought about it. But of course, he was too slow since Edison patented it first. And that is what counts, apparently. Wasn't there something like that before in history? Tesla? Edison? Next up, contact lenses, Kontaktlinsen. Adolf Fick was the father of contact lenses. Okay, they were first made out of glass and relatively thick and probably hurt your eyes a lot. But anyway, that counts. Next up, many things Disney. Viele Disney-Dinge, Sachen, whatever. Because Disney has stolen so many things from German culture, like Rapunzel or the other fairy tales. Castles, Schloss Neuschwanstein was the Disney castle. Blah, Hansel and Gretel. Not necessarily a Disney movie, vampire movie. At some point it was made into one of these as well. Anyways, many things like that come from Germany. Next up, Levi, Levis, whatever you want to call it, the blue jeans are German. Levi Strauss was an immigrant who followed the gold rush to California. Of course, what do you do if you work in the gold fields all day and your clothes get all ragged and broken? You make some good old-fashioned blue jeans. Oh well, he came up with that, but you know, everyone in the world knows blue jeans, right? And they're German, so there's that. Next up, a little bunny man. The Easter bunny is German. Yes, you heard me right. You're welcome. What you know as the Easter Bunny today grew out of pre-Christian practices in good old Germany. Eostra, the goddess of spring and fertility, was associated with the rabbit because of the animal's high reproductive rate. And then in the 1700s, Pennsylvania Dutch settlers brought the tradition into the New World. Next up, Gummibären, gummy bears. Yes, they are German. You have probably thought it is an American product, right? Wrong. They were invented in the 1920s by Hans Riegel, the founder of the Haribo company. So pretty much everything by Haribo is German. They also produce the trolley brands, the trolley, whatever you want to call them, and the gummy worms. Next up, aspirin. It's German, yes? So if you have a headache and take an aspirin and it goes away, we did that. We did that. You're welcome. Felix Hoffmann invented it in 1897 for the pharmaceutical company Bayer in Germany, even though the USA claimed the patent for that after World War I. What a surprise! Edison! Next up, yes, that is German. Here Comes the Bride was first known as treulich geführt, faithfully guided, and was composed in the 1850s by Richard Wagner for his opera Lohengrin. And last but not least, and not so big surprise probably, the automobile. Das Auto, the first truly working car, well, it was nothing more than a motorized tricycle, but still, was invented by the Germans Karl Benz and Gottlieb Daimler in 1886. And that would be 22 years before the Model T by Ford went into production in the USA. Do you know any other things that most people wouldn't think are German? Write them down in the comments below, and also let me know what you think about the video, about the list. Constructive criticism is always welcome here. And apart from that, leave a like. Subscribe to the channel if you want more videos about the German language and culture, and if you really love the channel, then you can support it on patreon.com/getgermanized. Thank you very much for watching. Don't forget to get Germanized. Goodbye and auf Wiedersehen.
A subscriber of mine, Keith, has sent me this really interesting Business Insider article with things that Europeans allegedly find strange or weird about the USA or about America. And since I've just been to the US, Georgia actually, I thought, well, let's have a look if I agree or disagree with those points. So let's get started. Point number 1. How are you as a greeting, not a question. Yeah, that definitely tripped me up. Even in Australia, when I visited Australia, people who approach me and say, hey, how are you? That just triggers my inner German, and I need to respond, oh, thank you, I'm good. Or, well, I'm a bit like under the weather. But by now I know obviously that maybe in Australia you at least say like, good thanks. And you don't even say how are you back. That's how it works, right? If I'm incorrect, let me know in the comments, because this really is confusing for Germans and Europeans in general, I think. Point number 2, ice cubes. Everything has ice in it, and mostly like the whole thing is full of ice, like 70% ice, 30% drink. I've noticed that, but I don't really mind, since I myself do that here in Germany as well. I like my drinks really cold and icy. I enjoy that, so I didn't find that strange, but maybe some other Europeans do. Let me know in the comments. Point number 3, free refills. Well, yeah, that is definitely something that we don't have here in Germany. Even if you order water, like tap water, which you don't do in Germany, right? You order sparkling water and then pay for it. But in America, you get tap water for free, and you even get refills for free. But not only with water, obviously, but with sodas. And I mean, alcohol probably not, because it's too expensive, but you get free soda. How cool is that? Like every time we went somewhere and I ordered like a Coke or something like that, and then I had it half finished, not even the whole thing was gone, then they refilled it, and I was like, what is this magic wonderland of free refills? And yeah, we definitely don't have that in Europe. Point number 4, portion sizes. Make it super size, right? Make it super big. That is something I've noticed. Everything seems to be larger. A normal size here would be a kid's size there, and the other way around. So yeah, definitely something I noticed. Point number 5, certain food combinations like bacon and syrup. What? Or soda and ice cream, like what's it called, root beer float, right? And stuff like that. I've not tried that yet, but I heard about it. Haven't seen that happen in America, but they had some strange combinations sometimes, I suppose. I can't remember anything though, like pancakes and bacon maybe. That was something I found interesting. I mean, I liked it, don't get me wrong, but strange. Point number 6, the question game. For example, if you order a sandwich, you have like a million options to choose from, like different kinds of cheeses, different kinds of sausages, or like meats, or like just and breads, just that it is really complicated to order like a sandwich somewhere. But since we do have Subway here, we're kind of used to having a lot of options for different like things like that. So it wouldn't seem too strange to me actually. I mean, I still wouldn't know what to order, but well. Point number 7 is a big thing I noticed. Tipping. We don't really do it here in Germany. I mean, we do it, but only if the service was exceptional. Then you give like, I don't know, a couple of euros, I suppose, but I wouldn't know what percentage to give or something like that. When I was in the US, I was told that a good tip would be 20% of the main bill that you have to pay, which was a lot, I thought, and that's why food got so much more expensive over there as well. I paid a whole lot more than I would here just because I have to tip every time, and I didn't want to be cheap, so I always gave 20%. Yeah, that is definitely something that doesn't happen here in Germany. Point number 8 is something I didn't notice, that the taxes get added at the register, at the till. So when you go through the supermarket, apparently you don't see the real price, what you have to pay, but it says this and that much plus tax. And then at the register you see the real price. Yeah, that is different here in Germany. You see like the real amount that you're gonna pay right away. Air conditioning, yes, yes, yes. Definitely something I noticed a lot. I mean, I enjoyed it because in Georgia, during the dog days, it was so freaking hot. But sometimes the air conditioning just felt like the freezer. I sometimes wonder, do they put it on ice cold because of me? Do they think I'm too hot otherwise? They must be freezing as well, I was thinking most of the time when someone did that. But I didn't say anything because I thought maybe then they'll change it, but they like it that way. So I felt really conflicted, and air conditioning was good and bad at the same time, sometimes. The, well, measurement system, yeah, definitely something I noticed here. I mean, in the US, that you guys have Fahrenheit and you don't use the metric system. So very different. I don't understand it. I can't use it. Weird. Cashless country. Yeah, the US seems to be very cashless in comparison to Germany. Just yesterday here in Germany I had the experience that I ordered food at an Indian place and wanted to pick it up, and then they told me that I can only pay with cash, and I had to go to the nearest bank and get some because I just got back from the US, and so I didn't really have any, and that was quite annoying. Something I noticed in the US is that you can pay for every little tiny thing with credit card, even for a pack of gum if you want to. They don't care. You can just do that, and I really enjoyed that. Because here sometimes in Germany there's a limit, like you have to at least buy stuff for 5 to 10 bucks for you being able to pay with credit card or with like Maestro, which is like your debit card. Sometimes they don't even accept credit cards here. The insane range of options, even though I find that to be true, for especially like in Walmart, you have like so many different options, like cornflakes, like 20 brands or something like that, chips, 20 brands, everything. Just, I mean, but I think it's similar in Germany, but maybe not as excessive. The 24-hour stores. That is something I really liked about the US, that you could go out at any time of night. I mean, I didn't really do it often, but I had the option to do it at least, and to buy something anywhere. Walmart, 24-hour system, right? You can go there in the middle of the night if you feel like it. Here in Germany, you will have a much harder time to find a store like that. Some stores close at 6, and on Sundays everything is closed down except for petrol stations and corner stores. Yeah, very different. The drinking age, definitely something I noticed. I mean, you can't run around with your drinks and just drink them anywhere like we can here in Germany.
or in Europe in general, I think, right? And the drinking age is 21 in the US, and here in Germany you can drink beer by the age of 16. I think even earlier if your parents are present and say it's okay. So very different. Hard liquor you can drink here with the age of 18. So yeah, definitely something I noticed. Not taking vacation days. I personally don't know if that's true. My friend only had a couple of because she just started out in a new company as well, so she just had very few days she could take off from work, and that included her sick days as well, which was like insane to me because the average amount of days you can take off a year here in Germany is like 26. You get that from your company, and to hear that someone just gets like about 10 days a year or something, it's just insane to me. And not taking those days either, I guess that could have to do with like in case you get sick, that you don't want to waste them and that you might need them, and so you save them up. But that unheard of here. Definitely unheard of. If you're sick in Germany, then you get a doctor's note. That's that. But what do you think? Do you agree? Do you disagree? Are there other points that you can think of what you think is weird about America? Or maybe you're American and want to say, oh, but this is weird about Europe. Let me know in the comments below.
Squirrel. 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 Squirrel? Squirrel. 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 Squirrel? Squirrel. Oh, squirrel. 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 Squirrel! Squirrel. Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lenz and you're watching Get Germanized, being Asian in Germany and what to expect. First of all, let me say Germans generally like Asians, so don't worry. In this video I'm going to tell you what stereotypes Asians might find themselves confronted with when in Germany, and we'll talk about what Asians might find annoying or weird here in Germany. The stereotypes that some Germans might have about Asians are: Asians all look the same. Asians eat dogs, cats, and crickets and other insects. Every Asian knows martial arts. Asians live very traditional and don't want to adapt. Asians are very religious / spiritual. Asians are all workaholics, they never stop working. Asian women are submissive or obedient. Asian men oppress their women. Asians always eat rice. Asians have a funny accent. Asians are always good students and never make trouble. Asians love taking photos. Of course, we know that these stereotypes are not really true. Tell me in the comments below, what do you think? Which one of these stereotypes are actually true and which of them are just nonsense? From my experience in Germany, some Asian cultures are more popular than others. For example, we love Japanese people, the Chinese people, Korean people. Yeah, I think that's the top three here in Germany. But don't get me wrong, like Asians are generally liked in Germany, like I said before. I've also found some very interesting things that Asians don't seem to like, or at least have difficulties with when they visit Germany. They don't like that Germans refer to all of them as Asians, because obviously that is a gigantic continent and there are lots of different countries with different cultures, and they don't like it if they are just put into like a Schublade, as we Germans would say, into a shelf as Asian. They also don't like if we ask them if they can tell their countrymen apart. You know, if they can differentiate between their friends. That is such a stupid question and stereotype, like that Asians all look the same. It's obviously not true. We just are so used to looking for different features in people. For example, we differentiate between eye color, hair color, and stuff like that. While Asians mostly have like darker hair and are darker types in general, like
brown eyes and stuff like that. And so they have learned to look at different features to tell each other apart. And so obviously it's more difficult for us Germans to do so. But of course it's the same the other way around as well. Asians might think we all look the same. I've read that especially Japanese people hate our public toilets because they just think it's preposterous that you have to pay like 50 cents for using a public toilet here in Germany. And sometimes, remember, if you ever visited Germany, sometimes there's a little man or woman sitting in front of it collecting money. And yes, it is not always mandatory, but they look at you when you leave like this. Hey, where's my money? And you feel bad if you don't pay. And apparently that is really weird for Japanese people, because in their culture, no one would ever think of taking money for a public toilet. Asians apparently usually find Germans very rude, especially those Germans who work in shops. Also, bosses in Germany often don't have a problem to embarrass a staff member in front of the whole staff. That's something that's unthinkable in many Asian cultures, because it is very important to keep your face, you call it, das Gesicht bewahren, to leave someone with their honor and self-respect. And in Germany, well, at least some bosses don't seem to care about that all that much. Also, what they don't like is that Germans tend to klugscheißen a lot, to smart shit a lot, to like tell people if they know something better right away, and to remind people of their own mistakes for hours on end. In comparison to cities in Asia, German cities are often abandoned in the late evening hours, which is unusual for people, for example, from Tokyo or Singapore. And if you're lucky enough to find a group of people, it often is just a rude teenager gang. Another thing is that Germans sometimes joke about Katalogbräute, which means like catalog brides, like mail order brides. And obviously that is really rude, especially for Asians who are just visiting Germany, and then someone refers to them as that in front of their German partner or German friend. And I just apologize in advance if that ever happens to you, because those people are just ignorant and stupid, and usually like you shouldn't be confronted with that problem, but there might be one or the other idiot that does that, so my apologies for that. Another thing is that Germany is not as orderly as you might think. There's graffiti everywhere, at least in bigger cities. The stairways of like park houses smell of urine sometimes because homeless people sleep there. And we have lots of homeless people here in Germany. Even though we're a rich country, there's still a lot of homeless people. So don't be surprised if you come and visit Germany and see that. Yeah, and trains are also not always on time. Often, but not always. Another thing that Asians don't seem to like when visiting Germany is the German food. They think it's greasy, fatty, and only consists of meat, which is partially true, but not really, because I am a vegetarian and I try to eat really healthy, and you can easily do that. But I guess you have to cook it yourself then, or find a restaurant that serves stuff like that. A traditional German restaurant often has this greasy and fatty food, I admit that, but there are definitely alternatives if you visit Germany. Another thing that some Asians don't seem to like, for example Japanese people, is the concept of giving tips when eating in a restaurant, or when someone delivers food to you. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's not very common in Japan, for example, that people give tips, because the person who works there would never take any, like, what do you call it, pity money or something like that, they would call it probably. But here in Germany, or at least in other countries as well, like in America, they only, like waitresses and stuff like that, only live from tips pretty much. In Germany, they get like a normal wage and tips. Do you think that is a weird concept? If you're Asian, or if you live in an Asian country, have you made experiences with that, or is it not really a problem when you visit Germany? Again, feel free to leave a comment. Constructive criticism is always welcome, or if you think I've said something wrong, or if you just want to add something to the list, please let me know as well.
Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lenzi and this is Dave from Vlog Dave, and today we're going to talk about if you can become a real German. Not in the sense of get the German citizenship, but be like a real German that grew up here in Germany. Is that possible for a foreigner? Today we're gonna find out. So there are many things that you have to keep in mind when thinking about becoming a real German. So yeah. What do you think of when you think of being a real German? Well, like what do we Germans do? What character traits do we have that are just that just arose in us because we grew up here in Germany?
As far as it goes for characteristics, I think it's being there on time, actually. And that's, I mean, you can call it even a stereotype, but it really isn't, I think. It's the truth, somehow. So we are caring about that very much, yeah.
So that is something you could learn, definitely. If you're like someone who's a bit like, I'm always half an hour too late, you could make an effort to become like that. But again, obviously that is a generalization. Not every German is on time all the time. But in general, I think we Germans try to be on time. For example, when there's a party and we are invited to go there at 7 p.m., opposed to other countries, we would be there at 7 p.m. and not 8 p.m. or whatever.
At least we would try.
Yeah, we will try. So expect us. So one of the most important questions is obviously, what does it mean to be German? Like, what defines a German? What do you think, Dave?
One of the most important things being German is actually being able to speak the language. It hasn't to be perfect like that, but it really is a very important key to our culture and our society and whatnot. So, for instance, just buying things at the supermarket or just asking for things. It's better to be actually able to communicate in German than in English. So I would rather say the German language is a very important key to that.
Definitely, like if you can't speak the language, obviously we will notice that you're not from Germany.
Yeah.
That it's just how it is. And if you speak the language and you are able to speak it well, for example, with all the filler words like mal, doch, so, and stuff like that, if you use them constantly, then you will seem so much more German already, because opposed to someone who leaves those filler words out, for example, who doesn't really know how to use them, you will seem much more German, because it sounds much less German if you don't use them. So, yeah.
And actually it's also because people then realize that you are willing to be a German, actually, if you want to actually study and learn the language and speak it actively. So that's really an important thing.
It shows us that you care, really, that
really,
you want to be immersed.
That's it, really.
It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to give up your own culture completely.
Right, that's an important point, yeah.
But,
you should not assimilate yourself, actually, and to lose your own culture from the country you came from, for instance. So that's not the point, but it would be wise, actually, to add the German culture to your own culture.
Yeah, and try to accept it and try to live it to an extent, at least, because if you're just against everything that goes on in Germany, well, then you're never going to become a real German.
Yeah.
You don't have to wear lederhosen or dirndls. That's not what Germany is about anyway. That's just Bavaria. And you don't have to even like the German food. But just try to, go with the flow when it comes to certain things here in Germany. For example, you know that Germans like to klugscheißen. That doesn't mean you have to klugscheißen as well. Like smart shit to correct people on things and discuss about stuff for hours and hours on end.
Yeah.
That's a German trait, but that doesn't mean you have to do it. But that arises, like, another question arises out of that. Can you really, like, because we Germans like to do that, can you really adapt and become German? And like, who wants to be like that? If I talk about it, it sounds so negative and bad. Like, who wants to be like a smartass all the time?
Yeah, I know what you mean, actually, but that's the point. It's not everything. Everything's not positive. Like, there are some, you can call them negative aspects, but they are part of our culture. So it's kind of like the mixture of both.
Yeah.
So
And like I said before, it's not necessarily about becoming a German citizen to like do the Einbürgerungstest and answer all the questions correctly, the immigration test. It's not about that. It's becoming German, like completely. Don't cross the street when the red light is on, because you have so much respect for laws or fear, whatever it is, really.
Care for the meadows.
Care for the meadows?
Yeah.
What?
Don't go on there.
The meadows?
Because if there's a sign where it says it's forbidden to go
Der Rasen,
to the meadow.
Yeah, like the yard of a person. Like when it says don't go on there, don't step on the grass, then we Germans, most of us wouldn't actually. So,
but you could even call it, we are kind of authoritarian. So.
Which I don't like necessarily, but that's just how it is for many people here in Germany. Like I said, generalization again, it's not for everyone, but it's more than a stereotype, because
I've seen it so many times that Germans stand in front of an empty street, for example, and don't cross it, even though there's a green light. The red, you know what I mean. The red light is on, and they're standing in front of an empty street. Don't cross it though, because it's forbidden.
Just because it was taught that way, and somehow I think you could even call it a fear of reflection of those things, you know. Actually, you don't reflect it, but you just have that in your mind, and so you don't do that. And
and you're kind of scared of what other people might think about you when you do it and stuff like that. You know, oh no.
But you know, what we want to say is actually there's a difference between being German on paper, in theory, and practically.
So if you really want to become German, it's up to you in the end. You can become a German citizen, fill out the German paperwork, and still be someone from another country, or you can try and force yourself into the ways of Germans. But if that's the right way to do it, I don't know. Not necessarily, I wouldn't say, because we've been brought up a certain way, and I don't even think it's necessarily possible to become like that, even if you want to, because it's just been drilled into us since we grew up.
Right.
So.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. What do you say? Is it possible to become German, truly German, for a foreigner who moves here?
I'd say it's possible to a certain extent. So, once again, I think the goal is not to assimilate and to lose your culture, but to enhance actually things of German people, and being aware of them things as being German things, like practical German things you are witnessing in our everyday life and stuff like that.
Like what?
Like being some kind of distant actually to some people, rather than being too open-minded at first, I would say. Being polite nevertheless, but it's pretty.
For example, when people see Germans on the street, they mostly think, oh, they look arrogant and unfriendly and stuff like that. And I even notice myself, I don't necessarily smile when I walk somewhere. Like, I look pretty serious because I'm thinking about stuff. Yeah. I'm like kind of in my own world. But when someone approaches me and asks me something, I start smiling, like being super friendly and nice, and that's the case with most Germans. If you really want to ask them something, just do it, because they are not unfriendly. They're just in their own little world at that time, and then they forget to smile. But when they see you, they most likely will. So
actually, I don't know why that is, but I think in the USA it's somewhat different, because people are more like open-minded, and they come to you with like a smiling face and stuff, and ask you something like, how is it going, and how are you, and stuff like that. And in Germany you won't come across that very often, I think, but at least I mean, if you do ask us that, so that shouldn't be any problem. So just be open-minded and kick us in the ass a little bit.
And once a German really opens up to you, he really opens up to you. It's not as superficial as in other places, maybe, where you have like this la-di-da relationship with someone where you just talk about the weather and superficial stuff. We talk about shit, like deep stuff.
Yeah, we really do.
we do that. And that's like why we kind of have deeper friendships. Maybe we don't have many friends, but we have fewer friends and deeper friendships with them, because we treasure our friends more like that. We want to have these deep conversations, or be able to have these deep conversations. At least I see it that way. I mean, it could be a generalization again, but what do you think? Tell us in the comments. What does a German, like, what makes a German German? And can you become truly German? And what do you think is the most significant thing that comes to mind when you think about being German? That would just interest me personally.
Hallo und willkommen. Ich bin Meister Lindsay. And you're watching Get Germanized, Cannabis in Germany. So smoking cannabis in Germany is not a crime. What? It's not a crime? No, it's not. Smoking cannabis? It's legal, but it's a different case when you sell it, grow it, or possess it. I know, how can you smoke something without possessing it, right? Well, that just shows that the law in Germany is kinda hazy when it comes to cannabis. If you possess a small amount of cannabis, you are not pursued by law, as long as you're not near a school and don't pose a threat to the public. The only problem is that all of Germany's 16 states have different kind of ideas what a small amount for personal usage means. For example, in Berlin you're allowed to possess 15 grams, which is about half an ounce,
and in Munich it's 6 grams. Especially when you live in the south of Germany, you need to be careful when you smoke or when you plan on smoking cannabis, just because authorities are a little more harsh when it comes to handling or enforcing the law there. They promise to crack down on cannabis smokers, and it's gotten so far that the German Hemp Association has made online calls for protest. Some politicians in Germany say that it should be legalized, since then the crime rate would be going down, like the illegal selling of cannabis, obviously because it's not illegal anymore, and also obviously the big earnings that are made with illegal cannabis sales in Germany. About 50% of the German population do not want to criminalize cannabis users. As you can see, the German population is kinda not sure. Like, should they be criminals? Shouldn't they be? Is it bad? Is it not bad? What do you think? Let me know in the comments below. Do you think smoking cannabis in any country is good, bad, or whatever? Should it be treated as a serious crime if you sell cannabis? Or what is your approach on that? An interesting fact is that only a quarter of those surveyed by the German Hemp Association were in favor of legalizing cannabis consumption and growing. So that's not really all that much, is it? Since it's associated with a completely different culture, the drug culture, where there's meth and acid and all that bad stuff, there's a completely different approach, like if you compare it to alcohol. There's another survey in Germany that every 3rd German is abusing alcohol. So I think that's quite a big problem as well, and they don't really do anything about that. Those are just my 2 cents. What do you think about it? Should alcohol be on the same level as cannabis, or is cannabis worse, or is alcohol worse? I'm really interested to see what you have to say. If there are any good comments, I will present them in one of my next videos, so post away and let me know what you think. Last but not least, the German parliament agreed on doctors being able to to prescribe cannabis to patients, for seriously ill patients like cancer patients, without having to apply for a special approval every single time. It's not through yet, I don't think, but they talked about it, and that is more likely to come through or to go through than people being able to use and grow cannabis for themselves. So like I said, tell me what you think about all this. Leave a like if you liked the video, share it with a friend so that your friend can tell me about his opinion as well.
Guten Tag, come to Germany, the country of sauerkraut, rivers and beer mountains. Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lehnsherr und ihr seht Come to Germany if you enjoy drinking lots and lots of beer. The legal age for drinking beer in Germany is 16, and hard liquor can be consumed from 18 onwards. There are roughly 1,500 breweries in Germany, making about 6,000 beers of nearly 140 different types. So good luck finding your favorite. Come to Germany if you don't mind the skies being cloudy for most of the year. Come to Germany if you don't mind cold and wet winters and relatively short summers. Come to Germany if you don't have a problem with getting your driver's license at the age of 17. This is called accompanied driving in Germany. Begleitetes Fahren. You're then only allowed to drive in the company of a parent or someone who is over 30. You're then able to get your full driver's license at the age of 18. Come to Germany if you don't mind paying $7 to $8 for a gallon of fuel. Even though the prices are higher in other European countries where the wages are significantly lower, the German fuel price is still pretty hefty. Come to Germany if you can accept that there are speed limits on the Autobahn. Even though there are Autobahnen in East Germany that have no speed limits whatsoever, most of them will make you use your brakes at least every now and then. So be careful when you want to satisfy your Bedürfnis nach Geschwindigkeit, your need for speed. Come to Germany if you don't mind Germans constantly apologizing to you for their bad English. I'm so sorry. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, I'm so sorry. Even if they've already had a full conversation with you and constructed more than 10 perfect sentences, they will still find that their skill level is nicht ausreichend. Come to Germany if meat, Fleisch, is your favorite dish in the world. Many typical German dishes contain meat, and many Germans will also sprinkle meat in their veggie dishes. That doesn't mean, of course, that you won't be able to eat vegetarian or even vegan. On the contrary, there's a growing number of vegetarians and vegans in Germany, me being one of them. Come to Germany if you don't mind paying for your second cup of coffee when dining out. Every beverage you order will be a separate item on the bill. Also, if you want free water, make sure to specifically ask for Leitungswasser. tap water. If you don't, the waiter will think you mean mineral water and you might end up with a sparkling surprise in your mouth later on. Also, that kind of water isn't free. Come to Germany if you're okay with smoking being banned in most bars and clubs. There are rooms in which you're allowed to smoke, but they have to be closed off from the rest of the establishment, and you might feel like an outcast sitting in there with your fellow smokers cooped up like chicken. Also, since 2007, smoking is prohibited in all federal government office buildings. This includes courthouses, the German parliament and other federal buildings. Also, smoking is banned on public transportation, and smoking in train stations is only allowed in designated areas. Fines for violations range from 5 to 1,000 euros. Come to Germany if you like Regeln, rules. Because we got a lot of them and we're very strict when it comes to enforcing them. This can best be seen at a pedestrian crossing. Even if the street is completely empty, most Germans will not dare to cross the street until the green light appears in the distance. If you know any more reasons why people should come to Germany, please let me know in the comments below.
Hey there, my friends. 2 English words out of a German mouth. What I want to talk to you about today is colors. Die Farben and their associations. As you probably all know, colors can mean different things. For some, red is the color of love. For others, it is just fire trucks. But red can also mean anger in some cultures. In German culture, red is associated to passion, like love and hate, rage, sexuality, heat, fire, and warmth. What can we say about green? Grün. Green is of course the color of nature, the color of life. In our culture, it is also associated to spring, hope, and beginning love.
Let's talk about black.
Schwarz. In European culture, black is associated to negative feelings like grief or sadness. While black is popular amongst many people, some people just don't like it. Pink. Rosa. Pink is associated to terms like childish, gentle, and cute. Gelb. Yellow. Gelb is associated to the sun, to light, and to warmth. It also can be associated to the term bitter. White. Weiß. Weiß in European culture is associated to goodness, to innocence, and also to honesty. Violet. Violet. Violet is the color of magic, decadence, and mystery. Gold. Gold. Gold is associated to wealth and to luxury. Silver. Silber. Silber, like gold, has also this upper class feeling to it and is associated to wealth. So I hope you understand the associations to colors in Germany a little bit better and that you can compare them to your culture. Actually, it would interest me a lot to see, or even better to hear and to see in a video response, what colors are associated to what feeling in your culture. So please don't be hesitant and tell me in a comment or a video response. I wish you all a colorful day and see you next time. Auf Wiedersehen und bis zum nächsten Mal.
Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lehns and you're watching Get Germanized must-try foods and drinks. So first of all, you have to try the Glühwein, obviously. If you don't know what Glühwein is, it's glow wine or mulled wine, mulled wine. It is a special kind of wine often consumed during the winter time and on Weihnachtsmärkte, Christmas markets in Germany. It's made of red wine, spices, cinnamon, orange peel, and sometimes even lemon. It's mostly consumed hot. I mean, you can drink it cold, but it's much nicer if it's nice and hot and steamy. Another thing that might not come to mind to foreigners when they enter Germany, but that you still have to try because it is one of the top German fast foods, is the Döner Kebab, which is like a kebab, a doner as you might say. It is delicious. It has lamb meat or chicken meat, you can get both, but traditionally it is served with lamb meat, different vegetables like onions and salad, like lettuce and tomatoes and all the good stuff, even red cabbage. Oh, red cabbage. If you don't know red cabbage, well, you've missed something there. But it's all in there, different sauces like tzatziki or garlic sauce, and it's served in a pita bread, and you bite into it and it's heaven in your mouth. So if you have never tried the Döner Kebab in Germany, well, now it's about freaking time. And of course, one thing can't be missing on this list. It's German chocolate or German sweets in general. They are just so delicious, and I know what I'm talking about because I had chocolate from America like
I mean, I appreciate that you guys sent me the chocolate from your country, but ours is just better. I don't want to be arrogant, it's just better. If you've never had European chocolate, just come here, try some, or maybe like make a friend send you some. It is so good. Like it melts and it's so yummy and nice and mind blown. I promise you, try it. Next up is the Spezi, which is a surprisingly yummy mix of Coca-Cola and orange lemonade, like Fanta, for example, or something like that. And they mix it, and the advertisement is like, oh, the kiss of orange and Coke. And it tastes just like that. Pretty amazing. It's like some orange Coke monster kissing you. Coca-Cola, not the other one. Anyways, that is definitely something you have to try here. Also very yummy and super delicious is the Black Forest cake, die Schwarzwälder Kirschtorte. My father is a baker and he has often baked this deliciousness for, well, different occasions. But, I mean, it looks amazing and it tastes even better. So if you've never had Blackstone Cherry, no, that's a band. If you've never had Schwarzwälder Kirschtorte, Black Forest cake, then get onto it. And of course, the delicious nectar of the gods, the German beer, has to be tried by you when you enter Germany as soon as, you know, they probably serve you something right when you come out of the plane just to blow your mind, or maybe not, okay? But you should get onto that as soon as possible, because German beer is famous for a reason. Oh, this Wurst is different from all the other Wurst. It is the currywurst. It is pretty much sausage cut with curry sauce. But it sounds simple. It is simple, but it's delicious. Delicious. Try it today if you have the chance, if you're in Germany. If not, get a bratwurst, you know, the sausage on the grill. Then curry sauce. Delicious. Soft pretzels, you might have heard about them, but we Germans perfected them. They are so good that you get wet dreams about them sometimes. I mean, not that I ever did, but you know they're pretty good. And you should try them when you get the chance, because they're soft, they're salty, sometimes a little bit crunchy on the outside, and you bite into them and then... goodness. There's something called der Wurstsalat. It's not very appealing, at least the sound of it isn't the sausage salad. But it's something Germans love and something you should try because it's pretty damn good. It's a salad out of sausage. Do I need to say more? And last but not least, the Wiener Schnitzel. The Vienna Schnitzel. It's like pork with batter, fried, and then the taste. It's just genial. It's delicious. It's really difficult to convince you of all of these if you've never tried them. That's why I'm making this video, I suppose. Like, that's why I made this, just, you know, to say go and try it, because otherwise you have not lived. And that's enough for now. Hallo und willkommen. Ich bin Meister Lenzi and this is Manon, an exchange student living in Germany, and you're watching Get Germanized, an American's weirdest culture shocks in Germany. Well, Manon lived here for a while already, and obviously life in Germany is a little bit different than in the US. And, well, what were your greatest culture shocks that you have encountered here?
Windows.
Of course, what else? The windows, die Fenster. Yeah, okay, you have to go into detail on this one.
So, German windows, you can just open them, and there's no screen. You just, like, it's just the air. You could just climb out of them if you wanted to. It's so weird.
How is that weird?
Because, like, an animal could just fly in.
So, okay.
Maybe you guys don't have mosquitoes here. But...
Oh, we do have mosquitoes, but we have screens for that, mosquito screens that we put in front of the windows and stuff like that.
Oh, we didn't have that in my WG. I thought that was super crazy. Well, I had, like, moths flying into my room.
So how is it different in the US?
There's a screen that you can't open.
Oh, at all?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can't fully open the window?
Mm-hmm. And then the windows, they slide up, and they're much smaller, the part that opens.
All the windows? Everywhere?
Not everywhere, but most places.
Okay, that's strange. I never knew that.
The blinds are on the outside sometimes in Germany, and that freaked me out.
Oh yeah, they are like in these boxes, right? And then you have this inside string that you have to pull to make them go up or let them down, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I just thought that was crazy. It took me half an hour to figure out how to open my window.
But also doorknobs are different here in Germany. Like in the US, during my time in the US, they were like round and
You can turn them.
turn them. Yeah, but what are they like here?
They have a lot of handles, and the handles to me look like you're supposed to pull them, even if you're actually supposed to push them. I always get to a door and I never know what to do with it. And usually it says drucken or ziehen, but I ignore that because I'm an American and I do what I want.
Of course.
America. So I end up stopped at a lot of doors.
Well, see that where that gets you, that behavior here in Germany? Follow the rules, man. Follow the rules.
I think the first time I really offended someone in Germany was when I went into the bank and I referred to my bank advisor by her first name, and her colleague was really upset about it. He definitely thought that I was being very rude.
Oh, well, yeah, because of formality in Germany, right? It's quite different.
It's very different. Even people at the grocery store would have their Herr Müller or something on their name tag.
The last name.
Yeah, their last name. Whereas in America, you'd have a first name, and it might not even be your real first name if you don't want people to know who you are.
Makes sense.
Whereas like my mom's an American bank teller, and her name tag and her little nameplate have just her first name on them.
Jody Ann.
Yeah. Jody Ann.
Jody Ann.
My mom's name's not Jody.
No. But yeah, it's very different, definitely. And I guess it also has to do with the fact that in Germany you have like a polite form of addressing people and an impolite form of addressing people. Like the Sie and the Du, while Sie is polite and Du is informal. We're talking about weird behavior. Next up is knocking on tables. Why would people knock on tables, like all of them at once?
I guess it's a form of applause in Germany where instead of clapping your hands, you just knock on the table in front of you.
Especially at universities and schools, I think.
At the end of every university class, all the students knock on the table to thank the professor for the lecture. And the first time that happened when I was in the room, it totally freaked me out. I had no idea what was going on, and I thought like I was gonna die or something. I didn't know because it was so loud. But it turns out that's just how people, I guess, acknowledge their professor for a good lecture. So if you're ever in a university class and everybody starts knocking, you should definitely join them.
Join in, but I don't even know where that originates from. I mean, I know where clapping originates from like shield and sword, dang, 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 right? Knocking on the table, who started that and why? Maybe you guys know, let us know.
I wonder if it's maybe so you can hold like your drink or something in one hand and then knock on the table with the other. Or
maybe.
Or if you're writing in a lecture but you want to acknowledge something.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know.
Good point, Professor.
Good point. I'm too busy doing other stuff, but I'll give you some acknowledgement.
I'm too lazy to acknowledge you with both hands, but you're worth one.
Exactly, you're worth one of my hands. Good job. Try better next time. Well, while we do have many different forms of applause, apparently, people are generally less open in Germany. You've noticed that, right?
Yes, I think when I'm having a conversation with another person, like before class or something, trying to make some friends, the other students will listen in, but they won't really contribute.
Like just sneakily, like, eavesdrop, right? You call it?
They definitely know that we know that they're listening. They just don't really add anything to the conversation.
I wonder why that is. I mean, what I thought of was maybe they just don't want to appear rude or nosy, like it's your conversation. It's none of their business, actually, even if they're curious about it. So they're too embarrassed maybe to join in. I don't know. What do you think, guys? Another point is like that people don't really like to talk on trains unless with their friends, but then really quietly. At least most Germans will do that. While it is very different for foreigners, right? You talk to strangers on the train as well.
I think in New England, or like where I'm from, if you make eye contact with somebody, you kind of have to say hi or ask them how they are. If you don't make eye contact with anything, then nobody will disturb you. But definitely if you're like sharing a seat with somebody and they look you in the eye, you should say hello. Whereas in Germany, somebody might stare right at you and not acknowledge you at all.
Which brings us to the next point. Staring in Germany is a thing, apparently. I never noticed because I'm German. Maybe I do it as well. But for me, it's just like you look at people, they look back like, yeah. and then you look somewhere else and you don't engage them. You know, you don't have to. That's normal. People try to avoid eye contact, I think, on trains because it's kind of uncomfortable sometimes. They try not to disturb anyone. But why staring I never understood that. Like, what kind of staring do you mean?
I think especially if I'm out with other foreigners and we're speaking English, or it's very obvious that we're not German, people will just watch us and kind of listen to us and very openly stare at us, but just not ask us any questions. Unless they're foreigners themselves.
Yeah, and because they're foreigners.
Yeah.
They're not Germans.
Yeah. It's much easier to make friends with other foreigners than it is to make friends with Germans, actually.
That's sad, guys. Be more open, stare less, or engage people at least.
How do Germans make friends in the first place?
Well, I mean, I don't know, you go to school with most people that you're friends with later in life as well. It's similar as, I guess, as in Japan, for example. They have very closely knit circles as well. It's hard to get into those if you haven't, like, been in them for a long time. But I mean, some people it's easier with than with others. Like, for example, I make friends quite easily. Like, I don't mind, I'm open, I'm extroverted. I'm extroverted. But for others, it's much more difficult. It really depends on the person.
Yeah. I think most of the Germans I've made friends with are either they used to live in the United States or they're studying American studies or something like that.
I did.
So they're already a little bit like leaning toward American customs.
Oh yeah, makes sense. Well, talking about making friends, you have to speak to people while doing that, and there can be quite the confusion in Germany for exchange students with all the different kinds of German dialects. Because I think when you're in the US, you expect all Germans to sound the same, kind of.
Yes.
I mean, but they don't.
No.
No.
I'm studying in Tübingen, which is in Baden-Württemberg, and it's in part of what they call Schwabenland, like Swabian land.
Yeah.
And the dialect is called Schwäbisch or Swabian, and it's very, very different from Hochdeutsch, which is, I guess, normal German or formal German, which is what you learn in school. So I came to Tübingen and didn't understand almost anybody.
I mean, they will speak Hochdeutsch, like High German, Standard German, in like a professional environment mostly. At universities, the professors will probably speak to you in Hochdeutsch. But if you're at the grocery store or somewhere else, you might discover that they will speak with dialects. And that can be quite confusing because many people, when they are in a foreign country, they learn Standard German and then come here and they're like, what?
Yeah.
I don't know what they're saying. That's weird.
Especially significant in southern Germany, I think.
Yeah, they are really proud, I think, of their way to speak
They
there.
love their dialects.
But even if you try to speak to them in their dialect or in German in general, they might just reply back in English. That's a thing, right? That you've discovered, yeah.
If somebody knows that you are a native English speaker by your accent or from something else, even if you start a conversation in German, they might just switch to English.
Because they think it's easy on you. For most people, I think that's the case. They want to, you know, be nice, but they forget that you actually want to practice your German with them. So you have to tell them. Just let them know. Let's talk in German. Lasst uns auf Deutsch sprechen. You said it's also the other way around sometimes, right?
That's true. I think sometimes when I don't understand someone when they're speaking German, they'll just speak louder instead of slower or differently.
Or in English, yeah.
Or in English.
Well, speaking to people can be especially important in Germany when you love dogs and animals in general, because you should ask people before you pet their animals and dogs, especially on the street. In America, that's a little bit different, right? In the US?
In the US, sometimes if I just look at someone's dog and smile enough, they'll just bring it right over to me. But in Germany, I think if I do that, then they just try to get away from me. They think I'm crazy.
Yeah, people are quite protective of their dogs here in Germany, I think. Or I think at least if you ask someone if you can pet their dogs, most people will say, yeah, no problem. But if you just go up and pet their dog, they will be like, hey, don't touch my animal, my dog, right? So.
I think it's very weird, though. If you do ask, they're not expecting you to ask to pet their dog, and they think it's a little odd.
Yeah, that's true. It's true.
I've had kind of mixed experiences with that.
Well, I personally wouldn't mind if someone came up to Shari and wanted to pet her, because she's the cutest dog in the world, obviously. So I expect that, right? Who wouldn't want to?
She is the best dog.
Who wouldn't want to pet Shari? And last but not least, a culture shock when you come to Germany, expecting to listen and hear German music all the time. It's going to be difficult because German radio stations, many at least, play English songs all the time. They have a quota that they need to fulfill, I think, of German songs. But other than that, English songs are super popular here in Germany. Like, many people will know all the American bands and artists in general. That's something you notice, right?
Yes. I actually did a lot of research on German music, thinking that's what my friends would be listening to. And I actually introduced them to some German artists that they didn't even know before.
That is strange.
That is very strange.
What's your favorite German artist? Because people, I know that you will ask, like, tell me about some German bands. I actually made a video about that, about German music, and also to relate to another point we talked about before, about German dialects, about all the German dialects. A separate video, I will link both of those in the video description. But yeah.
I think I have a special place in my heart for Mark Forster.
And what else? Rammstein, obviously. Rammstein, everyone. You like Rammstein. No, and I know that not everyone likes Rammstein, but they're one of the most famous ones, at least from Germany. Same with Tokyo Hotel or Oomph. Like I said, I made a whole video about German music. Check it out. Let us know what would be a culture shock for you when you come here. Like, have you heard of things? Or maybe you've even been here and encountered some stuff yourself.
Not British. Not American. Deutsch. Lern Deutsch. Schweinhund. Hey there and welcome to English Words Out of a German Mouth. Today I will give you some advice on how to behave in a German restaurant. What the differences are to, for example, American restaurants, and what are the similarities, and yeah, basically just what you need to watch out for. So listen, learn and enjoy. Dining out in Germany is basically pretty similar to anywhere else. But there are differences. For example, if you're from the US, you're probably used to leaving a tip on the table for the waiter, right? Well, you don't do that in Germany. You don't just leave the money there. People would grab it and run, and the waiter would say, hey, wait, where's my tip? Wo ist mein Trinkgeld? Also, you're probably used to being seated by the waiter. In Germany, that won't happen. So if you stand there and ask yourself, which one of these 3 tables should I take? You need to make your own decision. Otherwise, you will stand there for hours because the waiter will just stare at you and say, why is he not sitting down? Something wrong with him? Stimmt etwas nicht mit ihm? Also, if you're really thirsty and enter a restaurant and think like, oh my god, thank god I get free tap water here because it's a restaurant, then I have to disappoint you again. Water is not free in German restaurants. There might be some, but in general, it's not free and you gotta pay for it. I guess they would make an exception if you're like or dying and stuff, but like I said, in general you gotta pay. And also there are limitations to how you can pay in a German restaurant. Many dining establishments in Germany won't accept credit cards. No plastic allowed, kein Plastik. Here's a good tip for choosing a restaurant in Germany. Do not dine in a restaurant in which the bar seems to be more important than the dining area, because mostly the food isn't any good. Let's talk some more about choosing a spot in a German restaurant. There might actually be exceptions when it comes to being seated. Most restaurants won't do this, but if you have an exclusive taste and if you like to dine in expensive restaurants, then you might actually be seated, or there might be a sign which says, please wait to be seated. But that is pretty rare, I would say. I've never seen something like that because I'm poor and I'm German and I'm poor. And also, like I said, you might expect the waiter to bring you tap water, right? Well, in Germany that's pretty unusual, like I said, and the waiter might even have his face filled with disgust if you order Leitungswasser. Because many people here think that normal water, tap water, is just for bathing and cleaning yourself, and mineral water, sparkling water, Mineralwasser, is the water you drink. But if you don't like mineral or sparkling water, you can also choose still water, stilles Wasser. So remember, many Germans like to enjoy their meal with something else than tap water. It is of course possible to get it, but it is kinda unusual to order that in a German restaurant. Another interesting thing in German restaurants is that you don't really communicate with, for example, people at the other tables. In Germany in general, you might notice that people don't really like to communicate with strangers at all. We politely ignore each other. But please don't be discouraged to talk to strangers in a German restaurant, especially when we notice that someone is from another country like America, Australia or England. We like to try out our English on you. So please ignore our German seriousness and whatever that is that makes us not talk to strangers in a restaurant, and engage us in conversations. Thank you. Dankeschön. Another interesting thing is that we Germans think, same as Americans, that there is no free lunch, or at least no free bread rolls. Feel free to partake, but usually the rolls aren't free. In some German restaurants that might be different.
The rolls might be free, so ask if you're not sure. In the States, rolls and butter are included in your meal. That is not the case in Germany though. So remember that a complete dinner is pretty rare in Germany. You probably will have to pay for the main dish, which might be a steak, and for the side dish, which might be fries or a salad. Of course, there are differences as well. I've seen restaurants in which you can order a complete meal, but I don't think it is that common here in Germany. So feel lucky if you discover a place that offers it. Normally, you pay for what you consume. Even at McDonald's, you gotta pay extra for ketchup and mayonnaise. So after you stuffed your belly and you're full and like, ich bin voll, ich bin satt. What do you do then? Of course you gotta pay. Du musst bezahlen. Or du musst zahlen. Or Sie müssen zahlen. It is really common in Germany that you gotta pay your bill at your table. Most of the time the waiter even carries a little money pouch to take care of the financial transactions. Like I said before, don't leave the tip on the table. If you want a tip, it should be around 10 to 15% of the price of what you've consumed. So basically, if you got a decent service, add a decent tip. But don't feel pressured to give the waiter more than he deserves. Because in Germany, waiters don't live off their tips. They get a normal salary as well, and the tip just adds to it. But of course, there might be differences according to which restaurant you're dining in as well. I would say the cheaper the restaurant, the less the waiter gets. From the restaurant, not from you. You should pay him extra then, if the restaurant really looks cheap and shit, but then again, you probably shouldn't have dined there in the first place. Also, a 19% sales tax is included in everything you buy in Germany. So of course in restaurant meals as well. And please do not forget to look for the Visa or MasterCard sign in a restaurant if you're not sure if you can't pay with your credit card. Because in my opinion it is not that common that restaurants here accept them. Now I will give you some behavioral advice for eating out in a German restaurant. How should I hold my utensils? Mein Besteck. Hold the fork in the left hand and the knife in the right hand. Of course, when you're left-handed, it's the other way around for you, but normally, if you're right-handed, knife here in the right hand, fork here in the left. Don't put the fork and the knife down unless you want to grab some bread or drink something. Do not cut up an entire piece of meat at once. You don't want to have little bits everywhere. That doesn't look nice. Nah. You want to cut one piece, eat it, enjoy it, and then cut another one. And eat it, and enjoy it, and so on. If there are any more utensils than just the fork and the knife, then the rule is simple. Move inward from the outside for each course. And remember that spoons might be placed above the plate, rather than on the side. When finished, lay your fork and knife side by side pointing to the center of the plate, with the handles on the lower right rim, in the 5 o'clock position. And remember, don't use your fingers to eat! So even at an Italian place, you don't eat the pizza with your hands. You use fork and knife. Of course, there are exceptions as well. If you're out with your friends, or if you are at a grill party, a barbecue, you might use your hands if nobody cares and if you want to. Germans don't usually drink tap water, like I said, right? But it is of course absolutely safe to do so if you want to. German tap water in most areas of Germany is of excellent quality, so you are free to drink it if you feel like it. Also, after meals you might be offered a schnapps. A schnapps. German schnapps, like Jägermeister or some herb liquor or something like that. Another important behavioral rule in German restaurants is that you wait until everyone has their meals in front of them. You don't start all by yourself when the waiter gets you your meal first. You wait until everyone has their meals in front of them and then you say Guten Appetit, which means enjoy your meal. Also, before you drink the first sip of beer, you might want to say Prost. You might have heard of that. That means, of course, cheers or Skål or something like that. Some Germans also say zum Wohl instead of Prost. Zum Wohl. Prost. Just remember to look the person in the eye with whom you're clinking glasses. And remember, keep your hands on the table and don't put your elbows on the table instead, like this.
But remember that no one will say, "Ooh, why do you have your elbows on the table? That's rude." I don't think that has ever happened to me before. Not really. Make sure if you're eating out at a friend's place to try new foods if they offer some. Mostly it is considered an insult if you don't even try what they offer you. Also remember to clean your plate. It is considered impolite to leave food on the plate after you've finished. So make sure not to put more food on your plate than you can eat. And last but not least, when you're in doubt, just watch others. What is that guy doing? I'm not doing that, so I better do it. Of course, that can lead to awesome fail as well, but just push your luck a little. Enjoy your German meal. Guten Appetit. Prost. This is pretty much the end of the video. Thank you guys for watching. I hope that you now have a better understanding of how German restaurants work, what you gotta do in a German restaurant, what not to do, and how you should behave in general. Germany likes to be special and handles things a little bit differently when it comes to dying and funerals. Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lehnsherr und ihr seht Get Germanized, Dying in Germany. Funeral homes are much rarer than in other countries, and for a long time cremation and embalming was handled by the state. Also, in case of cremation, people can't just do whatever they want with the ashes but have to follow strict rules. Funerals in Germany can also be very expensive, up to 7,000 euros or more. And it gets even more expensive if you're from another country and want the remains shipped home. Air shipping a casket to the USA costs around 4,000 to 5,000 euros. And on top of that, you will of course have to pay for the embalming. Unless you choose cremation, of course. That's why many people in Germany try to minimize funeral costs by choosing cremation over embalming. Then you obviously don't have to pay for a casket or the embalming process. You can also bury up to 4 urns in the space needed for a casket. While this might sound too rational and cold when talking about death, in Germany some people say they can't afford to die, and so it makes sense to look for ways to lessen the costs. If you plan on shipping the urn from Germany to your home country, you have to keep in mind that you can't just put the urn into your purse and get on a plane. Special papers have to be applied for and arrangements have to be made by the funeral home or crematorium. Germany has a growing number of funeral homes, but most crematoriums are state operated and placed all over the country. As mentioned before, Germany has strict rules as to what people are allowed to do with the ashes of their loved ones. Opposed to other countries, you can't just go anywhere and strew them in the wind. Every German state has slightly different laws when it comes to funerals, but there's one thing they all got in common: der Friedhofszwang, the cemetery dictate. The only exception is die Seebestattung, the funeral at sea, and die Baumbestattung, the tree funeral. At the Seebestattung, the urn is dropped into the ocean at least 3 miles away from shore. During die Baumbestattung, a biodegradable urn is buried under a tree in a part of the forest marked as an official burial ground. Strewing the ashes or taking them anywhere with you is not allowed in Germany. You of course can get the deceased cremated in the Netherlands, where the laws are much more relaxed. Just keep in mind that if you take the ashes back to Germany and, let's say, put them on your oven, well, they might take them away from you and do a Zwangsbestattung, a forced burial. This will of course only happen if the state finds out about it. These rules date back to the time when the different churches had strong reservations about cremation. And I admit they are kinda outdated. In Germany, most cemeteries are state or church operated, but exceptions are made for certain religious groups. And they are then allowed to have their own private cemeteries. In case you can't tend to your family member's grave yourself, there's another option in Germany. Because of the increasing mobility nowadays, more and more people either hire florists or pay the cemetery to take over those duties for them. The plots are usually rented for a certain period of time, mostly about 20 to 30 years, but it's also possible to get an extension. After the mourners themselves have passed away, the plots are usually used for new burials. In case you don't want to deal with these sorts of things, there's also another possibility arising these days in Germany. It's not really all that common, but does exist. You can choose to have an anonymous burial on a field that just has one big monument which declares the field's purpose. These kinds of burials are a bit more expensive but cover the cost of the care for the plot. If you live in Germany and think about getting insurance to cover your funeral costs, you might be out of luck. Back in the days, many policies covered funeral costs but are now being gradually phased out. But just to be safe, make sure to check for them anyways. So what do you do in Germany when someone actually dies? If the death occurred at home, you need to call a doctor to get the death certificate. This could be the Notarzt, the emergency doctor, or if you have one, your Hausarzt, the house doctor. And if the person died in a hospital, you don't need to worry about these things for obvious reasons. Everyone, also expats and tourists, need to get a German death certificate in order to issue one abroad. You can contact your embassy or consulate here in Germany, and of course they will then contact people in your home country. This way you get a certificate of death in your own language and avoid having problems with, for example, insurance claims later on. As always, don't see this video as the only answer to all things related to dying in Germany. If you have any questions or feedback at all, please make sure to let me know in the comment section below. Help each other out when you see a question that you know the answer to, and tell me about your experience with death in Germany.
Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lehnsherr and you're watching Get Germanized, Exorcism in Germany today. You've probably seen or at least heard of the movie The Exorcism of Emily Rose, right? But did you know that that movie was inspired by a real exorcism that took place in Germany around 1976? The exorcism of Anneliese Michel is probably the most famous case in Germany and shows that the Catholic Church saw exorcism as a treatment for those who showed signs of being possessed, even though they most likely just suffered from mental illness or epilepsy. But what about today? Are exorcisms still a common practice in Germany? Officially, no. But according to the magazine Welt.de, they are still performed in secret by priests who believe in the possession of humans by demonic entities. The case of Anneliese Michel is also often used to justify these rituals. There are even German websites that offer help to those who want to perform or receive an exorcism. They contain, among other things, information about what signs of possession there are and where and how you can find a priest that can perform an exorcism. If you're interested to have a look yourself, you can find the link to one of those pages in the video description. Be warned, I will now play you an excerpt from the real exorcism of Anneliese Michel. Listen and decide for yourself. Personally, I don't believe that she was possessed, but it still made me shiver. So what do you think? Was she possessed by a real demon? Or did she just suffer from epilepsy? Let me know in the comments below. Don't forget to rate this video and subscribe to the channel for more videos about the German language and culture.
Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lehnsherr and this is Vlog Dave and you're watching Get Germanized, Forbidden Names.
In Germany.
All the names you are about to hear were actually, you know, forbidden because someone tried to name their child exactly that. So keep that in mind when you hear these ridiculous names. Let's go.
Number 1. Don't call your child Bierstübel, which means something like a beer pub.
What? Weird name number 2. Borussia. Borussia is actually, you know, is a football club.
2. Borussia Dortmund and Borussia Mönchengladbach. So I guess that comes from that, but
fandom taken too far.
Number 3. Crazy horse. Verrücktes
Pferd. Crazy horse. I think that was some kind of Native American Indian chief, right?
Yeah,
I don't know. It's strange. The next name is a really mean one. Someone tried to call their kid gastritis. Magenschleimhautentzündung, a gastritis. Who would do that to their child? Like seriously? You go there and try to call your kid gastritis, gastritis? No. Just no.
Next up is Grammophon.
Gramophone? Really?
Gramophone. Yeah.
Isn't that some kind of record player or something like that?
Yeah, right. It came before like the vinyl came up.
Maybe that baby cried like one and it reminded the... I don't know.
That might be.
It's so weird. Okay, so if you really love seasons and you have a kid, and obviously you try to call it January, right? Okay, maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, why not?
Why wouldn't you choose another season that's nicer? Like, I don't know, July, May. Isn't May a nice name? May would be nice. October.
Brian May.
Yeah.
Green. Yeah.
I don't know, but January? Really?
Joghurt. Wie geht es dir?
Oh, okay. Really? Yogurt? What? Someone tried to call their kids that? That's just
because
insane.
they like eating that stuff. But well,
Or maybe what the kid was before looked like yogurt.
Yeah, like in the womb.
Well, the next one isn't all that bad, but kind of weird. Like it's Kirsche.
I wouldn't call my child like that.
Cherry. No.
I mean, I like cherries, don't get me wrong, but
Why call your kid that?
then I could call my kid like potato or Kartoffel as well, because I like potatoes.
I like potato.
Yeah. Next up, McDonald. Old MacDonald had a farm.
E-I-E-I-O, oh, yeah, E-I-E-I-O, oh, yeah, E-I-E.
Well, he might have had a farm, but that wouldn't be his first name in Germany,
No.
because that's forbidden.
That is forbidden. That is super weird. If you're such a fatty that you want to call your kid McDonald's or something like that. I don't know. That's just sad.
Oh, Burger King, how was school today?
Hey, Subway. Next up is another weird name. And kind of cool, actually. Millennium. Like the Millennium Falcon. But maybe it was an overly enthusiastic Star Wars fan wanting to call their kid Millennium, and then maybe their last name was Falcon or something. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe that kid was born in 2000.
That might be possible.
Simplest.
That might be it.
Yeah.
That might be it.
Rumpelstilzchen.
Rumpelstiltskin? Didn't that thing rip itself in half in that fairy tale? That's not a nice name for a kid.
I guess.
At all. That's terrible. Well, if you really want your kid to go to hell, if you believe in such things, then call your kid Satan. Or try at least, like this person did. They tried to name their kid Satan. 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 Yeah. Weird. Well, those were some of the weird names that are illegal in Germany. Wir können ja die witzigen nehmen, einfach nur. Möhre können wir nehmen.
Carrot?
Ja. E-I-E-I-O, oh, yeah, E-I-E-I-O, oh, yeah, E-I-E. Hey there and welcome to English Words Out of a German Mouth. Today we're gonna talk about love. What is the first thing you feel when you're in love? You feel Schmetterlinge im Bauch. Butterflies in your tummy. Like little insects crawling around like in there. That doesn't sound like something you want, right? But actually it feels kind of nice. Because those little insects evolve into butterflies. And then you can't really feel them that much anymore. Just a little wind here and there in your tummy like wee, 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 wee. And that's about it. That's love. Okay, now you have the insects in your belly. And what's the next step? Was ist der nächste Schritt? Of course you gotta ask him or her out. And you can do it like this. Hey, wollen wir vielleicht mal einen Kaffee trinken gehen? Hey, would you like to grab a coffee sometime? Ja, das wäre nett. Sure, that would be nice. It's as easy as that. So now you've got a date. What's next? You will eventually go and grab a coffee, something to eat, and then one thing leads to the next. You will grab each other's hands like, ooh yeah, that feels nice. Just not this awkward. And then you might kiss. You don't really need any German expressions for that, I think. Not for the holding hands part or the kissing, since you just do it. Maybe that's just me. Okay, but one thing you can ask is if the kissing leads to more, too much more, to sex. Then you could ask, möchtest du mit mir schlafen? Would you like to sleep with me? Na klar, sure. Maybe you will get a slap in the face, or the other person won't say a word and just pull you into bed, and then you don't really need much German either, I think. Nah, not that much actually. Maybe just ja, nein, oh ja, something like that. But even we Germans don't talk like that ever during sex. Oh ja, No. Not really. Moaning is enough, and moaning is international, I think. So what's the next step? You ask her or him if he or she wants to have breakfast together, right? So you do that. You say, möchtest du was frühstücken? Would you like to have breakfast? Ja, bitte. Yes, please. Okay, fine, breakfast. But what kind of breakfast? Was hättest du gerne zum Frühstück? What would you like for breakfast? Toast und Marmelade sind mehr als genug. Toast and jam are more than enough. So okay, you just ate breakfast, right? But of course there's always a possibility that you wake up next to a blank spot. which would be pretty shit, because that either means you're very bad in bed, or that you've imagined the whole thing and just had a wet dream or whatever. That would be sad, but let's just pretend for now that you woke up next to a beautiful girl or guy, whatever you prefer. So you want to ask her or him if you will see each other again, because you are desperate for a girlfriend, aren't you? And if you're just up to a one-night stand, or if this was just a one-time thing, then don't listen from here on for the next minute or so. Let's pretend you're the honest dude or girl and you want a girlfriend. That girlfriend, dude friend, whatever. So you ask her, wann sehen wir uns wieder? When will we see each other again? Wie wär's mit Montag? How about Monday? Das klingt gut. Machen wir. It sounds great. Let's do that. So you've got a second date on Monday. Oh my god, that is so great. So you're pretty nervous. You have the insects, you have the breakfast, you've had the sex already. By the way, great job after the first date. But maybe you've had more than just one date. Third base, maybe like on the third date. That is more realistic, I think. So let's just say it was the third date. And you now have a fourth date. And a girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever. Good for you. So let's pretend you are dating for a while already, right? That you date for like months, many months, or a year, years, I don't know. Or you're Ted from How I Met Your Mother. Because at some point you might want to confess your love by saying, Ich liebe dich. I love you. Oh really? Thanks. Thank you. Wow. Thanks so much. I mean, good. Thank you. Wanna grab something to eat? Yeah? Or watch a movie afterwards? Bye. Maybe you're one of the lucky guys and your girlfriend, boyfriend repeats, Ich liebe dich auch. I love you too. Wow, great. You now have a relationship. A real one. Not just a, hey, let's meet and have sex relationship. I mean, you've probably had a relationship for a few months already before you say, I love you, but yeah, good for you. Good job. Well done. You get a gold star in your little scrapbook. Or more than one, actually, because saying I love you is a pretty big deal for some people. For many people, actually. For me, too. Yeah. So I hope this video was kind of helpful. I mean, there wasn't much German involved, but now you've got some German phrases that you can throw into your partner's face. And of course, I give you some essential dating tips. Hello! So you better click thumbs up and subscribe. Seriously, I mean, that was awesome, wasn't it? Like, you can start on third base from now on. You don't have to go first, second, third, right away, bitch.
Hallo und willkommen. Ich bin Meister Lehnsherr und ihr seht Get German. Something's not quite right here yet. Wait a second. That's better. Hello and alaf, guys, and welcome to Get Germanized, the Carnival special. Hello and alaf are the typical German carnival cries that, indicate the beginning of a carnival event, or can be used as a greeting among carnival participants. Hello, alaf! Carnival or Fasching is also called the 5th season in Germany and officially begins on November 11th at 11:11 a.m. Alaf! Hello! At that time, 11 weird-looking dudes get together and decide about the fate of humanity. Wait, no, that was Bilderberg, sorry. These funky-looking fellas plan the events for the upcoming festivities. Alaf! They have to wear colorful fool's caps with little bells on top because otherwise their bums explode or something like that. At least that's what I've been told in a dream. Hello! The carnival parties go down 40 days before Easter, Ostern. They are the last chance to pig out and act foolish before Ash Wednesday, Aschermittwoch, and the beginning of Lent, der Fastenzeit. On the Thursday before Aschermittwoch, the ladies get their chance to have some fun. It's time for Women's Carnival, the Weiberfastnacht, where ladies take over City Hall and can then kiss any man they like after cutting off his tie. Yes, a tie, like this one, and it was here all along. And yes, that's a tradition here, mainly in the Rhineland area, but yeah, it is. Crazy shit. Allah! Rose Monday or Rosenmontag is another big event in Germany. If you go out on the streets of major cities like Hamburg or Cologne, you'll be able to see marching bands, dancers and a floats parade, where they throw all different kinds of stuff at people. Mostly candy, toys and confetti, but there might be a slim chance of fake poo being thrown as well, if you're lucky. Allah! The funny floats often depict caricature politicians or celebrities, such as myself. Yeah, nah. That won't ever happen. Allah! On Shrove Tuesday, also known as Fastnacht or Faschingsdienstag, wild costume balls are held all over Germany. And the so-called Nubbel, a life-size doll made of straw as the embodiment of all the sins committed during the carnival season, is then burned or buried. This is the last chance to get crazy before the Quiet Ash Wednesday, which marks the end of the celebration period. So where does all this crazy stuff come from? Of course, religion started it all, or at least some kind of belief system. For Catholics, it was the chance to pick out one last time before the Lenten fasting period would begin. During medieval times, they even performed plays during the Lenten period, called Fastnachtspiele. Allah! In pre-Christian times, the carnival celebrations were used to drive out winter and all the evil spirits that came with it. So it's similar to Halloween, where the costumes and masks are used to scare evil spirits away. After the French Revolution, the French forces took over the Rhineland, and to protest this oppression, people from Cologne and other areas stepped out on the streets and mocked their politicians and leaders. Of course, hidden behind masks. The floats of the carnival parades today serve the same purpose. Of course, the French are long gone, but you know what I mean. Allah! So now you know about German Carnival! Hello! Allah! My question for you is if you have ever celebrated Carnival before. Do you like it or is it too silly for you? Would you celebrate it? Personally, I prefer Halloween. It's just cooler. But what do you think? As always, thank you for watching. Give this video a thumbs up if you liked it and subscribe to the channel to learn about the German language and culture on a regular basis. Hello! There. Okay. Fool's heads. Cats. Fucking hair. Thank God I'm not a girl. Before the... Oh, my tie. I forgot my tie. Oops. Caricature. What is that word? Caricature. Sounds wrong. Damn it. Wild balls. Damn it, wild balls. Wild balls, yeah. On every Faschingsdienstag, wild balls. Before the the lentil period would begin. Oh no. Not fasting, lentil. It is even connected to historic events like the refrigerator revolution. Yeah, that's a period I miss.
Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lenz and you're watching Get Germanized, German superstitions, things that bring you good luck. Let's get started. Lasst uns anfangen. Knocking on wood 3 times. By making noise and using the magic number 3, you allegedly scare off evil spirits and bad luck. So next time you say, oh, that will never happen to me, better knock on wood 3 times before you get yourself killed. To say toy 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 when someone's about to do something very difficult. By doing so, you wish them well and good luck. Before Germans get married, it is tradition to smash porcelain with friends at the so-called Polterabend, the rumble evening. This is supposed to scare off demons and secure a happy marriage. It is also tradition to throw rice at the bride and groom. Apparently that way it is more likely that they will have many kids. So if you don't really know yet if you want any of those little buggers, try to avoid these fertility kernels on your Polterabend. Next up, holding your hand in front of your mouth while yawning. Many people might think this is just a polite gesture, but it actually originates from something else. By doing so, people guard themselves from evil spirits that try to enter the body through the mouth during this vulnerable time. So next time you sit there with a gaping hole in your face, think of this and shut that ghost trap. Getting out of bed, putting your right foot on the floor first. This way you are sure to avoid any bad luck during the day. So make sure not to use the wrong foot tomorrow morning. Next up, to press your thumb when someone is about to do something very important or difficult. Ich drücke dir die Daumen. I press my thumbs for you. This is an expression that Germans use when they want to wish someone good luck for an upcoming task. The thumb is the strongest finger, and people say that it holds supernatural powers. So hold those lucky thumbs of yours tight next time a friend of yours needs some support. Next up, to wish someone Hals- und Beinbruch before a difficult task. Hals- und Beinbruch translates to neck and leg break. Telling this someone is supposed to trick evil spirits that now believe that they don't have to attack the person anymore because someone else has cursed him or her already. Risky business if you ask me, but Germans believe that it works. Next up, to touch a Schornsteinfeger. A chimney sweep. By touching a Schornsteinfeger, you would get some grime or soot on your hands, which allegedly grants protection against witches, devils, and other evil spirits. So next time you get your chimney swipe, make sure to get your hands on some of that grime. Is it just me, or did that sound a tad too sexual? Next up, pulling off one's hat 3 times or doing a curtsy 3 times in front of a full moon. By making use of the magic number 3 and the power of the full moon, doing this is supposed to bring you luck and protect you against evil spirits until the next full moon. So make sure to wish Mr. Moon a good evening next time you see him in his full glory. And last but not least, finding a vierblättriges Kleeblatt, a 4-leaf clover. Since it's so much easier to find one of those with only 3 leaves, finding one of the rare 4-leaf kind is supposed to bring you good luck. But only if you give it to someone after you found it. The clover, I mean. If you know any other things that are supposed to summon good luck, feel free to let me know in the comment section below. Also, don't forget to rate this video and subscribe to the channel for more videos about the German language and culture. Part 2 of this video will be about things that bring you bad luck and that you really should avoid doing. Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lenze and you're watching Get Germanized, German superstitions, things that bring you bad luck. If you haven't seen part 1 yet, in which we talk about things that bring you good luck, make sure to check out the link in the video description later on. Alright, let's get started. Lasst uns anfangen. In Germany we believe that if you break a mirror, the bad luck will follow you around for the next 7 years. So better not smash one anytime soon and avoid looking into one if you're not the prettiest flower on the meadow. Same thing goes for breaking a cup in 2. If you do this, your luck will vanish quicker than you can say Donaudampfschifffahrtsgesellschaftskapitän. Next up, if you knock over the salt at the lunch or dinner table, you allegedly invite bad luck, or a bad argument might follow shortly after. This origins from a time when salt was very valuable and people even called it white gold. So think of this next time you carelessly wave your arms around during family dinner time. Next up, meow, when a black cat crosses your path from right to left. People see this as a bad omen and misfortune is sure to follow shortly after. Does it cross your path from left to right though? It has the opposite effect. Next up, walking under a ladder is bad luck almost everywhere. So it comes as no surprise that doing so will also summon misfortune in Germany. Its triangular shape supposedly stores all the fears and bad memories of people falling in the ladder and cuts off the person's aura that walks under it. The now weakened person also absorbs some of that bad juju. Number 13, and especially Friday the 13th, is supposed to bring people bad luck. Pretty much just like in many other parts of the world. Now let's have a look at things you are not supposed to do in Germany because misfortune will haunt you otherwise. In Germany it's supposedly bad luck to put things with a sharp edge on the table while the edge is pointing upwards. People used to believe that the devil writes the edges of knives. So you can see why people did that, right? Because the devil writes on the edge, and so if you don't put it upwards, like pointing upwards, then the devil couldn't write it. Makes sense, right? And totally reasonable. Next up, don't get up before the first cry of the rooster in the morning. Otherwise the demons that are active at night might get ya. The rooster's cry is sure to scare them off and you're then good to go about your business. Next up, don't hang up your washing during the time between Christmas and New Year's. This is supposed to be bad luck and can lead to an accident in the family. But then again, that was probably made up by a really lazy person that couldn't be bothered to do their laundry during the holidays.
Next up, don't count your money or you might decrease it. And if you do it every day, you might even be punished with hair loss. That myth was probably made up by the same person that came up with that other bullshit about becoming blind from something. Next up, don't eat wild hog's meat or you might be a loser for the rest of your life and never achieve anything. Well, at least that's what people used to believe. Last but not least, don't brag about your satisfaction or good luck out loud or evil spirits might take notice and try to ruin everything. Damn them spirits! After all these bad omens, I think you deserve something positive. It is believed that if you spit on your money, it will soon start increasing. Also, if you put your money next to a mandrake root overnight, it allegedly doubles. If you know any more things that are supposed to bring you bad luck, feel free to let me know in the comment section below. Don't forget to rate this video and watch part 1 if you haven't yet, and subscribe to the channel for more videos about the German language and culture.
Hey guys, I just wanted to make a quick video response about the school system or the university system in the USA compared to Germany. In your video you said that you found it very cheap to study in Germany, and I think I've never really thought about it that way before, because when I first was told that I had to like pay how much it is, like it depends from state to state here in Germany, but I, for example, had to pay a fee of 225 euros every 6 months, I think it was. Before it was more, but other states had before also decreased that fee, and then my state followed, and so it was pretty much just a fee for the semester ticket, which gives you access to the whole public travel, not travel, what do you say, the whole yeah, like the trams, the trains, the buses and so on and so on. You could all use them with that ticket. The whole transportation system is included in that fee, which is really good, because otherwise the trains are just super expensive in comparison. So that was good. And something else that was included was, yeah, a little semester fee for the university, I think. But if you think about it, that the fees in America are just horrendously high in comparison, then that is really not much. And even though at first we all thought like, oh, what? We have to pay to go to uni in Finland or wherever it was. They don't have to pay anything. They even get money from the government when they study. And I was like, like anyone else. But really, if you compare it to America, it's really good. And also what you mentioned about the health insurance here, full coverage for like 78 euros a month, that is accurate. I get the same, I have to pay the same amount for my health insurance, which is for an unemployed student, so to speak, still a lot, but it also gets covered by the government money you get, like the BAföG. You can apply for as a student here in Germany. That means you get a monthly amount of money. For example, I think it's about 600 euros or so, and they pay for parts of your rent. Like if it's over 180 euro a month, then you have to apply for that coverage, and then you get like a part of that paid for as well. And so yeah, they pretty much pay for your health insurance as well if you get that money. But if your parents earn too much, I think then you don't qualify for getting government money. But yeah, anyways, I pretty much qualified for it back then, and so I got that paid for as well. But if you don't get government money, then 78 bucks a month is still a big deal to you. So it is quite good, but still a lot of money, even though of course in America again it's just so much more expensive to get that coverage. I understand that. I also want to add that you of course don't get all of the government money for free here in Germany. Up to 10,000 bucks you have to pay back of that money you get, which is still pretty good, because I think they end up paying you like over 20,000 euros in the end, so you get 10 grand for free pretty much here, and you can spend it on whatever you like pretty much. I spent most of mine for living costs and so on, but I also was able to spend it on some other things, so it's not like you're living like a really poor person. You have a pretty good life actually, because you get parts of your rent paid for and so on. But it would of course also be good if you have a part-time job, then you can kind of, yeah, earn that money back. But I think you need to be
careful about getting a part-time job as well, because if you earn too much, then you have to tell the government about that, and then they cut down your government money that you receive from them. So yeah, think about that as well. And otherwise, I'm not quite sure what it would be like for like an American student, for example, to come here and get all that coverage. I'm not sure if they qualify for that, because my girlfriend is Australian and she did not qualify for it, I don't think. I'm not really sure what the deal about that is. Maybe my viewers can help me out here. That would be nice. Anyways, I think it's always a good idea to look for better opportunities, for better situations when you come, for example, from America and think like, oh, I can't afford like health coverage and stuff. Then I would definitely, if you like Germany, try to come here and yeah, make a living here if you can. You are always welcome here. So yeah, anyways, I just wanted to give you a little German point of view here. I hope you enjoyed the video, and thanks for your video as well, and see you next time.
Hallo und willkommen, my name is Meister Lenze and you're watching Get Germanized, Germany versus England, similarities and differences. So I've been to London recently, and I've been asked by some friends of mine that live there to comment on certain aspects of life in England and if they are similar or the same in Germany, and that's what I'm gonna do today. So let's get started. To let someone like go first in a queue at the supermarket till, like when there's someone with just like one item and you have like a whole cart, a whole trolley full of items, then you could say, well, why don't you go first? Apparently that doesn't happen in England. At least my friends did not experience that. Like whenever they like stand there with just one item and are like kind of presenting it to the person in front of them, the person is just ignoring them and is like, no. And well, in Germany, personally, I try to, like, when I see that, at least every now and then, try to like let them go first. I say like, hey, do you want to go first? And they say, oh, thank you, as if they don't even expect that themselves. So I'm not really sure how often that is practiced in Germany. Maybe my fellow Germans can enlighten us in the comments. Like, do you often do that yourself, or do you experience that yourself at all in Germany? And my English friends in the UK, does it happen? Like, does it happen at all? According to my friends from England, it doesn't happen very often at all. So yeah, I don't know. Another thing that annoyed my friends in England are the stickers that go on items, like with a barcode on them. Because like if you want to give someone a gift, then you have to like peel that off, and it leaves like stains and marks that you can't really get rid of. And even if you get rid of the paper, like the glue remains are still on there, and it's all sticky and annoying. And I sadly have to say that is the exact same in Germany, at least with many items that you can find in the stores. It will be just the same. You will have to peel at them for hours. One trick that I have tried a couple of times, you can't do that with all items, but with some like made out of plastic, you can just put them underwater, and then later you can peel that off quite easily, like when you put like some soap in the water and let it stay there for like, I don't know, half an hour or whatever, maybe not even that long, but it works. But obviously you can't do that with books or CDs, so yeah, I mean with the box of the CD you could do that with a case, but you know, not with everything. So what do you think? Is that annoying you personally as well, as much as it annoys me? Apparently handymen, like plumbers and such, let you wait in England for the whole day. They tell you, oh, we could come around 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. in the evening. And then you wait there all day, and sometimes they don't even show up, apparently. And that must be really frustrating. That is luckily not the same in Germany. Mostly our handymen say, we're gonna be there around like 1 a.m. Okay, maybe not 1 a.m., 1 p.m. And then they're there most of the time. I mean, it can happen, obviously, that you get the odd black sheep that like isn't on time. But sometimes they say like, we're gonna be there from 8 till 10, like around that time, and then mostly they show up. Again, if you have made any other experiences with that, let me know in the comments now. Next up, when you are in a bus and someone doesn't pay their fare in England, right, the money for the ticket, then everyone has to get off the bus and wait for another bus. Why? I don't know. But apparently you have to do that, and if you don't think about getting a transfer ticket from your current bus driver, then you have to pay again for the next bus. And most people don't think about that, and or don't have time, can't be bothered, and so they have to pay twice just because of that one person. I bet that one person will get slaughtered afterwards if he's not careful. Well, that doesn't really happen in Germany, I don't think. I know the only example that I have is when someone on the train doesn't pay their fare. Obviously, not everyone has to get off the train. They just wait until the next station and then they get off with them. Maybe they call the police, like depending on how bad the person has acted or whatever. Usually they just take their address and stuff like that, and then I think he gets fined. But the bus example, I'm not sure about. Again, my fellow Germans, enlighten us. Is that something in Germany? I don't think so, because I've never heard of that before. In England, another thing that doesn't work as it should are the self-checkout machines, apparently. I have made some experience with that myself. Like, sometimes I don't take the notes, I don't... Like, when you're not 18, then if you want to buy alcohol, or even if you are over 18 and if you want to buy alcohol, then you have to wait for, like, a store person to come and enter a security number in your machine, and then they say, oh, okay, you can buy that or whatever. They didn't even check my ID or anything. I mean, not of anyone that bought alcohol there, so far as I have seen. So I found that just really annoying, because you have to wait around for like minutes on end until someone is coming around. And yeah, in Germany that doesn't really happen, since we don't really have that many self-checkout machines. At least to my knowledge, we don't. I've heard that in Berlin or something like that, in some certain stores they do have that, but in most stores in Germany we wouldn't have self-checkouts. We have tills with people sitting there. Yes, they sit on chairs, most of the time at least. In €1 stores in England, if you buy nails there, often they don't work. Like, why do they sell them if they don't work? Like, they bend when you try to hit them, hammer them into the wall and stuff like that. And so they're really, really crappy quality. Hence the €1 store, or £1 store, that is, in England, obviously. I mean, I want to say in Germany, they, even at the €1 store, they test for quality before they get in the batches of whatever, nails or anything really, hair brushes or any of these €1 items, right? Because I mean, they have a reputation to keep. Even if their stuff is cheap, if it's complete crap, no one will go and buy their stuff anymore. So I would say in Germany it's different, but obviously not everything will be superior quality in a €1 store, so you kinda have to, like, expect that. Even in Germany. In Germany and in England, they have Mogelpackungen. My friends in England complained about the bag of crisps, or chips in America, or in Germany we say chips as well, having like 30% air in it maybe, and then like at the very bottom you will find the goodies, the chips, the crisps. That is the same in Germany with a like chips package. If you open that, there will be a lot of air. Sometimes it feels like there's 50% air in there, even sometimes. And yeah, that is obviously done to trick the customer. That is practiced in England and in Germany, sadly. In England they have economy items, for example economy paint, economy shoes, and according to my friends in England, the economy paint is like as if you paint milk on the wall, if it's like white paint. And yes, we do have paint like that as well. I do not recommend you to buy that though. Because, you know, if you need to paint like 1,000,000 times to just get one layer correctly done, whatever, why buy that in the first place? And economy shoes, yes, we do have really cheap shoe stores and stuff like that. And obviously those shoes won't last as long as like quality leather shoes or whatever from higher price range stores. So there's that. Apparently on some channels in England they advertise movies while the movie is already on, like in the middle, in the advertisement. They show advertisements for the movie you're already watching. That sounds really strange to me, and I don't think that happens in Germany. At least I have not seen that before. I mean, yes, we advertise other movies sometimes, like on the channel Pro7. They do that sometimes, like right before the movie starts again. They show, or at least they used to do that. They showed like advertisements for other movies right in front, but not for the same movie, I don't think. That would be ridiculous. Apparently in England the content of food is decreasing while the prices are rising. My friend said that, for example, tuna cans, they get smaller and smaller and smaller, but the prices go up. And I think they do that with certain items in Germany as well, like over time, so that you don't really notice, right? It's ridiculous. It's really rude, and you know, just I don't know. It's not right, obviously, that they do that. The companies, they want to trick you. Same with like fuel prices in Germany. They go up really high at some point, and then people are like, oh, fuel prices are way too high, and then they go like a little bit lower, but still higher than they were at the very beginning. And people are like, oh, thank God they're going down again. Then no one complains anymore, but they're still higher, like I said, than they were in the very beginning, and so they trick people into paying more and being okay with that. I don't think they do exactly the same thing with foods. They just kind of increase the prices over time without people noticing, and I think that's really, like I said, it's wrong. So your opinion on that? Is that happening? Is it not happening? What do you think about that? Let me know. That's it for my side. If you have anything else to add to the similarities and differences between Germany and England, feel free to leave a comment, leave a like if you enjoyed the video, and subscribe to the channel for more videos about the German language and culture.
Hallo, it's Emily and Dominik. Get Germanized. Hallo und willkommen. Ich bin Meister Lenze and you're watching Get Germanized, Germany versus England. Today with guest star Emily from Emily's channel.
In this video we're going to talk about differences between England and Germany and perhaps some similarities as well. So I've made a couple of notes and then we're going to basically discuss it.
Couldn't have said it any better. Amazing.
No, you literally couldn't.
No, I couldn't. I could not. I could not.
The first point I've got is that in Germany, cars, when they get, like, when there's a side street and you're crossing on the green Ampelmann, the cars are allowed to come right up to the bit where the pedestrians cross, and then as soon as you've got to the other side, even if it's on the green Ampelmann for pedestrians, the car is allowed to go.
Okay.
Whereas in England, if it's on the green Ampelmann, then the car can never go.
Never?
Never.
Oh, okay, yeah, that is different, because sometimes it's really confusing as well in Germany when you, like, a pedestrian, then the car comes and everyone's like, oh,
yeah,
what's going on here?
Yeah.
But yeah, that is strange. It must be really strange if you come from England and experience that the first time.
Because when you start going across and then a car comes and you're like, it's gonna run me over, but then it stops and it's like, oh, it's waiting for me, but...
It's organized madness here in Germany.
Organized madness, yeah. Is that what you call it?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Organisierter Wahnsinn.
Yeah. Another point I've got is that Germans are obsessed with fruit tea.
Fruit tea?
Yeah. I find that in England people normally drink black tea with milk and sugar, whereas in Germany there's loads of different kinds of fruit teas and herb teas and green teas.
Yeah, I guess. Like my mom always goes crazy like around Christmas as well. She has all these Christmas flavored teas with like cinnamon and these dried oranges and all that kind of stuff, whatever you call it. And yeah, I agree. Like all the friends as well. Like they give her tea for her birthday sometimes, like really special fruit tea with all different kinds of flavors. Yeah, and in England it's all just black and sugar and milk.
Yeah, well I think, of course it's different for everyone. It's probably like with a lot of the points that we're going to talk about, it's hard to generalize completely, but I think we just don't have as much variety of tea.
What do you think is there? Like, what do Germans find appealing when it comes to fruit tea?
I don't know, but I think for children as well it's good, because children, like from working with children, I find that they always have fruit tea iced.
No, really?
Whereas in England the kids have cordial.
I'm not a good German, I don't know these things. But yeah, it's possible, definitely.
Yeah? Well, let's go and count how much tea you've got in your cupboard.
Oh, actually, don't do that. Yeah. I got blood orange flavored tea.
See, that's exactly it. If you went into our houses in England or any of our friends or parents' houses, you might find one or two different types of tea. Maybe like Yorkshire tea and Tetley tea, and they're both black tea.
Yeah, if you go downstairs to my parents, they have like 10 or 20 different kinds of tea. So you're right. Yeah, that's a valid point. Okay.
Everyone in Germany shakes hands.
True. Yeah, I agree. Like everyone really, everyone does. I mean, hugging is now pretty common as well.
Yeah.
Like if you know someone at least, then you hug. Or if you, like, some people are huggers, some are handshakers, I guess.
Handshakers.
But yeah, handshaking is common.
Even when I was in Scotland recently, and because I've got used to the German way now, and so in Scotland after we'd had this surfing lesson with this guy, and afterwards I felt like I should shake his hand and say thank you, and he wasn't really up for that, and it was kind of like a thank you, yeah. You know, I really wanted to go for it, but then I knew that I wasn't in Germany, and so that wasn't going to work.
I did the same thing with this guest house lady, that, like, the hostess or whatever you call it, in London. I wanted to, like, just say thank you for having us and shake her hand, and she was like, oh, okay. And then she shook my hand, and it was kind of awkward, but yeah.
So, how did you find it in London? Do people just say thank you and just not do anything in that situation?
Yeah, I guess.
I think so.
Yeah, that's not very German.
Like,
I mean, we do that sometimes, but.
When you say goodbye to your doctor in England, for example, you just say thank you, bye.
Yeah.
Whereas here, you shake hands with every
Exactly.
person you meet in the.
I think it's really weird for a doctor to do that, especially when he works with, like, sick people all the time,
When
right? You
he's
shake
just-
everyone's hands all the time, and then he kind of transmits the infection.
Yeah, that's true.
sickness.
Actually, they must just
They wash their hands probably, but
every single time. So they wash their hands before shaking and after shaking for every single patient.
I guess not. Probably not. It's
Probably.
It's disgusting. Disgusting.
I think that the GPs, that is the doctors in England, are kind of rushing through your appointment, whereas the GPs in Germany are really, they're great at making you feel like you're the only person in the world. Like, they'll tell you stories about their families, or they'll just talk to you and ask you questions, and they won't hurry the appointment along. They'll kind of talk to you a bit and then see what you're actually here for, and I really like that.
That's why it takes so long as well in the waiting room for the freaking doctors. Like, you sit there forever, and then when it's your turn, you know why, because they take their sweet time with everyone.
Yeah, and that was actually another one of my points that I've got written down. In England, the appointments in the doctors or dentist always run on time, or if not, 10 minutes late. And if it is 10 minutes late, you've kind of got permission to go up and ask, like, how long is the wait today? How long will I be waiting for? Whereas in Germany, it's like I've had an appointment at 9:30 and only been seen at 11:30.
Oh, yeah. Well.
But then you get nice service, so it's worth it.
Yeah, kind of. But, like, on the other side, like, you can, if you actually go to the doctor, it can be over in like 5 minutes as well, and you waited for an hour or so, right?
Yeah.
Have you made that experience yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I had to go to this oral surgeon appointment the other day, and I had to drive there for half an hour, and then they made me wait for an hour, even though I had an appointment, and then it was over in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
He looked at it and said like, oh yeah, okay, so you can get an appointment for then, and then we can do
he
it.
asked you to come back
Yeah,
to do
I was like, what?
That's also very typical. They need you to keep coming back in Germany,
Yeah,
whereas in
so
England they
annoying.
try and get everything done all at once. But I think that's the difference between the healthcare systems in England. We have the NHS, and so I think it's a little bit tighter, money needs to be saved, whereas in Germany all the practices are private, right? So
All of them, really?
yeah.
Oh yeah, the practices are,
private,
yeah. But not the health insurance.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
So when in England, when you go to your doctor, when you get called up, you just go to the doctor's room, and the doctor is sat down, and you just sit down.
Okay.
He doesn't stand up at all. Whereas in Germany, it's normally the doctor that comes out of his room, comes to the waiting room to call you. He'll greet you, shake your hand, and then he'll go back and sit you down. And then once he's done with it, he normally leaves the room before you.
Really?
Yeah, but I've experienced that.
Here in our small village where I live.
I say he, I obviously mean he or she, by the way.
Yeah. Here it is like I wait in the waiting room, and sometimes the doctor comes in, but sometimes his what do you call it? Not nurse, right?
Assistant,
yeah.
receptionist.
Yeah, receptionist comes and kind of calls you. And he's usually in the room already, then shakes your hand, says, hello, Mr. Hennecum, then sits me down and asks me, so what's going on? Why are you here? So that's the experience I made, but it might be different in Berlin.
So yeah, maybe that's just my experience that's been different.
Maybe.
Nice to know.
Tell us about your experience with that. I would like to know that in the comments below, please.
The other thing is referral times in Germany are a lot quicker. I got referred to see a dermatologist and I got an appointment 3 days after.
Really? Oh, yeah, that's good. That's
Whereas-
usually the case, true.
Yeah, in England you can be waiting up to 12 weeks.
Really?
Yeah.
That is annoying. What if you have something really urgent and then you can't go there until like 3 months later?
You can ring up for cancellations, but you usually can't get them. It's, I don't know, it's one of the typical things that people complain about with regards to the NHS is the waiting times, but there's just so many people. It's different in Germany. There's no waiting times for things like that because there's so many clinics. You know, in one small area like where I live in Berlin, there's 10 dentists and 10 doctors' surgeries, and you know there's a hospital for everything, every different type of problem or you know thing. There's a specific hospital for it. Therefore, they can obviously take patients as and when. Whereas in England it's kind of more, there'll be one doctor surgery for one area.
Oh, really? Okay, well, that's different.
Like one town will have one doctor's.
What is NHS again, just for the people who don't know?
National Health Service.
National Health Service, yeah.
Yeah.
In Germany we call it a Krankenversicherung, I guess.
Yeah, but so no one pays for the NHS. Well, they do through taxes, but it's free.
Oh, really? Completely
Yeah.
free? That is awesome.
That's the difference. Because it's free, everyone can get treated for everything, no matter what.
Even dental?
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Wow.
You know, it's really, really good service. But the problem with that is there's so many people in our country, and
That's where the waiting times are.
That's why the waiting times come in. Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah, in Germany you have to like have it. It's mandatory, but you have to pay for it as well. Like that is also mandatory. If you can't pay for it, you have to get like government money and pay it or they pay it for you then. But then obviously they make you go on job hunts and stuff like that. So it's all like not as comfortable as that. It sounds more comfortable than the German system.
I can see both sides to it, you know, the pros and cons for both systems, because in Germany it's really good because you get seen quicker and you get, I think, a more personal service, whereas it's very difficult sometimes to sort out all the paperwork with regards to your insurance and things like that. It can be, and obviously you have to pay for that each month. Whereas the NHS, you know, you can get seen, like I said, regardless of whether you're employed or whatever. So
yeah, that's good, definitely.
the next thing we're going to talk about, which actually got mentioned to me on my channel in the comments the other day, is that in Germany people walk on the right hand side of the road, of the pavement, as well as they obviously drive on the right. But in England we don't walk anyway on the pavement, it just, you walk wherever you want.
Why didn't you tell me that before I went there? I was so confused all the time. I was like, so why is that person walking on the left now and before there was someone on the right?
Really?
What am I supposed to do? I was so confused. Yeah, definitely. I was like, where do I walk? Like, am I doing something wrong now? Will people shout at me or something like that? Because in Germany I'm so used to just walking on the right side because that's what you do. And in England, it doesn't matter?
Well, I wish you'd have told me.
Yeah.
Because I didn't know either.
Oh, really? Huh?
Yeah, I didn't know till someone told me in the comments, and then I was like, what? I've been doing it wrong for nearly 2 years.
Yeah, it's so confusing, all these differences. Like, that's what we're telling you right now.
Yeah,
in Germany it's the right side, in England it's wherever you want.
Wherever you want, it doesn't matter.
No, that's cool actually. Like, but confusing if you come from Germany.
Yeah.
Well.
The next point is recycling.
Recycling. Oh yeah, Germans love recycling. Woo woo.
I love recycling
Really?
now.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
I've got used to it. In England, people kind of are encouraged to recycle, and in some areas you have to recycle and in some areas you don't. It depends what county you live in and things like that. But in Germany everyone recycles and everyone has to recycle, right?
Yeah. If you've got a really what do you call it? Really strict Müllmann, a trash man that picks up your trash, then he won't pick up your trash if you haven't recycled right. He will like look at the bag, and because they're see-through sometimes, these only plastic bags, for example, and if there's anything else in it, he might just leave it. But I guess that's really rare, like that you got like a really devoted trash man. I don't know.
But then that's hard because we have different bins in the house. But say the bathroom bin always gets tissue paper thrown in it, but I don't then separate that tissue paper into the recycling, should I?
Yeah, if you're really strict.
Oh, I've not been doing it properly though.
Yeah, but I don't really do that
I just do
either.
it in the kitchen, you know, the main bin gets like, I've got a main bin and then I've got recycling bins for all the different recycles.
I got an organic bin. I got like a paper bag where I just stuff all my papier-mâché and paper and stuff like that in.
Paper and cardboard.
Yeah, cardboard, exactly. And then, yeah, organic, that one for the paper, and one for metal and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And for plastic. I put that, yeah, cans, pretty much that. I have that in the kitchen, and the paper one somewhere in the living room, because it's a hassle to have all these things lying around. It takes up so much space. So I understand why people might not like it, but I just do it now, so it's fine.
And you know what's funny? At school, in schools they have the different bins. Like at Berlin International School, at every point in the corridor where in England there would normally just be one bin, at Berlin International School there's 3 bins, like plastics, paper and food stuff.
Really?
Yeah. And there'll be like 3 bins, it's like yellow, blue and red, and then down the corridor yellow, blue and red. Like,
they teach the kids.
It does teach the kids, but it doesn't help me because I'm like, which one was which again? I can't remember.
Don't they say it on there at all?
Yeah, actually at that school they do, but at the primary schools that I work at, it doesn't say it, and I'm always like, which one do I put the banana skin in?
You gotta be born here to sort your trash right.
I usually just put it back in my bag. I'm too scared to put it in case I get it wrong.
Just imagine you put it in there in the wrong bin, and thousands of German kids storm at you and shout, Nein, falsch, nein.
And of course, the other thing is what we mentioned, the bottle fund.
Yeah, the Flaschenpfand. You have to bring back your empty bottles to the store and you get money back. Isn't that great, guys? Isn't that fun? No, probably not for foreigners. Because,
well, we didn't know about it when we first moved.
Oh, so you just threw them away and didn't get the money? Oh.
Well, it was like the big water bottles, so they were like 25 cents you would get back. And then we looked at our receipt one time and it said like fan 25, fan 25.
What is that?
What? So then we looked it up online and then we were like,
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of nice so that people don't just throw them anywhere.
It's good.
Yeah, and on festivals like the Rock am Ring, for example, there are many people that make kind of a living or that earn something with just walking around picking up all the bottles that lie there and then hand them in and get their money.
Yeah, that's the same in Berlin. The streets are generally clear of any type of bottles, even after a Friday, Saturday night, because people have gone around collecting them to go and get the fan back.
Yeah, it's really cool, that system, like in that way. Like it's kind of a hassle sometimes if you had a big party and have to bring all the bottles back.
Yeah.
But I think it's worth the hassle, like just for keeping the environment clean in the streets.
But it's good though when you host a party, because then when people bring beer,
you get the money.
You get all the money from their fans.
Ka-ching!
It's like 9 cents. Another 9 cents.
Like what do you call it?
It all adds up.
Yeah, it adds up. Exactly.
In Germany, fruits and vegetables are more seasonal than in England. In England, you can normally buy anything any time of year, but that doesn't necessarily mean it tastes particularly nice or is particularly cheap, because obviously it's
out of season.
Out of season, exactly. And so in Germany it's better. At the moment it's like the strawberries and asparagus.
Asparagus, the Germans are big on Spargel, on asparagus.
Yeah, and there's like huts that pop up everywhere, like in Berlin, all over the city, and where you can buy your asparagus or strawberries, and it's just like a big boom of strawberries all of a sudden. You don't see them all throughout the year, and then all of a sudden there's tons of them. I love that because it makes it exciting. It's like a festive time of year, you know. It's something like Christmas. It's like
Christmas with asparagus and strawberries.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? It's like something that's different about that time of year. I like that.
Like I never eat asparagus any time of the year, just when that season comes up.
That season.
Obviously,
I think you can only get kale in winter and things like that.
But you can get kale like in a jar. Every time of the year, I think, but fresh, I guess.
Fresh,
like,
of course, yeah.
So another important point, very important, is that the Germans like to have nudity on TV at any time of the day. We just watched a TV clip, a video clip by Placebo, by the band, and they showed breasts, and it's like, what is it, 3 p.m. or something like that? And yeah, we Germans just don't care, and I guess in England that's kind of different.
That you wouldn't see any nudity or have any swearing on TV until after 9 p.m, which is the watershed.
Yeah, we Germans just don't care. Like I told you before about this other advertisement that we had for cold cuts or something like that, and they had this girl running in her jogging outfit, like la la, and then she said, "F the diet," and I was like,
Did you just say that? Because I'm kind of used to not using that because I had like an Australian girlfriend, and it's obviously not nice to say that. But on TV especially, they wouldn't, right? They would beep that out usually. But in Germany, at least in that particular ad, I haven't seen it that often, but in that particular ad, they just said F the diet and no one cared.
And there's also adverts for call, like erotic call.
Yeah, in the middle of the day, like
things.
what do you call them? Sex hotlines.
What are they called?
Sex hotlines in Germany.
Sex hotlines. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, in the middle of the day, so that your kids can get some experience without you having to tell them about the birds and the birds and the bees. What's going on there? The bees and the flowers. What do you call it? Bienen und Blüten, we call it in Germany.
The birds and the bees.
The birds and the really?
Yeah.
Birds and bees? What that doesn't make any sense. Birds and bees.
It's just the way it is.
Okay, in Germany it kind of makes sense because the Blüten are the petals, the flower petals.
Yeah.
And the bees go in there and do their thing.
Pollinate. Do that thing.
And that kind of makes sense at least, but birds and bees. Ah, well, it doesn't matter.
Who knows?
Who knows? Maybe you know. Tell us, please.
One last thing I've thought of is that German kids tend to be really particular about their own belongings, whereas I found that kids in England will be a bit more free with lending things out, and they don't really mind too much what comes back to them. And for example, as a teacher, if I lent kids in England my pencil case, I would probably get that pencil case back with a couple of pencil crayons missing. Whereas in Germany, the kids are all very particular about having their own pencil crayons and their own pens, and it will go in a specific place in their pencil case.
Yeah, no, in Germany we really like our stuff at the place exactly where it was. After we lent it to someone, like I told you that story before where I had that hole puncher. I don't think that's really normal for someone to have a hole puncher with them, like at school or something like that. But I did, because our teacher would always give us the papers, the sheets unpunched, I guess you call it. And I was so sick of that I decided to bring my own miniature hole puncher. And so I brought that one day, and then I lent it to someone, and I never got it back at all. And I was so angry, and that's like I guess the case with many things. Like we Germans buy like special pens, like these ink pens. They use it in elementary school, and Füller, genau. And I always treasured it when I was in elementary school, and I wouldn't lend it to anyone. And I guess that's probably particularly German. I don't know.
Yeah, I've found that it is.
Yeah. Well, hallo und willkommen. I forgot my intro. What do I usually say? Hallo und willkommen.
Ich bin Meister Linz.
Ich bin Meister Linz, and you're watching Get Germanized. Okay, what's kale called?
Kale.
In German again, it was...
You're the German.
Grünkohl. Grünkohl, exactly.
Well done, Tim.
Grünkohl. That's our magic dictionary back there.
Blood sausage, is that black pudding?
Probably. Black pudding?
Because black pudding in England is made of pig's blood.
Ooh.
Is that the same?
If it's Blutwurst, blood sausage, it would be probably.
Sounds similar, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's still disgusting.
Still disgusting.
I don't know if I want to eat a blood sausage. Oh well, it's all kind of from animals anyways.
Well, yeah, if you're gonna discriminate.
Yeah. Then you can just as well eat that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Need to suck it all in again. Okay.
What's well, they get put back in their pencil case the exact same way that they got it. I messed that bit up. You'll have to put that last bit out.
Oh, that's okay. Good.
Yeah.
My creaky voice.
Hallo und willkommen. Ich bin Meister Linz and you're watching Get Germanized. Top 10 most haunted places in Germany.
The B215. Between Stedebergen and Dörferden, near Verden-Aller, is known to be a road with strange happenings. Fact to this day is that this stretch of the road has had more accidents with deaths than any other area of the road. Witnesses tell about a white lady appearing on the road between 2 and 3 a.m. if you're driving too fast. It is unknown if this apparition is supposed to warn drivers or if it's the cause of the accident. Next up, the Babenhausen Barracks. Die Babenhausener Kaserne. This place is now a museum, but the ghosts of German soldiers in World War II uniforms have been reported. Lights are said to turn on and off themselves and voices are heard in the basement. Footsteps and commands are allegedly heard at night, supposedly without any physical cause. Legend has it that if a soldier visits the museum and picks up a telephone, sometimes a woman is heard talking backwards, unintelligible, in neither German or English. The town was the site of a witch being burned in the 19th century, and her ghost is said to have seduced and then killed several German soldiers since then. Next up, Bernkastel-Kues Cemetery. At this cemetery you might see the White Lady of Bernkastel-Kues in a white dress floating around from one end of the cemetery to another. However, another story about this ghost concerns a hunter. He encountered the ghost and got so terrified that he was delivered to the hospital with swollen legs and a high fever. He then died not much later. Next up, Die Pfaueninsel in Berlin. The Pfaueninsel is a park that is in the area of the Havel, which is part of the UNESCO World Heritage. Legend has it that the ghost of the alchemist Johannes Kunkel haunts the area. His ghost is supposedly black with red eyes. People say that Kunkel practiced black magic in his laboratory on the island. 1689, his building burned to the ground and he traveled to Sweden, where he ultimately died. His soul supposedly returned to the island though, where he haunts it ever since. Next up, the Bitburg Air Force Base in Bitburg. A French caserne is nearby this Air Force base. This caserne was a popular meeting place for the Nazis. In the caserne you will hear doors lock and shut, and furniture moving in front of the door so that it cannot be entered from outside. Next up, the concentration camp in Dachau. This camp is located near Munich. Pictures taken inside and outside the property allegedly show weird shapes in black and red. Oh no! Next up, the Konn Barracks in Schweinfurt. This is the site of an old Nazi hospital, psych ward and dining facilities nowadays used by US soldiers. Two separate occasions happened at least 2 years apart from each other, when two people who stayed in the same room had the same haunting nightmare. They stayed in a room which later turned out to be an old drainage. Draining is the process that was in use before embalming was invented. In the dream, a Nazi soldier would stand over them looking down at them, next to a nurse covered in blood. The Nazi soldier then commanded something in German, which of course the two people did not understand. The nurse then choked both of the soldiers, and they woke up. Remember, those two people have never met each other in their whole lives, and they swear that they have dreamt the same thing. Next up, Dresden. Throughout the entire town, many have heard the screams and moaning of unseen women and children. This area was home to a hospital in World War II, in which many children and women died during the Dresden disaster. Next up, El's Castle. Rumor has it that the ghost of a medieval knight still haunts the castle grounds. If you want to have a look yourself, make sure to go before November 1st, since the castle closes down for winter break. And last but not least, on place number 1, the ghost ship of Emden. Das Geisterschiff von Emden. Legend tells that in a stormy night the entire town gathered at the docks to welcome home their loved ones from a fishing voyage. The dockmaster was also waiting on his son who worked on the ship. The people could already hear the screams and commands on the ship when the wind got so strong and the waves so high that the entire ship was taken off the water for a moment. The night was dark, lit only by a full moon, and the people yelled and screamed at the dockmaster to let down the rescue boats. But the dockmaster denied because he hated the captain of the ship. The people then reminded him that his own son was also on board of the ship, which finally persuaded him, but it was too late. The ship and everyone on board disappeared into the ocean that night and no soul was saved. To this day, at a full moon, the ship is said to return to the dock. If you know any more places that should be included in this top 10 list, let me know in the comment section below. Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lenze and you're watching Get Germanized. Take the immigration test with us. Are you really German? Let's see if we are. Today I'm here with my good friend Vlog Dave. You will see 5 of these immigration test questions on this video, in this video, and 5 on his channel in his video. So definitely check out the video description for part 2. Do that. And now let's get started with the first question. There are over 200, over 300 questions. We're just gonna choose 5 randomly here and then 5 on his channel because, like, how long do you want us to make the video? So
Yeah.
you can take the rest yourself. We will put the link to that in the video description as well. Okay, first question is: In Deutschland dürfen Menschen offen etwas gegen die Regierung sagen, weil in Germany it is allowed to say something against the government because hier Religionsfreiheit gilt, die Menschen Steuern zahlen, die Menschen das Wahlrecht haben oder hier die Meinungsfreiheit gilt. Because it's freedom of religion, because we pay taxes, because we have the right to vote, or because we have the right to express our free opinion. Meinungsfreiheit. What do you
It's
think?
a difficult one, I think. Well, but actually, yeah, it's freedom of speech.
Freedom of speech,
Yeah.
Meinungsfreiheit.
Yeah.
You explained it better, actually.
Yeah.
Die Meinungsfreiheit, I think so. Yeah, it even says right answer.
Yeah.
Very nice.
And
very
it's
nice.
way different to other countries in the world, actually.
It is.
Yeah.
Was verbietet das deutsche Grundgesetz? Militärdienst, Military Service, Zwangsarbeit, like forced labor, freie Berufswahl, freedom of choice for like jobs and stuff, oder Arbeit im Ausland, working in a foreign country. Ich würde sagen Zwangsarbeit.
Slavery.
Slavery is pretty much forbidden by the German Grundgesetz, I'd say.
We're kind of lucky that the ones we had until now were pretty easy.
Yeah.
So,
There might be harder ones, we'll
Yeah.
see in a second. Was versteht man unter dem Recht der Freizügigkeit in Deutschland? Man darf sich seinen Wohnort selbst aussuchen. You can choose your own place of living. Man kann seinen Beruf wechseln. You can change your job. Or man darf sich für eine andere Religion entscheiden. You can choose another religion. Or man darf sich in der Öffentlichkeit nur leicht bekleidet bewegen. You may only wear like frisky clothing in public. Well, I think
all of them.
all of them. Probably all of them.
Probably.
Probably. I think it is, man darf sich seinen Wohnort aussuchen. You can choose your place of living.
Freizügigkeit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would agree. Yeah.
I had to apply for that once on my ex-girlfriend from Australia. I had to apply for that. You just have to
Okay.
register if you come here.
Ah.
If you're like, she was a European citizen as well, because she had like citizenship from the UK and Australia, and so she just needed to register for Freizügigkeit.
Then actually that would make sense because your working place kind of depends on your place of living.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
So ja. Was ist bei Bundestags- und Landtagswahlen in Deutschland erlaubt? Der Ehemann wählt für seine Frau mit. The husband can vote for his wife. Man darf durch Briefwahl seine Stimme abgeben. You can choose to vote by letter. Man kann am Wahltag telefonisch seine Stimme abgeben. You can vote via telephone. Kinder ab dem Alter von 14 Jahren dürfen wählen. Children 14 onwards can vote. Was ist bei den Bundestags- und Landtagswahlen in Deutschland erlaubt? This is actually more difficult than before. Ehemann wählt für seine Frau mit?
No.
Nein. Briefwahl, glaube ich.
Ja.
Das geht. Briefwahl geht.
I can imagine that the first one, like with the husband, might have been true for like, I don't know, maybe the 50s? Where the husband was kind of, like
Slave driver.
pretty much. No.
Maybe, I don't know,
yeah.
but I think it's Briefwahl.
Not today anymore, yeah, Briefwahl. Although I know that for some elections, very young persons are allowed to vote as well.
Really?
Yeah, like but with like at the age of 16, I think it is, and it's only for what is it? EU?
Okay. It is the letter voting, though. It is correct. So,
That's cool.
good job,
Okay.
us. And last but not least, was bedeutet die Abkürzung EU? What does the abbreviation EU mean? Europäische Unternehmen, Europäische Union, Einheitliche Union oder Euro-Union? Well, we don't have to translate that because everything is nonsense apart from Europäische Union.
European Union.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, the first one would have been European company. The third one would have been unity or unit union. I don't know. Einheitlich. What is einheitlich in English? I think unity. Unity is Einheit.
Yeah.
Unitily union. I don't
Unity
know.
Union.
I have no idea. But anyway, and well, Euro Union is the last one. But yeah, it is obviously Europäische Union.
Yeah.
So yeah, those were the first 5 or random 5 questions of the German Einbürgerungstest, the immigration test. If you want to hear more, watch Dave's video on Vlog Dave, or find the link in the video description and take the test yourself. It is very interesting. I will probably take more of these questions myself because I want to see what they expect of people, you know, what they expect them to know about Germany and German culture and history and stuff like that, because I've heard there are history questions in there as well. So it might get harder and harder. That's what she said. Anyways, guys.
Hallo und willkommen. Ich bin Meister Lenze und ihr seht Get Germanized. How to learn German. If I had to go and pick a question that I've been asked over and over and over and over again, it would have to be, how can I learn German? Or in some other variations, I'm having a German test tomorrow. How can I learn fast? I have a German test next month. How can I learn fast? And I always say this and I always repeat myself, and that's why I thought, oh, I should make a video, right? So yeah, that's what I'm doing. And here's how to learn German. Persistence. There's no quick, fast, super easy way. Like, you can't be fluent in German in 3 months. That's just not possible. I always tell people how I learned English, how I became fluent, how long it took. Because I think it's kind of similar with all language learning processes, so here we go. At first, when I started out learning English in school, I was not interested at all. Like, I was like, English lessons again, because I did not have anything that really interested me in that language. I did not know why I should learn that language at all. They didn't use it in Germany, my friends didn't speak it, so why should I learn it? Well, that's because you can make a whole lot of new friends with that language, like, first of all. But that wasn't really the point that got me into learning English. And what got me into learning English is actually very simple, and it might be different for all kinds of people, but I am a big anime fan, and I wanted to watch the animes when they came out. But back then, the German dub scene wasn't that big yet, so English people always dubbed stuff first. And I was like, damn, I want to watch it now, but I don't know English. And then I just started watching anime with English subtitles, like Japanese audio, English subtitles. And I never really knew what they were saying, and I was like, damn, I need to study harder. And so that's what I did. And every time I did not know a word out of the subtitles, I got my dictionary or I typed it in online, looked it up, and then I was like, oh cool, so that's what they were saying, that's sick. So I understood the story because of that, and it just got me interested in just generally learning more, improving my English. I started out making YouTube videos and like getting feedback from people so that I could talk, so that they could hear me talk. They would give me feedback on my pronunciation and my grammar and all that kind of stuff, and that helped me a great deal. And some other things that I did were reading books in that language that you want to learn, like English in my case. For you it would be German. Try to find German books because we have translations of every popular book that is out there, like Harry Potter, 50 Shades of Grey, you name it. Same goes for movies. We have dubs for every popular movie, and you will find versions with English subtitles as well on the internet or on Amazon. And same with books, you will find them on Amazon. And before I forget it, if you want to buy them and if you want to support Get Germanized in the process, I will put the Amazon link to my Amazon store, where I have accumulated like lots of audiobooks, books, movies, everything really that you need for learning German, grammar books, music. It's in the store, you can check it out, but you can also through that link just browse on normal Amazon. And if you do that, and if you decide to buy something through that link, a little percentage goes to me, like you don't pay anything extra. Amazon just rewards me for referring you to Amazon. And if you're not the type that wants to make YouTube videos and get response that way, you can check out one of the many available language exchange sites on the internet, such as interpols.net, for example. They didn't sponsor me or anything. That is just the first site that I kind of discovered for language exchange, and I think it's great. There are a lot of creeps out there as well, so like get ready for some weird comments every now and then, but it's a great site to just find people that are interested in learning a certain language and want to help others with like learning their language, and so that's great. And I always loved it. Make use of it if you want. There are other sites, of course, but that is the site that comes to mind when I think of language exchange sites. And if you want to buy a cool language learning program, like I said, They don't pay me for this at all. This is just what my girlfriend used to like learn German, to start learning German. It is called Rosetta Stone. It's kind of pricey, but it's worth it because it's really cool. It like kind of uses pictures, and you have to like put the word to the picture and stuff like that. It's kind of like you learned when you were a kid. Like your parents showed you something like, oh here, what is this? And then they said, banana, and you're like, banana. And that's kind of the similar process that you will go through with Rosetta Stone. So if you're interested in that, definitely check that out. Yeah, and that's pretty much it already. Like, you can't expect to be fluent in like 3 months or so. It will take you longer. I've heard of cases where someone became fluent in like a year or so. If you're like, I don't know, a prodigy kid from a country that I can't pronounce, well, then it might be possible. Or even if you're like just a genius, obviously, language genius, that happens. But for normal average people, I don't think it's like a 3-month process and then you're like fluent. I don't know. At least it wasn't like that for me. I needed years and years and years like to be at the point where I could speak English without even thinking about what I was gonna say. And I still struggle sometimes with words. So it's a lifelong process pretty much. Because English as a language, for example, has just such a gigantic vocabulary that you can't expect to know everything in a few months. Same with German. I think German has like half of the vocabulary size that English has or something like that, but still, it's still a lot to take in. So I hope this helped and answered some of your questions, and in the future, everyone who asks me that question will just get this link to this video. To become a real German, you need to make sure to follow certain procedures and guidelines throughout your day, and here are some of the most important ones. Set at least 3 different working alarms: alarm clock, phone, second alarm clock, in order to wake up in time. Have at least 1 bed and 2 foot mats in front of your bed to be protected from the icy cold ground in the early morning hours, to avoid possible frostbite. If the frost should have reached your foot mat, make sure to wear your good old German Hausschuhe. Never leave the bed without the Hausschuhe or run risk not being as comfortable as possible. So you made it out of bed the German way. Now take off your Schlafanzug and get dressed properly. Niemals leave the house in your house clothes. Never. Yes, there is such a thing as house clothes. After living in Australia for almost a year where people wear Ugg boots, no shoes, tracksuit pants and other stuff to the supermarket, I came to recognize these German traits even more. Which means wear outside clothes. Treat yourself with some good old Jack Wolfskin trousers. You know, these trousers that zip off into shorts and the other way around, just in case the temperature changes 1 or 2 degrees. Also, make sure to put some proper hiking shoes on your feet before even thinking about leaving the pavement and the safety of civilization as we know it. Endlich! The outside world welcomes you with its dangerous claws. A natural fear of everything unknown is completely normal, and that's why we Germans have lots of our beloved rules to create an illusion of being safe in this unforgiving jungle that we call life. Obey the rules! They're rules for everyone. Rules are there to be followed. In Germany, you do not break rules. One perfect example for this would be the Red Man. Even if a street is completely abandoned, we do not cross it until the guardian of the pedestrian crossing vanishes. And if you ever come across some other people during your journey, keep one thing in mind. Do not approach other people's animals! This is pretty much the equivalent of approaching another man's wife. You just do not do it. In other countries it might be acceptable to pet the dog out front the supermarket, but in Germany people will look at you like you're a kitty snatcher. It might be acceptable in other countries, but not so in Germany. A thing that is not only acceptable but absolutely necessary is to greet the hell out of everyone you meet, or you will be deemed an unsocial kitten-eating monster. In Germany, at least in rural areas, you will encounter people you don't know and who don't know you. Be prepared to greet them anyways, because they will sure as hell greet you. The lady basking in the sun out front her house, the postman, the cyclist passing you, the person watering their garden, and even the old man taking his dogs out for a walk. Every single person will go out of their way to greet you. Acceptable Grüße are Moin, Moin Moin, Guten Morgen, Guten Tag, Guten Abend, Grüß Gott, Servus, Mahlzeit and Hallo. If you then also know at which daytime to use each of these terms, then you're one step closer to getting Germanized. If you're then still capable of pursuing your original goal after this mind rape, and you stand in front of the supermarket and wonder why the doors don't open, well, then you just might have become a victim of the weekly Sunday apocalypse. In Germany, we test our survival skills by closing down every single store on every Sunday of the year. geschlossen. Get used to seeing these signs. If you missed out on the Saturday last-minute panic shopping, well, then you are in bad luck, mein Freund. You will have to nibble on your Wurst until the shops open again in the early Monday morning hours. So what can you do? You wanted to be productive today, get some housework done, and show your fellow Germans how effective a German being you really are. But you might want to think twice about what type of housework to do on a Sunday in Germany. Do not, I repeat, do not mow your lawn or do any other noisy works around your house on a German Sunday afternoon. People will find it rude, and believe me, they will rip off your heads. Or, at the very least, tell you that they don't like it. Sonntag ist Ruhetag. Something you can do on a Sunday is to invite some friends over, but even here some social oddities await. Imagine you're having a conversation with some of your best German friends. You're telling a story to your friends and say you returned to Germany in June, but one of them knows it was in fact the 29th of May, and he will make sure to stop the whole story to clarify that fact before you're able to carry on your story. Gotta love Germans, right?
Hallo und willkommen. Ich bin Meister Lehnsherr und ihr seht Get Germanized, how to become a German citizen. So let's first talk about what good is it to be a German citizen. What can you do when you're a German citizen? First of all, you can vote, of course. Or you could even go into German politics yourself. You can choose to work either in Germany or in Europe, because if you have the German citizenship, then you can work wherever you want in Europe. And you can also move to wherever you want in Europe without first having to apply for a visa. So what do you need to do to become a German citizen? What are the requirements? First, you need a valid Aufenthaltserlaubnis. That is a document that allows you to stay in Germany. You need to be a legal resident in Germany for at least 8 years. You need to be able to support yourself and your family financially without having to rely on social or unemployment benefits. Here, exceptions are made for people under 23. You also need an adequate knowledge of German, obviously. You need to swear an oath on the German constitution. And also you need to give up your former citizenship. But then again, there are also exceptions made. For example, when you get the doppelte Staatsbürgerschaft durch das Abstammungsprinzip. What is this? Well, that means that either your mom or your dad is from another country and you have that citizenship, and one of your parents is German, and so you have the double citizenship, die doppelte Staatsbürgerschaft. In that case, you don't need to give up one of the citizenships when you turn 18. There are also other exceptions, but it's way too complicated for this video, so I'll just put a link in the video description where you can read all that. For example, spouses and children can often be naturalized even if they haven't lived for 8 years in Germany. For spouses of German citizens, the spouse has to live for 3 years in Germany and the couple has to be married for 2 years. There is also the possibility to get the German citizenship by birth. For example, children with a German mother or father are automatically German citizens. But if you want to become a Staatsbürger, a German citizen later in life, you have to do the Einbürgerungstest. The citizenship test. The Einbürgerungstest is a multiple choice test with 33 questions, of which you have to answer 17 correctly to pass the test. For each multiple choice question you get 4 answers and just 1 is correct. All the questions are about Germany, about Germans, about life in Germany, about laws and all that kind of stuff, and you can find all the answers on the internet. So the intention is not to throw you out of the country, to not let you in, it's just to educate you about Germany, which is cool, I think.
Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lehnsherr und ihr seht Get Germanized, job hunting in Germany. First of all, as always, the internet is a very good solution to your problem, to your unemployment or to your job needs. You can search on the platform of the Bundesagentur für Arbeit, the Federal Employment Agency. Their site is the biggest official job hunting site in Germany. Don't worry, I'll put links to all the sites I'm talking about in the video description. One of the tasks of the Bundesagentur für Arbeit is to support people from Germany or other countries to find a job, a suitable job. So you tell them what you want and they tell you what they got for you. It's as easy as that, really. The search engine is available in German, English and French, but most job offers themselves are in German, so you need at least a basic knowledge of German, or you need to use the Google Translator. Another possibility for those of you who live outside of Germany but want to have a job inside of Germany is it to talk to the ZAV, to the Zentrale Auslands- und Fachvermittlung, the International Placement Service. Their main task is it to help you find a job in Germany. If you, for example, are a carpenter or an engineer, you can contact them and tell them, hey, I need a job, and they will give you advice
and or find you a job. And by the way, the ZAV is a part of the Bundesagentur für Arbeit. And the Bundesagentur is a member of a bigger network called URIS, the European Job Hunting Network, or whatever you want to call it. It is responsible for and mainly targeted at finding jobs for people inside the European Union, because as you all know, if you are a European citizen, you can work in all the member states. So if I'm from Germany, I can take a job in England or Spain or wherever, in Sweden, wherever I want really. And that page helps people who seek employment outside of their own European country. So if you want to do that, that is a page for you. I will also put a link to the page in the video description. Also, because of its international usage, the page is translated into 25 different languages. So there is definitely no language barrier here. And of course, last but not least, on the internet you can always have a look at job portals. So not the official ones from the government, but unofficial private ones. For example, Monster.de, Stepstone.de, Karriere.at, all these different ones. There are lots out there. Just type in Jobbörse into Google and you should find something. And you can of course also find links to the job portals in the video description. If you know any really good ones for Germany, feel also free to post them in the comments below. You will also find job offers on the company's homepages. So for example, Audi or Mercedes or whatever, they would have little sections where they offer jobs. You will usually find them under the section Stellenangebote, Karriere or Vakanzen, or simply jobs. Okay, so you can find jobs on the internet. Great, big news, right? But of course, when you're inside of Germany, there are other options as well to find jobs. Have you thought about the old-fashioned newspaper method? Just look for job offers there, because some people still read newspapers, and some people also still use newspapers to find jobs and to offer jobs. So don't forget about that option. Also, you can go to your local employment agencies. The Bundesagentur für Arbeit, the federal employment agency, has its offices everywhere. So you can just go in there and pretty much go through the same process that you could do on the internet. Just have personal service as well, I guess, because what they do is basically look for jobs on that job hunting site of the official one that you already used on the internet. But they might have the option to see other jobs that are not public on the job hunting site. So that would be another option. If you have more experience with that, please let me know in the comments below. Another option is to advertise yourself. If you don't want to find a job yourself, just let the job come to you. Just put on advertisements on the newspaper saying that you are, for example, an engineer or a carpenter or whatever, and you are in need of a job. Write a short summary of your qualifications, job experience, stuff like that. And there you go. And don't forget your telephone number. Also, the Bundesagentur für Arbeit does the same thing. You can give them your job profile, tell them everything about you. They will put it on the job portal and a company might see it and try to hire you. But unless you're really, really awesome, this method might not be the most effective one, just waiting for a job, because usually companies are used to getting job applications. You know, you have to actually do something. So don't put too much hope into that option. Another really good option is, of course, a job fair. You can contact the companies directly on job fairs, congresses, and all these things that happen in Germany, and just talk to the people there, because that is, of course, more personal. They get to know you right away. It's pretty much just like a little job interview sometimes. So you can definitely try that. Of course, finding out which company is at a fair in advance is helpful, since you can then only address companies that really have needs for you, that offer jobs that you want. Also, preparing application folders might be useful, since then the company will not forget you right away after you talk to them or the person. Because, like, imagine some stranger comes up to you, hey, I'm this and that guy, so this is my number, did you remember it? Okay. And then he walks away. What will you do? You will forget about him. But if you have a cool looking application folder with lots of information, and if you made an impression on the person, then they're more likely to actually give you a job, or at least to consider you. Also, don't forget to ask for the business card and the name, of course, of the person you just talked to, because that might come in handy later on in the job interview. Then you can say, hey, but I talked to that guy already and he told me this and that. Another option is to seek the help of personal recruitment agencies in Germany. They pretty much look for a job for you, a suitable job, but they take up to 2,000 euros for their services. So I don't know if that's the perfect option, but it's an option. And last but not least, your friends and family might be able to help you with the job hunt in Germany, because you never know what connections they got. Even if you think like, oh, they won't know anyone, or maybe someone does, and then you're like, oh, they do know someone and now I have a job. All is good. So even though that is maybe not the most likely scenario, it might still happen and you don't want to give away these chances, do ya? Do ya? Guten Tag, meine Freunde. Hey there and welcome to English words out of a German mouth. Have you ever considered visiting Germany during German winter? Well, if you did, you probably thought about, what should I wear? How can I communicate with people during German winter? How can I say I'm cold or I'm freezing my ass off? Well, in this video, you're gonna learn about all these things and more. First advice, turtlenecks. Yeah, well, while a turtleneck might not be the coolest piece of clothing, it sure is one of the warmest. You like scarves better? Well, here's a problem with scarves. You can always forget them at home. Or they loosen up and fly around and don't really protect your neck. But with a turtleneck, these problems are non-existent. In German, a turtleneck sweater is called ein Rollkragenpullover. If you're in Germany and you want to buy German winter clothing, but you don't really know where to get them, you can just ask someone where to buy them, of course. To do that in German, you just have to say this. Entschuldigen Sie bitte, wo kann ich einen Rollkragenpullover kaufen? Excuse me, but where can I buy a turtleneck sweater? Repeat. Entschuldigen Sie bitte. Wo kann ich einen Rollkragenpullover kaufen? After buying the turtleneck, you should of course put him on, and if you're still cold then, well, you can express yourself by saying things like verdammt, ich friere mir hier den Arsch ab. Damn, I'm freezing my ass off here. Or Mann, ist das kalt hier. Man, it's cold here. And perhaps you come from a really warm country where the weather never falls below like, I don't know, 20 degrees Celsius. Well, then you can of course still say ich halte das nicht aus. Ich möchte zurück nach Hause. Es ist so verdammt kalt hier. I can't bear this anymore. I want to go home. It's so damn cold here. But I hope, of course, that you will never say something like that. Because let's face it, once you get used to German winter, it's pretty damn awesome. Lakes will be frozen and you can go ice skating on them. And of course, you can go sledding if there is snow, which will be the case most of the time. To ask someone if he wants to go sledding with you or ice skating, ask this. Möchtest du vielleicht Schlittschuh laufen oder Schlitten fahren gehen? Do you want to go ice skating or sledding? And of course, German Christmas. German Christmas. German Christmas is awesome, especially when there is snow, because it's cold outside. You can snuggle up inside, sit in front of a Menstrual heater, drink a hot chocolate and enjoy yourself. To wish someone a happy Christmas in German, well, you just have to say this. Ich wünsche dir frohe Weihnachten. I wish you a Merry Christmas. That was easy, right? And I hope that you now are not afraid anymore of the German winter, because you just have to wear warm clothing and get into the spirit. Just be careful while driving on our streets, because they may be icy. And don't forget to wear your turtleneck sweater, or you will end up like me with a cold, because I got sick and bought this turtleneck sweater afterwards, which was not the wisest decision, I admit that. But you can be wiser, my friends. And if you're wise enough to buy a turtleneck sweater in German winter, I bet you will be wise enough to subscribe, favorite and like, and to watch again next time. Until then, ich wünsche euch einen schönen Winter. I wish you a nice winter. See you next time. Wir sehen uns das nächste Mal. Auf Wiedersehen.
Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lenzi and this is Manon, an exchange student from the US, living in Germany, and you're watching Get Germanized, living gluten-free in Germany. Well, Manon has to live gluten-free because, well, her body just doesn't like gluten at all. She reacts like crazy to it. So she needs to be really careful what she eats. So she's an expert on, well, choosing the right food while being here in Germany. So tell us a little bit about that, Manon.
Very different from the United States. It's not as common here for people to eat gluten-free, so there's a little bit less availability. You'll really only find gluten-free food in bigger stores or specialty food stores.
Like the Reformhaus, for example, like organic food stores.
En Natura, DM.
Rossmann, those kind of things.
And then the bigger grocery stores have gluten-free food as well. The labeling is very different. Generally, only a gluten-free company would have gluten-free labeled food. So finding out if something else is gluten-free or not can be a lot harder because it won't just say it on the packaging. You really have to research all the ingredients to make sure that what you're eating is safe.
Okay. That would be a hassle, wouldn't it?
It's a huge hassle. You definitely need to bring Google with you to the grocery store.
Yeah, well, and also the variety is a lot smaller here in Germany, I think, right?
Definitely. Since gluten-free isn't as popular, there's a lot less options. So usually most people eat this brand, Share. Everything's
we're not paid by
very
those.
yellow. Oh yeah, we're not. We're
not sponsored.
No. I wish, but I wish they'd send me free food. A couple other smaller brands as well, but you won't really find a lot of gluten-free food from the other food companies.
Well, next up, the cost of those gluten-free products is a little bit different here as well, isn't it?
Gluten-free food is more expensive than regular food in general, but the costs are actually a little bit cheaper in Germany than they are in the US because groceries in general are a little bit cheaper in Germany, which is really nice. So, for example, a gluten-free frozen pizza in the US might be $7 or $8, whereas a normal one might be $5 or $6. In Germany, a normal one might be €1, but a gluten-free one might be €3 or €4.
Okay. And what's the taste like? Is it any good here in Germany? Gluten-free food?
It's not bad. I think in America the demand and the variety breeds some really nice stuff, but it's not bad either. The gluten-free bread is actually quite good.
Well, the demand. Let's talk about that a little bit. Why is there such a high demand in America?
It's actually pretty trendy in America to eat gluten-free. And because of that trend, there's a pretty big stigma if you're eating gluten-free, regardless of whether you have celiac disease or gluten intolerance or if you're just doing it for fun. People will just assume that you're just doing it for attention. And especially if you're a young woman, people will definitely judge you for it and make fun of you.
Typical white girl.
Yeah.
But here in Germany, it's different.
Oh yeah. Nobody even bats an eyelash if you're buying gluten-free food. They just assume that you can't eat gluten. Nobody will ever judge you for it.
And most people won't even know what gluten is.
Yeah, really, they don't.
No.
So that's one thing that I found nice was that I can buy gluten-free food and have nobody staring at me.
Not be judged for it, So we talked about supermarket gluten-free food, right? But what about if you want to go and eat out at restaurants, for example?
It's definitely harder here in Germany. A lot of restaurants do have gluten-free menus or gluten-free items. Some restaurants don't, and a lot of times the waitstaff really have no idea what gluten is. And if you have celiac disease or one of the more severe forms of gluten intolerance, that can be really scary because if the waitstaff don't even know what you're allergic to, then how can they know that there's nothing in it? Because you have to be really careful with celiac disease. It can be very stressful with somebody with one of the more severe intolerances because you really don't know if it's safe or not. But some restaurants, on the other hand, are really good.
And just imagine they just tell you because they can't be bothered, like, oh yeah, that's fine, like, and then, I mean, you could sue them, right, for that?
I'm not sure about that in Germany.
In America, definitely.
In America, absolutely. In America, the waitstaff would really know what they're talking about usually. Sometimes you have to plan around eating out in some situations unless you've found a restaurant that you know is going to be really good.
Well, restaurants, but what about dining halls?
The dining halls are not quite as accommodating as they are in the US.
At universities and stuff
At universities,
like that,
yeah. So in the US, I believe it is the law that you have to accommodate students with allergies. In Germany, I don't think there really is a law about that. Actually, it's really common when I tell people that I can't eat gluten for them to mistake it for being a vegetarian.
Yeah,
which
I
is
think so.
Total opposite problem.
Yeah, it doesn't have really anything to do with that at all.
No.
So, well, all of that sounds really, really difficult when you live in Germany. So, you know, how can you get some help? Like, how can you make it easier on yourself?
Luckily, there are a ton of people on social media that do a really good job of taking photos of food or looking up brands and seeing what's gluten-free and what's not. So the best way to survive gluten-free in Germany is to follow Instagram accounts, blogs, Facebook posts of people that have been doing gluten-free in Germany for a long time. And then you can find out what brands you can eat, you can find out what restaurants you can go to. And it makes it a lot easier.
We'll put some suggestions in the video description actually so that you can look that up. So also another helpful tip could be, well, the German words that you need to know about for gluten-free and stuff. So what are they?
So gluten-free in German is glutenfrei. Gluten is just gluten, it's spelled the same.
Yeah.
Wheat is Weizen. And then it's really helpful to always have some kind of dictionary on you when you're grocery shopping because you might not know what all of the ingredients mean in German. So you need to make sure you know what they are so you know you're not eating anything that you're allergic to.
Yeah. Having a dictionary in Germany is a good tip in general, I'd say. Well, guys, and if you have any more helpful tips, regarding gluten-free in Germany, let us know in the comments. I bet many people would appreciate that. And us, obviously, as well. Manon would probably appreciate that. And we also would appreciate a like on the video if this was helpful and interesting to you. Hallo und willkommen. Ich bin Meister Lenz here, and this is Dave from Vlog Dave. Hello, hello. And you're watching Get Germanized. Misconceptions about Germany. So what is the thing that you think about when thinking about Germans, about Germany? Probably those stereotypical Bavarians in lederhosen, Dirndls that are constantly drinking beer and eating sauerkraut and stuff like that, right?
Simultaneously,
exactly. And that is obviously wrong. That is falsch. Because that is just a thing in Bavaria. Obviously, during the Oktoberfest, we have Oktoberfest kind of style parties everywhere and people dress up like that.
Yeah.
But it's not as if we would run around like that all the time.
Yeah, no. All day long, no.
It just doesn't happen. So that is one of the big things. But what about, like, what else?
You know, people tend to think that we don't have a speed limit on the German Autobahn, and that is wrong.
But you can just go for hours and hours and
I mean,
driving as fast as you can.
But you could do that, obviously, but the police won't like that.
Die deutsche Polizei, no.
No.
They don't like that at all.
No.
It is true that there are areas on the Autobahn where you can drive with unlimited speed, so to speak. But often there's a speed limit of like 130, 140, something
mostly.
like that. Yeah. Especially, I think, in Eastern Germany. I'm not actually sure where exactly on the Autobahn those limits are, but we definitely have them.
Yeah.
If you know better, tell us in the comments, obviously, and it's always very welcome if you know stuff that we don't.
And actually, we have those like electronic signs where the speed limit can be adjusted. Yeah. Right to the situation on the Autobahn at the moment.
In case there's like a traffic jam, then it's obviously like whatever 50 or something like that, or even.
I mean, bad weather and stuff like that, so you can adjust that.
Construction work going on and stuff like that. So if you were of the opinion that speeding on the Autobahn is accepted everywhere, well, you were wrong. You can tell your friends about that. But apart from speeding on the Autobahn, what else is a big misconception here in Germany? What would you say, Dave?
I'd say that we don't like Chancellor Merkel in general, actually. You know?
She gets portrayed into the world as if every German is behind her. And
the picture of Germany in many countries, but that doesn't mean that we actually stand behind her all day long and we like everything she does and stuff like that. So that's not true.
I guess it's similar how Barack Obama stands for America and the USA and stuff like that, but not everyone agrees with what he has to say. So it's similar with Chancellor Merkel.
Right.
Yeah, obviously, even though like in South Park and stuff like that, they show her as the leader of Germany. Obviously, she is like a high politician in Germany, but that, again, doesn't mean that everyone agrees with her.
Is following her.
Yeah. Another big misconception is that Germans are really serious people all the time, that never laugh, that go into the Keller for laughing, into the cellar, so that no one can hear us. And I mean, I know why people might think that, because when you see Germans on the streets, that's what we look like.
I'm grumpy.
Exactly. Because we are in our own little worlds. We think about stuff while we walk around. We don't necessarily like think about other people or look at other people that much. Like we just go and walk. And if people see us walk like that and move forward like that, they might think we're unfriendly. But if you approach us and talk to us, we will most likely smile at you and be friendly. Like that. Just less creepy. And so we Germans we are in general.
I'm grumpy again.
Okay. Usually we Germans are really friendly people. I mean, everyone has a bad day and maybe you approach someone that's not really that nice, but that happens. That happens anywhere, not just Germany. And we Germans have maybe a different kind of humor when it comes to jokes and stuff like that, but that doesn't mean we never laugh. It doesn't mean that at all. No. So, Dave.
Yeah.
What is another big misconception about Germany? Tell me now.
Well, maybe you could say that we are recycling kings. And to some extent, actually, we are. But
we recycle, definitely, yes.
You know, there's some strange thing about that, because in the end, it all comes together. So, like...
on a big pile.
Yeah. So, why actually recycle things like that? You could say, but actually, yeah, it's maybe that's some kind of a cliche that is partly true, because we don't have, well, we have many different sorts of rubbish and stuff like that. We actually, subdivide, and but I think it's for a good sake. Yeah, it's for a good reason. So.
But it's kind of nullified that reason if you, in the end, take all these separated trash thingies and put them on a big pile and burn it all together or whatever.
So that I think it's pretty interesting because on first sight it might not seem a misconception, but
when you think about it. It might be a misconception.
I
don't know.
Yeah.
What is it like in your country? I would be very interested. Like, do you recycle a lot and does it stay separated in the end, or do you just burn it all together as well? Like, that's weird. That's really weird. And we're even getting another bin, I think, soon, right?
Right.
For what?
I don't know.
But like, we have plastic, paper, organic.
Yeah.
And what else? Is that it?
Well, I think
glass. I guess glass goes in different stuff.
Yeah,
as
glass.
Well.
Yeah.
And if they want to add another bin to that, it's just crazy.
They will find one.
Yeah, they probably will.
Yeah.
And one of the most typical stereotype misconceptions about Germans is that all Germans are Nazis. But obviously we're not.
No.
That is, I don't know, that's just stupid to think that. Whoever thinks that is probably stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, because obviously there are still like Nazis left in Germany, but there are Nazis in other countries as well, like even more in America probably, I would say, in the US.
But I'm wondering about why that is, where that comes from actually, that misconception. So
movies. Hollywood.
Is it just movies, or was it taught in like
school and
wrong
stuff.
way actually? Maybe
I think that's because in school in other countries they mostly will teach people about Germany's history during Second World War.
Yeah.
Because that's the most popular.
And it's pretty important to do that, don't get us wrong.
Yeah, but still, like the only thing that will really stick with people then is Germany, Nazis. Germans
Hitler.
are Nazis. Hitler was Austrian, but still Nazis. So
Nazis.
And I don't know. It's just sad because there's so much more to learn and to know about Germany and German culture and history. And they should teach stuff like that as well, but they don't. And that's why I think that is one of the big reasons why everyone thinks, or many people still think, that all of Germany consists of Nazis.
Yeah.
But no, you're wrong.
Right.
Very wrong.
Right, you're wrong.
Right, you're wrong. Another big misconception in Germany, or of Germans, is that every German is an engineer, which is obviously not true. Like, we have a lot of engineers, like a few of my friends actually study engineering, but still, I don't.
No.
Dave doesn't.
Me neither.
No. No.
No.
And so that is a big misconception. Obviously, German engineering is pretty good, pretty decent, I'd say.
Yeah.
German cars are pretty decent. We Germans love our cars. That's not really a misconception, I wouldn't say. Germans love cars, but not every German will want to be an engineer growing up. No.
I think, it's not true that every German loves Volksmusik. No.
Like Schlager.
Untermusic.
Untermusic it's called.
Untermusic,
I think. Umfta or something like that. I don't know. No, that is not true either.
No.
Like, it is a big music scene. I think it's even the most successful music scene here in Germany. But it's more like, I always want to say it's only for old people, but then again, I know so many young people as well that listen to it. I know you guys out there love Helene Fischer. My dad loves Helene Fischer. She tries to be young and sexy. And
she has nice looks, actually.
Yeah, she looks nice. Right? Because if they put an ugly person there, she probably, or the person would probably be not as successful. Who knows?
Right.
I mean, that's probably one of the big points with Helene Fischer, that she's really nice looking. But yeah, like I said before, like Dave said before, not everyone in Germany loves Schlager. No. Do you like Schlager? I would like to know that as well. Tell me in the comments.
Actually, it's no problem. But yeah, we don't.
No. Tell us in the comments below, what do you think are the biggest misconceptions about Germany? Do you have other points that we haven't talked about, or do you agree with the points we made? Tell us. Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lenzia and you're watching Get Germanized, my favorite German bands. I've been asked many times, what are your favorite German bands? Can you suggest any good German bands? And since I made a video about that already, I mostly said, hey, watch that. Yeah, it's a video already, but I thought like, maybe I should really make a video about my personal favorite bands, because back then I just chose very popular ones and not necessarily only my favorites, so I thought it's maybe time for another video. I have made a little list. It's really not all that long because, to be honest, I mostly listen to English music, but I do have some German bands that I like a lot, and I will tell you about them today in this video. And the first band I want to talk about is Schandmaul. They are a medieval folk rock band. The dude, the lead singer, the vocalist, has a really soothing and nice and relaxing voice, and he sings ballads and stuff like that, and he sings about all different kinds of things, really, like medieval related mostly, or often at least, and so I enjoy that every now and then. Next up is Farin Urlaub Racing Team. That is the lead singer of another band I will talk about in a minute. He does pop, rock, punk, not as much punk I don't think, but it's mostly like rock, and also got a really cool voice, got really upbeat songs, but has also some ballads and some quieter songs which I enjoy as well. Check them out, I really like them, like I said. And the next one is Peter Fox. It's a band, but Peter Fox is actually a guy, one of the vocalists from the band Seed. I don't even know if he's in that band anymore, or if that band still exists. And you can check those guys out as well if you like. I don't really listen to them though. Seed. Peter Fox makes pop music, I would say. Has really nice lyrics, like Haus am See, for example. House at the Lake is one of my favorite songs, or Alles Neu, Everything New is really cool as well. Yeah, check him out. And next up is the band Die Ärzte, the Doctors. I've talked about them quite a bit in the past. Farin Urlaub is the vocalist of said band, and they mostly make punk rock. I mean, they grew up as a punk band and have, I would say, developed into a more rock band, rockish band, but still with a lot of punky touches. Can you say that? Anyways, I enjoy them. They have a lot of songs, so I won't even start to just like to tell you my favorites, because there are too many. Just type them into YouTube. But yeah, just look them up. They are cool. And another artist I like is the rapper Casper. He moved to Germany when he was very little, I think, and learned German, and is pretty much German, sings in German, and now raps. Like, not sings, obviously, he raps, but his voice is just amazing, really raspy, and his lyrics are not like these typical gangster rap lyrics, which I hate. Like, I hate rappers, like, I won't say it, but like, you know, gangster rappers. I can't stand them. And his lyrics make sense. You can relate to them. They are sometimes even happy and stuff, and it's just really nice to listen to him. And yeah, that's about it with my favorite German bands. I mean, Rammstein, obviously, I don't have to tell you about Rammstein. They are always in my list. They will always be in my heart. And yeah, apart from that, I would like to hear about your favorite German band.
Begrüßung.
Guten Tag.
Moin.
Guten Morgen.
Moin.
Guten Abend.
Moin.
Süddeutschland.
Bayern und Baden-Württemberg.
Alles südlich der Elbe ist Bayern.
Rotlichtviertel.
Fenster hochkurbeln, Türen verriegeln und ja nicht an der roten Ampel halten.
Da geht man halt feiern.
Flaschenöffner.
Flaschenöffner.
Dürfen wir uns zu Ihnen setzen?
Ja klar, ist doch genug Platz.
Na, danke.
Humor. Wetter.
Ein abwechslungsreicher Mix aus Sonne, Regen und Wind.
Konstant gut.
Antje.
Eine niederländische Käseverkäuferin?
Ein pazifisches Walross.
Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lenze and this is Vlog Dave and you're watching Get Germanized, the Oktoberfest FAQ. There will be two parts of this video. You will find part 2 on Vlog Dave's channel, so definitely check out the video description for part 2 and of course click his face for his channel. If you want to subscribe there, you can do that, obviously. He's amazing, just do that. And let's get started with frequently asked question number 1. Nummer 1.
Oh yeah.
Where does the Oktoberfest happen? It happens on a place called Theresienwiese in the city of Munich.
Or München.
Or München.
It's the same city.
It is the same, yeah. And the Theresienwiese is a big Wiese, also called Festwiese, the feast meadow by the locals. And it is accessible from pretty much anywhere, but it's not very practical to access it from anywhere because there are gentle hills like on the western side of it. So you might have to walk around a bit. Next up,
when will it happen?
The Oktoberfest, that is.
Yeah. This year, 2015, it will be on September 19th, then it will begin, and it will end on October 4th.
Exactly.
Next year, it's gonna be from September 17th to October 3rd. And in 2017, one more for you, it will be from September 16th to October 3rd.
And the Oktoberfest usually lasts for about 16 days. Next up, is the Oktoberfest free of charge or do they charge an entrance fee? Well, that is a quick answer. No, they don't charge any fees. It is for free to get there. But of course you will have to calculate paying for food, drinks and all that kind of stuff. And for seating arrangements if you get reservations. And if you want to access the historical Wiesen, which is like a special area on the Oktoberfest where they show you how the Oktoberfest was celebrated in the olden times, then you will have to pay a small entrance fee to get into that special area. But I think it's worth it. And not too much money anyway. Please be aware that they do not accept cards in the tents as payment most of the time. You will have to bring cash unless you have a special arrangement with the tent. And that is very unlikely if you just visit as a tourist. So definitely bring cash to the tent.
Prost.
Beer.
Question number 4. Is it allowed to bring your own drinks and your own food to the fests? No, not really. You can do that. Maybe people will accept that for like half-empty water bottles or something like that. But be aware of the waitresses, because or security guards, because they won't like that too much. It's something different for the beer gardens within the tents, because there you are allowed to eat your own stuff.
Precisely.
Yeah.
And last but not least, how much money should you set aside for an evening at the fest? Well, that depends. Like if you, for example, have 2 beers, you will have to pay 10 euros for 1 mass, so 20 euros for 2 beers, right? Then if you want to eat something, for example, a Brezen, that might be around 4.50 euros. And then you have to calculate maybe if you want to eat like a chicken or something like that, something similar, it will be 15 euros for that. And if you want to get to the fest and back with public transportations, that might be like about 2.50 each trip, so 5 euros for that, and that comes to a total of about 44.50 euros. So about 50 euros for an evening at the Oktoberfest if you want to stay within your limits, 2 beers, 2 big beers, that is enough for most, I'd say. And who said the Oktoberfest was cheap, huh? Yeah, it is pretty expensive,
yeah,
that's for sure. And that's it for the Oktoberfest FAQ on Get Germanized. If you want to see 5 more answers to frequently asked questions, check out the video on Vlog Dave's channel here. You can click his face, like I said in the early video beginnings, or you can find the link to the video in the video description. And be aware that we used a site called Oktoberfest Insider for the information, and I will put that in the video description as well. There are many more answers to all the questions you want to know the answers to about the Oktoberfest, so definitely check that out as well. And apart from that, if you liked the video, please leave a like, because it really does help the channel a lot. It spreads it across the interwebs and shows me that you liked it. And leave a comment, what is your favorite thing to do at the Oktoberfest, or what questions do you have about the Oktoberfest that were not answered here in the videos or on the Oktoberfest Insider page.
Hey there and welcome to English Words Out of a German Mouth. Today's topic is the most lethal animals in Germany. In Deutschland. Watch out! Giftig! You know, other countries have poisonous spiders, snakes, everything you can imagine really. But what does Germany have? Was hat Deutschland? To be honest with you guys, Germany doesn't really have that many lethal animals. I mean, they can be lethal. Some are poisonous. And here they are. Die Aspisviper. Kush! Shoo! Die Aspisviper. You can find it in quarries and in areas without vegetation. And you mainly find it in the southern Black Forest in Germany. And oh my god, it can get up to 90 centimeters long. 90 centimeters is 30, I guess? Yeah. Long enough to scare me. The Aspisviper is diurnal and mainly targets small mammals, lizards and birds. Another interesting thing about the Aspisviper is that she likes to be in one place only. She doesn't really crawl into other areas that she's never been to before. At least not on purpose. If you get bitten by that snake, no worries. It's not lethal. But the bite can swell up. You might experience breathlessness and heart complaints, so it is probably better to visit a doctor nevertheless. So that was one snake. Let's go to the... To the next one. Die Kreuzotter. The Kreuzotter is just a little bit more poisonous than the Aspisviper. The Kreuzotter lives near forests, marshes and swamps. Even though I think swamps and marshes might be the same. But I'm not sure, because I'm German. You can find the Kreuzotter in the North German plain, the Bavarian forest, the Black Forest, the Alps, and in some other places, but mostly really in the places I've just mentioned. It also gets up to 90 centimeters, like the Aspisviper. And you might have guessed it, the Kreuzotter is also a viper, eine Viper. Kreuzottern are very retiring and mostly flee before you even see them. So unless you step on them on purpose, or try to catch them and touch them on purpose, you won't be bitten by it. The poison of the Kreuzotter is even stronger than that of the diamond rattlesnake. But it is not lethal to us because the snake just does not have enough poison. When bitten by the Kreuzotter, the wound might swell up and you might experience breathlessness and heart complaint. If you're really unlucky, you might even experience paralysis. So if you can, visit a doctor. Next up, a spider. Oh my god, I hate spiders. I hate spiders. Next up, die Gartenkreuzspinne. Or in German slang, die Kreuzspinne. Literally translated, this means the cross spider, or the garden cross spider. Die Kreuzspinne is often found near forests, in forests, and on the pathways through forests. So have you noticed she likes forests a lot? Also, you can find her in bushes, which might also be in forests. And you can find her all over Germany. All over. I've seen her. I haven't seen the snakes, but I have seen the spider. I don't like it. It can get up to 1.8 centimeters, which is about this tall, big, whatever. Yeah, not that big. Have you seen Australian spiders? Oh my god, they're so much bigger. So much bigger. And probably
Thailand spiders as well. Every spider in the world is probably bigger than a German spider. Maybe not. The web of a Kreuzspinne can get up to 30 centimeters big, like this. And she likes to sit in the middle of it and probably looks something like this doing so. Maybe not. You can find the Kreuzspinne in Germany from July to September. She even got little claws like this with poison. Key. I don't think that's the noise a spider makes, actually. It's probably something like, but it's too quiet. Almost silent. Maybe it's silent. Yeah, probably silent. But the little claws are of course not lethal. Because they can't pierce the human skin. And even if they could pierce the human skin, the poison wouldn't be lethal. No. You don't need to be scared at all, actually, because when bitten, it just feels like being bitten by a mosquito. So not that bad. It doesn't hurt that much. Not that bad. I like it, actually. I like it. Okay, next up, another spider. Hey, yay. I didn't even know about the existence of that spider before I found it on the internet. That spider is called die Dornfingerspinne. Never heard that name before, but apparently we have it. Die Dornfingerspinne is also called Ammendornfinger. You can find her in Saarland, in the Rhein-Main area, in Sachsen-Anhalt and Sachsen. And the Dornfingerspinne can be found in tall herbaceous vegetation. Also in forest glades, meadows and on waysides. But stay calm. I have never seen a spider like that before in my whole life. In my whole 25 years I haven't seen a spider like that here in Germany. No. So you might not see one either. It can get up to 1.5 centimeters big, whatever that maybe, like that. I'm not good with measurements. No. Die Dornfingerspinne is nocturnal and likes to chill out and hang out in her gossamer during daytime. The Dornfinger's claws are a little bit longer than the claws of the Kreuzspinne, so it is possible that she pierces your skin, or that she can. A pretty hurtful bite might happen during July when she defends her cocoon, because in that cocoon are her children. The wound actually might turn dark and get infected. You also might experience dizziness, nausea, and sickness. Of course you should visit the doctor right away, but don't be worried. Normally the bite of that spider is not much worse than the sting of a wasp. So that's pretty much it with the poisonous animals in Germany. Oh yeah, I forgot about you, sorry, go away. Thank you. Der Feuersalamander. Wow, that's a good looking lizard. You will find the Feuersalamander in hill and mountain areas, near tree roots, next to flat stones, next to dead wood, and near boulders. No touching allowed. Just watch with your eyes. Don't touch. Because that's a poisonous animal. Yep. Not that lethal or that poisonous, but still. To protect itself from funguses and bacteria, der Feuersalamander sweats out poison through his cutaneous glands. That poison can be a problem for cats or dogs. Through the poison of the Feuersalamander, the muscles in the jaw of cats or dogs might convulse. For us humans, on the other side, that poison is not very dangerous at all. You might feel a little burn on your skin, but that's about it. Very sensitive people or small children might actually experience nausea, but that is really rare. So that's about it with the poisonous animals in Germany. I hope you are now a little less worried about your visit here in Germany, because let's face it, we just don't have lethal animals here at all. I've never seen a lethal animal in my life here in Germany. I have seen one in other countries though. And I was glad when I got back and thought like, whoa, no poisonous animals here. Yeah, we Germans are pretty lucky with that. So thank you guys for watching, and
So thank you guys for watching. If you found this video interesting, let me know by giving me a thumbs up. And if you like Get Germanized on my Facebook page, subscribe. And see you next Sunday. Hey then, welcome to English Words Out of a German Mouth. Many of you guys asked me if I know any good German bands, and of course, since I'm German, I know a few German bands and I will tell you which ones I like best right now in this video. My favorite German band is probably one that you already know, Rammstein. Rammstein is of course a heavy metal, rock, whatever you want to call it band, with heavy tunes and angry voices and all that good stuff, right? So you know Rammstein. But what else? What about Deichkind? Deichkind is a hip-hop band which is really popular in Germany, and it's more like a, we listen to that when we go out and party band. Really good. Since I listen to alternative music a lot, I also like Schandmaul. Schandmaul is a medieval folk rock band. And it's very good. Same as In Extremo. In Extremo is a very well-known German folk rock band as well. And the third German medieval folk rock band which I listen to is Subway to Sally. Subway to Sally is probably one of the most famous medieval folk rock bands that are known here in Germany. You should definitely give them a try because they're worth it. If you want to have a good time and just have fun with the music, Peter Fox is another artist that you should listen to. Peter Fox is a member of the band Seed, but this solo project he has done, and in which he is known as Peter Fox, is really, really good. A very old band, or not that old, but a very well-known, famous, popular, whatever German band is Die Ärzte, which means the Doctors. Die Ärzte is a punk rock band. They started off with more punkish music, but have developed into a more, into a rock band, I would say, because it's not that much punk anymore. I like it though, it's really good. Another really good band is Wir sind Helden, We Are Heroes. Wir sind Helden make pop music, rock music, a mixture out of that, I think. They have very nice lyrics, they're fun to listen to, so definitely, look them up. So those were my favorite German bands. I haven't really stated any bands that are German but sing in English, since most of you guys would be interested in the German only bands and not really, English speaking bands. So I haven't written down any of these, I haven't told you about any of these. If you are interested nevertheless in German bands that make English music, look down in the details, because I have made a big list for you guys with all kinds of German bands that sing in German, German bands that sing in English. So look at that if you like and tell me what you think. So I hope you enjoyed the video and now know more about German bands. If you know any other German bands that I've forgotten in the list, then please post a video response or a comment down below. Get Germanized on my Facebook page or Twitter account. On my Facebook page you will find various informations about German, about my daily life. I will post German word of the day pictures and videos up there, so check that out if you like. And also get Germanized on my Twitter account to receive every now and then messages from myself to you. Thanks heaps for watching again, guys. See you next Sunday. Goodbye. And auf Wiedersehen.
Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lehnsherr and you're watching Get Germanized, Religion in Germany. Because Germany is an immigration country, we have so many different types of religion, and we also have a guaranteed freedom of religion here in Germany, so you can pretty much practice any religion you want. In day-to-day life in Germany, you can meet all different kinds of people that practice all different kinds of religion. Most of the citizens in Germany are Christians though. Around 50 million people, that is about 2/3 of the entire population, is either Roman Catholic or Protestant. The Islam in Germany has about 5% and is the third biggest religion in Germany. Apart from that, we have over 70 different religions here in Germany. The Jewish community is a big part of it. They have synagogues all over Germany, and we have others like Buddhists, Hindus, or Baha'i. Another third of the population doesn't have any religion though. I wanted to make this video because many of you guys asked me about religion in Germany, what different kinds of religions there are, if
your religion is accepted, and so I can calm you down here, because every religion is accepted in Germany. You can practice every religion similar to America, unless they are like hateful and pretty much, I don't know, it's hard to explain. Like, if there would be a religion that tells people to kill each other all the time, of course, then that wouldn't be accepted. Wait, isn't that the case with most religions? Let's not talk about that now. I just wanted to reassure you that if you want to move to Germany, you will probably find a church for your religion here in Germany. We have Scientology if you're into that. Not me. And we have the Jehovah's Witnesses. We got them all, I think, or at least most of them. And if you can't find any that you like, maybe you should try establishing your own. Well, only maybe. I'd be interested to hear in your religion, if you are a practicing religious person, like if you really believe and go to the church regularly, and if you pray regularly. I personally don't. No offense to people who do. But I don't, and it's still super interesting to me, all the different kinds of belief systems that are out there. A bit sad that they don't really acknowledge each other and kind of want to get rid of each other. I don't want to insult anyone or anything, because I believe that there is a higher spiritual power, at least something bigger than us. But to be honest, what good has religion brought us in the last, I don't know, 100 to 1,000 years? I mean, all you ever hear from religious people or from religious incidents these days, if you keep the Pope aside maybe, that some people kill each other over religion, or in the past, the Crusades, people were killed, like so many, and I don't need to tell you about the other examples because they're common knowledge. But like I said, what good has religion brought us in the last 1,000 years? Let me know in the comments below. I would be very interested to hear about it. Please be nice, don't hate each other in the comments. Religion is, after all, about love and forgiveness, right? So do that, and if you liked the video, if you found the video interesting, leave a like. Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lenz and this is Manon, an American exchange student in Germany, and you're watching Get Germanized, being an exchange student in Germany and what you need to know. So Manon is an exchange student here in Germany. What you studying and where? If you want to tell, like if not, that's fine. Like where, you leave out the where if you don't want people to know, but...
Well, that's okay. Tübingen is a big place. I am studying in Tübingen, which is in Baden-Württemberg in the south of Germany. And I'm studying German and comparative literature, so I'm taking German foreign language classes and some English literature classes.
Okay, cool. And you said, well, obviously life in Germany, studying in Germany is a bit different than it is in the US. For example, we talked about dining halls, how they are different. I was like, what? How can dining halls be that different? But you said, what did you say?
They're much cheaper. They're run by a nonprofit organization, so they're not as expensive. And the food is a lot simpler. You don't have quite as many options. It's very, very German food, like Käsespätzle and stuff.
Very, very practical. But Käsespätzle is only very traditional for like certain parts of Germany, right?
Yeah.
Here in the north, you won't really have that. Unless you go to the Hofbräuhaus. Have you been to the Hofbräuhaus, by the way?
No.
No? Oh.
Or if I did, I just didn't know I was there.
Well, you would have known. Well, I guess not in southern Germany. But I guess in Tübingen, people don't usually wear lederhosen or stuff like that, right? Or dirndls.
They do during Oktoberfest.
Well, everyone does in Germany. Even here in the north, in Bremen, we wear like dirndls and lederhosen to Oktoberfest. If we go to the Oktoberfest tent, that is. Anyways, that was dining halls. But what about like the class structure? You said class structure is very different as well. Not only the food places.
Yes, so most of my classes are only once a week, which is very different from the US. They're a little bit longer, and there isn't homework on a daily basis. We have a lot of readings, a whole lot of readings, but you don't hand anything in until the very end of the semester. And then you have a really big paper or exam, and that's your whole grade.
Quite a bit different, I'd say.
Yeah, in the US you might have homework for every single class, and then one smaller exam or paper at the very end.
What do you think is better? What system?
I think the German system is easier for me, because you don't have to think of as many deadlines all the time. On the other hand, if you mess up that one big paper or exam, then you're really in a bad situation.
Yeah, true.
So I think the American system gives you a little bit of margin for error. You can fail one thing and still get a good grade at the end.
But it also keeps you on edge throughout the whole semester, right? It doesn't it doesn't really let you slack off as much as German students sometimes tend to do. I'm looking at you there. So, well, I've been there myself, so.
Some people don't do the readings throughout the semester because they don't have anything due. And then right at the last couple of weeks, they realize they have to go back and read everything because they can't write their term paper because they didn't read any of the books.
Yep. Next up, Ivy League universities versus German universities. So I heard that they are quite different, but how so?
Well, Tübingen is considered an elite German university. But by looking at it, you wouldn't necessarily know that. A lot of the buildings are definitely built more for functionality and maybe durability than for beauty. A few of the buildings are quite beautiful, but not all of them. A lot of them are very cementy. Whereas
Bielefeld University, for example, if you've ever been there, it looks like an old rundown hospital. Sorry, but it kind of does.
Aber Bielefeld existiert nicht.
Oh, Bielefeld existiert nicht. It doesn't exist. I've lived there for 3 years. That joke. Guys, that joke. It has to stop.
An American elite university usually would have a lot of money to be very, very beautiful with all these big gardens and brick old buildings and stuff.
Yeah.
The fanciness isn't quite there, even though it's an elite university. You would just know it from reading about the professors and the programs. A lot of the exchange students actually have no idea that it's an elite university.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even know what university in Germany is necessarily supposed to be an elite university, you know? I mean, if you hear Ivy League, you kind of know what schools are Ivy League, right? Or what university. Also, they pay lots and lots of fees for those Ivy League universities, while in Germany it's quite cheap, actually, right? Brings us to the next topic, fees. In Germany compared to the US study fees.
They're much lower in Germany. In the US, you might pay, $20,000, $30,000, $50,000, $60,000 a year to go to any university. And even the public universities could be $30,000 a year. But in Germany, you have a small fee of maybe 200 euros for the whole semester or the whole year. And
semester mostly, I think.
Yeah, and then the food is much cheaper, the administrative fees are quite cheap, housing is very cheap. So it's definitely a lot less expensive to study in Germany.
Okay, those were the university fees, but what about like living costs in Germany compared to the US for students?
The living costs are definitely, I think, lower in Germany. Groceries are a little bit less expensive. The vegetables and everything is definitely much cheaper. And student housing is pretty cheap too. A lot of student dorms might be 250 euros a month, which in America would be outrageously inexpensive.
And they're really nice, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
My room is huge. I have my own bedroom. I have a huge closet. I would never get that for $260 a month in America.
You have a walk-in closet.
I do. I have a walk-in closet. I'm the only one who does. I don't know why.
Take that in for a second, guys.
It's all to myself.
Yep. Okay, so you got a big-ass room, right? But also, the dorms are quite different, aren't they?
They're very different. In the US, I shared a bedroom with another girl, and then we had a big hall bathroom that about 40 different people used, and like a common room to hang out in. And we had one kitchen for the whole building of about 100 people.
No shit.
And we never really ate there because we just went to the dining halls. Whereas in Germany, I have my own bedroom. I don't share it with anybody. I share my kitchen with 6 other people. And then I have a big bathroom with 2 toilets and 2 showers and 4 sinks. And that's between the 6 people.
Yeah, that's nice. So probably you like Germany's system better then.
Yeah, it's a little less social because I only have 6 people that I'm interacting with.
Yeah.
Whereas in America, I'd have like the whole building of 100 people that I could get to know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's a different video. We're going to film another video actually in a second, but like about Germans being social or not so social, to be precise, right? So check that out as well. I'll link it in the video description. Next up, the course sizes. What is up with that? Like apparently it's a little bit different, but not too different.
I think the seminars in Germany are a little bigger than they would be in America. There's about 40 people in a class, whereas in the US, I think I'd have between 12 and 20 in a similar class. But I don't have any big lectures in Germany, but I think the big lectures are probably about the same.
Well, I used to have big lectures. They definitely exist, but they're not as common. Like the smaller courses are more common, I think. And also always depends on obviously how many people decide to take that course in that semester. If it's like a big class of 30 to 40 people, or if it's just 15 or 20 or whatever. So, but not only the course size is different, but also how you choose the courses is a little bit different in America.
In the United States, I would choose my courses online, and I'd choose them maybe 6 months before the semester would start, so very, very early. Whereas in Germany, I didn't get to choose my classes until after I'd been in Germany for a while because I had to register at the university. And I ended up choosing courses after all of them were full and just emailing professors asking to let me be in their classes. And everybody said yes, luckily.
But that's because you're an exchange student, right? German students usually decide a little bit early on as well. That's why all the courses were full, probably.
Yeah. But they still were able, some people were able to just ask the professor to let them in, and that worked for a lot of people.
Well, so it's just an official kind of thing, or the course is full, but you can kind of get in if you're nice to the professor.
I think the professors have a lot of power over their classes.
As they should, I suppose.
Yeah.
Unlimited power! Star Wars.
I got into one class just by showing up in the professor's office.
Oh, I thought you wanted to say something else. By showing... I got in one of the classes.
I did not get into any classes by showing any professors any
not
part of
anything.
my body.
I didn't say that. I meant like especially good homework you did for another course.
I mean, actually, that would probably work in some classes, but no, I just...
Don't know what you're thinking about.
I just showed up in a professor's office and asked to be in his class, and he said yes.
That's nice. That's very nice. German professors.
I think they like a little bit of enthusiasm.
Yeah, that people actually want to be in their class, you know, please. Not like many students like, because in my class or in my course back then, there were lots of people who you could obviously, like you could tell that they didn't want to be there. They just were there for the points, and that's about it. Enthusiasm is obviously always good, but what's not so good is leaving class early. If you got into the class, then you should sit through it all, because in Germany, well, professors don't take too, how do you say that, well?
Don't take too well.
Yeah, to that. No, they don't.
You definitely would get called out for leaving a class early, so if you have to, you should definitely tell your professor at the beginning of class. I think on the other hand, it's a little bit easier to get away with being late.
Oh yeah, I don't think like many people get called out as much for being late, because the professors are happy that they show up, you know, at all. I mean, it might be different from university to university, obviously. We're just talking about our experience, which is like two different universities, so.
On the other hand, you get more time to get to class. In my university in Tübingen, the official class time is like on the hour, but the class itself starts 15 minutes later. So you actually don't show up at the time it says on the official course description. The class starts 15 minutes after.
Well, it's sometimes hard to be on time anyways, because in some cities, all the different buildings for different like departments of the university are at like different parts of the city, right? So, for example, zum Beispiel, one of the departments for biology could be there, and then your next course is for your minor, which would be at the other end of the city. Could be, at least, you know, it's possible.
There's no closed campus like you might have in the US. The university buildings are just spread throughout the city.
Well, it was a little bit different for me at Bielefeld University, because we had one big campus and one big building.
Tübingen is like 100 buildings. I have no idea how many buildings it is, but they're all over the place. Some are very small, some are very big.
Next up, semester times. They are a little bit different. Not like too much, but a little bit.
The fall semester, they actually call it winter semester in Germany, and it starts at the end of October and it goes until the middle of February, and then you have about a month to hand in your final papers and everything, whereas in the US it might start in September and then go until December. And then the summer semester starts around, do you think April?
Yeah, maybe.
April,
I don't remember.
And then it goes until the end of July. So it's very different in that sense. You're actually studying at different times of year.
Next up, the styles of exams that you can take, like how to get your points, right? To your credit, I guess you say.
In the classes that I'm taking, you have an option. You can either do an oral exam or a term paper. It's your decision. Whereas in the US, usually you just have one thing that you have to do, and it's the same for everybody. And you're actually just being graded on that one assignment. You're not being graded on all the homework you're doing throughout the semester. So I find it nice because that way I don't have to do as many things all the time. Other people find that it's more stress because you have to put so much work into that one thing. And if your grade for that isn't good, then your grade for the whole year isn't good, or the whole semester.
Well, for example, I was able to do a little movie project instead of writing an essay for one of my courses back in university. All different kinds of approaches, which I like personally, because I don't like essays. I think they're boring. I mean, I like creative writing, but I hate academic writing. So that was always not like my favorite option. I did it if I had to, but I would rather do something creative. And last but not least, the party culture, I guess many of you guys will be interested in that as well. It is a little bit different here in Germany than it is in the US.
Yes, I think people in Germany drink a little more often, but not quite as much. I think people get a little bit less drunk at parties. And and I think they are more likely to go to a club or a bar, since it's totally legal for all of the university students to drink at a bar, rather than house parties in America.
We used to have like bar nights in the middle of the week with all my friends. We just go to a cocktail bar and have drinks. It's totally normal. Happens all the time.
Even the academic departments will have their like bar crawls or their Stammtisches, where you might even run into your professors.
A Stammtisch is like a certain seat that you have reserved for a certain group, or a table, not a seat necessarily. Whole group in one seat. No, but like it's a Stammtisch, like your table pretty much, like in How I Met Your Mother, where they have that booth in the restaurant and the bar. Well guys, and if you know any more things that are different about studying in Germany versus the USA, then let us know in the comments below. And obviously, if you enjoyed the video, show us by liking it. It really helps us out a lot. And subscribe to the channel if you haven't yet. And apart from that, thank you very much for watching. Don't forget to get Germanized. Goodbye and auf Wiedersehen. Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lehnsherr and you're watching Get Germanized, studying in Germany in English, possible or not. So first of all, I have to say, yes, it is possible to study in Germany in English, but there are things you have to do and you have to think about before doing that. So why would you actually, or why would anyone study in English in Germany? Well, there are several reasons, obviously. People who love the country and want to live in it for a while, but don't know enough German to actually study in German in Germany. And then there are people who want to learn two languages at once, who are not from an English-speaking or German-speaking country, for example. And luckily, more and more universities in Germany offer study programs in English. Especially when you're doing your masters, you might be lucky to find an English-speaking program here in Germany. But not only masters, but also many bachelor courses and study programs are offered in English. You can find these courses by looking at the international edition in the title of the study program. For example, International Economy or International Social Sciences and so on. Those courses will obviously be taught in English, and also the value is set on more international aspects and content. Studying in Germany in English gives you the opportunity to actually get your degree here, while learning the language, the German language, in your free time at, for example, a VHS, a Volkshochschule. And you of course improve your English skills as well, because the courses are in English. And the good thing about all of this is obviously that you don't have to fulfill the usual language requirements, the German language requirements for those courses. Because as you might know, if you want to study in Germany in German, you will have to prove that you speak the language. So how do you actually find a suitable program here in Germany? Well, there are two different ways. You can first have a look at your favorite university in Germany and look through all the courses and identify the English ones by, well, looking at their English titles. At least most of the time they will be in English. You can also, of course, look at the homepage of your favorite university and see if they offer any international courses, or you can look at the homepage of the DAAD, the German Academic Exchange Service. All the links necessary are listed in the video description. The DAAD offers a list of all English-speaking study programs here in Germany, so you should definitely check out their page. If you already have a concrete idea about what you want to study, there is a program offered by the DAAD that looks through all the different study programs and looks for the most suitable one for you. It will also provide you with all the important information about the study program and its contents. The homepage also offers links to all the university's web pages and to the web pages of the study programs. All the information needed is written in the English language, so you don't need to be afraid being confronted with German that you can't read, because, like I said, everything's in English. International courses are often offered to people who want to spend their entire bachelor's or master's semesters here in Germany. So if you want to stay for just one semester, it is probably better to look for university with German courses, since you would then learn the language way better because you hear it all the time and you get to speak it more often, and you can still learn while studying it if you have like at least some proficiency in the language already. Sometimes international programs make exceptions though, so have a look on the university's homepages to make sure that they do that for you. Or if not, then, like I said, choose a German one. Either way, studying in Germany is a great experience for you. You will love it. I spent some time abroad and it was amazing. So I hope, I don't hope, I know that you will have a similar, if not better, experience here in Germany. If you just come here for a visit, obviously, or if you study here. So I hope this information was helpful. If you have any further questions, feel free to ask them in the comments down below. Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lehnsherr and you're watching Get Germanized, the best city to live in Germany. If you're on a budget. One of you guys sent me an online article that has really surprised me because I didn't know about the facts stated in that article. Thank you, Kat, for sending me that. And I want to share that with you because I think it's really cool for people who want to move to Germany but don't have much money but still want to live in an awesome big city. And that city is the city of Leipzig, apparently. I'm just going to read out of the article here. Very unprofessional, I know, but I think you deserve the detail. It says Munich is too expensive, Hamburg's scene is getting old, and even the hype around Berlin is getting less and less. But Leipzig is kinda living through a renaissance, like a revelation, a revolution. That's what I wanted to say. Out of many different reasons. Leipzig is growing fast, like I think, what did it say? It's growing for at least 15 more years, and in 2030 it's gonna have almost 600,000 inhabitants. 2014 it had like 544,000. We'll soon come to the interesting part about how it is cheap to live there, but bear with me here. Another thing that's interesting about Leipzig is that in Leipzig more people are being born than people who die. You know what I mean? Like more new people come in because they're being born and less people die. That ratio is unusual for big cities in Germany because in other cities, well, I don't know, I'm not an expert on that, but it says here that it is definitely unusual, and you usually only see that sometimes in like villages in Germany where there are many young families living, but not in big cities. And now we're coming to the interesting part, the part about the rent costs in Leipzig in comparison with other cities. For example, if you have a look at Berlin, the cost per square meter is like 9 euros in 2015, and in Leipzig it's 5.70 euros. And that is the lowest in this little statistic here. I mean, look at Munich, it has 15 euros for 1 square meter if you want to rent a flat in Munich. That is insane. Just have a look at those things and see also how they developed over time. It's just mind-boggling to me. It's just insane how cheap Leipzig is in comparison, and it's a beautiful city as well, and they have so many cool things going on there. For example, the WGT, das Wave Gothic Treffen, which is like a Gothic meetup, the biggest in Germany. I'm not even maybe it's even the biggest in the world, don't really know, but they have that annually. And it's so much fun, I've heard. I have not attended myself yet, but I think it's really fascinating, and they have like rich culture, nightlife, many young people coming to the city because of the low prices for rent and all that kind of stuff. So I'm even thinking about moving there. For me, it is Berlin, Hamburg, and now maybe Leipzig and London, but London is too expensive. And like Munich would be too expensive for me as well. So yeah, but that is really cool, and that is actually why I'm making this video, to give this information to you as well, because it was really helpful to me as well. And here it says that many more jobs are arising as well in Leipzig in comparison to the years before. And that is obviously helpful for people who want to live there. There is also a very low tax for companies. The company tax, the Gewerbesteuer, like the lowest in comparison to other cities. For example, Leipzig is on the very bottom with 389.7, and then Munich goes up with 490, which is a lot more obviously, and that is why many companies want to go there, and that is beneficial for the whole city as well, and so it is still growing and getting better. And it is also a city with one of the most beautiful main train stations apparently. Not that that really matters, but people say that arrive there that they enjoy the Leipziger main train station the most out of all the big city train stations. Just a little fun information for you. Also, another fact that is really important to me is that Leipzig has many more sun hours, like of sunshine, than many other big cities. It has more than Dresden, more than Hamburg, more than Munich, more than Berlin, more than Frankfurt am Main, and more than Cologne and Bonn. And that is something really important, like I said, to me, because I get easily depressed during winter and I really hate overcast skies all year long. And so the more sunshine I get, the better. So that definitely speaks for Leipzig here.
Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lenze and you're watching Get Germanized, the best German universities and what to study there. One of the questions I probably get the most is, dude, what's the best university in Germany and what should I study there? Or what's the best university for economics or medicine? Or this and that. So I did a bit of research and here's the list that I came up with. It's not exhaustive though, so if you know any better universities or more universities and what they're known for as well, like what course they're known for, then tell us in the comments below. Let's get started. The best universities in Germany for Betriebswirtschaft. The best university for Betriebswirtschaft, according to the internet, is the Universität of Mannheim, the University of Mannheim. The second best is the LMU München, LMU Munich, and the third one is the University of Cologne. You will find links to the university's homepages in the video description of this video. The best universities in Germany for Volkswirtschaft. In the first place, University Frankfurt am Main. Place number 2, Universität Köln, University of Cologne. And then once again, the LMU Munich. The LMU München. The best universities in Germany for Wirtschaftsinformatik. In the first place, Technische Universität Darmstadt. The Technical University of Darmstadt. In the second place, die Technische Universität München. The Technical University Munich. And in the third place, die Universität Mannheim, the University of Mannheim. The best universities in Germany for Wirtschaftsingenieurwesen. In the first place, Karlsruhe KIT. In the second place, the RWTH in Aachen. And last but not least, the Technische Universität of Darmstadt, the Technical University of Darmstadt. The best universities in Germany for Elektrotechnik. In the first place, the RWTH Aachen. In the second place, the Karlsruhe KIT. And in the third place, the Technische Universität Darmstadt. The best universities in Germany for Informatik. In the first place, Karlsruhe KIT. In the second place, the RWTH Aachen. And in the third place, the TU München. The best universities in Germany for Maschinenbau. In the first place, the Karlsruhe KIT. In the second place, the RWTH Aachen. And this time in the third place, we got 2 universities, the TU Darmstadt and the TU Kaiserslautern. The best universities in Germany for Naturwissenschaften. In the first place, the RWTH Aachen. In the second place, the TU Berlin. And in place number 3, the LMU München. The best universities in Germany for medicine. In the first place, Heidelberg University. In the second place, the RWTH Aachen. And in the third place, Lübeck University. The best universities in Germany for law. In the first place, Ruprecht-Karl-Universität in Heidelberg. In the second place, the Ludwig-Maximilians-Universität in München. And in the third place, the University of Hamburg. But let me know what you think. What are the best universities in Germany, in your opinion? If you enjoyed the video, if you found it helpful, leave a like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't yet. And you can support me on patreon.com/getgermanized to keep the show going, and also can donate to PayPal to do the same thing. All of that information is in the video description as well. And apart from that, thank you very much for watching. Don't forget to get Germanized. Goodbye and auf Wiedersehen.
Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lenze and you're watching Get Germanized, the German food culture. Yes, we have one. Well, if you think about different countries, you already have foods in mind, right? France is like frogs, no, just kidding, like baguette or like wine. Italy is pizza and pasta. But what about Germany? Well, probably Wurst, right? Sausage and sauerkraut and mashed potatoes. Well, we love that. Let's be honest, we do. We really do. But there's more. To be honest, you can't really say, oh, that is German food only, because it is changing constantly and differs from region to region. Like, people in Bavaria will love different stuff than we do here in northern Germany, and so you can't really generalize the German food. I mean, in Germany we even have 300 different types of bread, but that doesn't mean that every single one will be delicious to you. There might be some that you really enjoy and there might be some that you really hate. And so, well, it's pretty much the same thing with all the different kinds of foods we have here. Also in Germany we produce about like 5,000 different types of beer, and they brew around 9 million hectoliters of wine every year. So yeah, there will also be something you like, something you don't like. Do you brew wine? Well, I don't even know. But anyway, this is not the point here. The federal state of Saarland, for example, is influenced by the French cuisine, while it is at least likely that you find some of the Danish cuisine in Hamburg and Schleswig-Holstein. But if you ask a German, hey, what's your favorite food? You will most likely hear the following few things: spaghetti bolognese, pizza, and of course, the Döner, the kebab. This might be surprising to you, but we Germans really love foreign foods. And the Döner was actually not invented in Turkey, as you might think, but the guy was Turkish, but he invented it in 1972 in Berlin. And so you can kind of say it has at least something to do with Germany, and that's why some Germans, me included, like the kebab, the Döner. Well, I don't eat meat anymore, so I eat it with falafels, but it's just as delicious. And some people ask me like, oh, when I come to Germany, will I like the food? I really think it's all greasy and tasteless and yuck. But I can really calm you down here. We have so many different restaurants. We have Indian restaurants, Chinese, Italian, Turkish, and Thai, and you pretty much anything you can find in other countries as well. So if you don't want to eat German food, you don't have to. You can just order in every night or go to a restaurant like a Mexican restaurant or whatever your taste buds want. Berlin alone has over 190 Italian restaurants. And if you are a fan of fine dining, don't worry, because we got that covered as well. That brings me to my next point. If you know any really nice restaurants that you've been to or that you've heard about that you want to visit, let me know in the comments below. That way I can make a list in the video description with your favorite restaurants, and I think that's better than as if I just like look for stuff on the internet that I've never been to. But of course, it doesn't always have to be dining out. You can also very easily cook anything you want at home or in your hotel, given that your hotel has a kitchen that you can use. It is very easy to find like high quality and healthy products in Germany, or unhealthy products if you prefer that. And you can just buy that in the supermarket for not much money and cook your nice, healthy, fancy, delicious, whatever meal at home. And last but not least, I want to talk about another food that is, yeah, people at least say that it's very German. It's the currywurst. It's like a chopped up sausage, a wurst, a bratwurst usually, with a curry sauce. But the curry sauce itself isn't all that German, but we Germans love it. And you will find it pretty much anywhere in bigger cities. Like, we will have little fast food places even at the street that sell currywurst and bratwurst and fries and all that kind of stuff. And I think I've read that we Germans eat about 800 million currywurst each year, so we definitely like them. Anyways, guys, like I said, let me know in the comments below about your favorite German foods, or the foods that you love like that you eat when you're here in Germany, your favorite restaurants, fast food places, anything like that. Post it in the comments below. I would love to hear it, because I'm big on traveling myself, and I would love to check some out.
Hallo und willkommen! I wish you all a happy Krampustag and a happy Nikolaustag to those of you who prefer a less scary holiday. Ooh. Today we're going to talk about the origins of the Krampustag / Nikolaustag. For those of you who haven't heard about him before, the Krampus is a demonic-looking creature from the folklore of the Alpine countries. He's the companion of Saint Nick, and his job is to punish the naughty children, while Saint Nicholas rewards the good ones. In other areas, for example northern Germany, the Krampus is replaced by Knecht Ruprecht, a sketchy-looking man who whips bad children. The story of the Krampus has its roots in southern Germany, but has spread to other countries such as the Czech Republic, Slovenia, Hungary and Croatia. The monster's appearance varies, but usually it is black or brown, furry, and has the horns and hooves of a goat. During the first week of December, and particularly on the evening of the 5th December, which is Saint Nick's Day on many church calendars, young men, often fueled by alcohol, dress up as the Krampus and participate in so-called Krampusläufe, Krampus walks. During these walks they scare little children with rusty chains which symbolize the binding of the devil by the church, bells and ruten, which are bundles of birch branches the Krampus uses to swat children with. Sometimes the Krampus can also appear with a bag strapped to his back in which he carries naughty children off to his lair or to hell to eat or drown them, or both. There are also funny holiday cards called Krampuskarten, which look quite bizarre compared to your usual heartwarming Christmas card. Well, that's how German holidays work, full of fear and demons. Goes from Krampus to you too. Over the years, the depiction of the Krampus on these cards has changed though. While the originals are more demonic, the newer ones show a more Cupid-like creature instead. I guess the Dark Ages are over after all. In northern Germany, the tradition of the Krampus is not very famous. Here, Saint Nicholas comes to your house on the 6th of December and fills up your shoes with candy and sometimes little gifts. And if you were naughty, Knecht Ruprecht might give you a little slap on the fingers with his Rute. Sometimes kids might have to recite a short poem before they get their reward from Saint Nicholas.
Was Besaßes gabst du her an Arme, Kranke und an Sünder. Am liebsten waren dir die Kinder. Zu ihnen zieht's dich heute noch hin, am liebsten zum Adventsbeginn.
So, will you get your boots filled with chocolate and candy this year? Or will the Krampus take you to hell? Tell me which version you prefer in the comment section below. Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lehnsherr und ihr seht Top 5 Scary German Kids Stories. Let's start! Lasst uns anfangen! First up, Max und Moritz. A story by Wilhelm Busch about two of the naughtiest little kids you will ever see. Throughout the story they steal food, detonate their teacher's pipe and saw through a bridge in order to make it break down when crossed. So they're pretty bad kids, right? But I don't think they deserve what's coming to them at the end of this story nevertheless. Because at the end of this story they fall into dough, get baked, no, not that kind of baked, and are then eaten by chicken. Yeah, eaten by chicken. So the lesson here is, I suppose, that if you're a naughty child, you'll get baked, killed, and then fed to animals. Well, yeah, that makes sense. At least to Germans it does. Our second tale is Die gar traurige Geschichte mit dem Feuerzeug. The dreadful story of the matches by Heinrich Hoffmann. We all know that kids love to play with things they're not supposed to, and what better way to teach future generations about fire safety than by writing a story about a little girl that plays with matches and then burns to death. Heartwarming. Next up is another story by good old Mr. Gruesome Pants Hoffman. Die Geschichte vom Daumenlutscher. The story of the thumbsucker. In this lovely story, a boy gets warned by his mother not to suck on his thumbs. Of course he doesn't listen and keeps on sucking. Who can resist, right? Instead of looking for alternative therapy methods or buying him a pacifier, which would be the obvious options, an insane tailor comes along and cuts the boy's thumbs right off. With a big scissor. Yep, he cuts them right off. Isn't that the most logical thing to do? Tale number 4 is called Das Mädchen ohne Hände. The girl without hands. And it's a story by the Brothers Grimm. It tells the story of a poor man who is offered wealth by the devil in exchange for whatever stands behind the man's mill. He agrees, thinking behind the mill are just some apples on the ground, but then finds out it is in fact his daughter who stands there. The devil now tries to take her away but can't because
She is so pure, and many would give up at this point, but not Mr. Devil. Oh no, he insists for whatever reason that the father chops off her hands so that he can take her, and of course the father does as he is told. Just lovely! In some variations of the story, the girl chops off her own arms in order to make herself ugly to her brother who's trying to rape her. In another, it's her father who wants to get it on with her, and he then chops off her hands because she refuses. Yeah. Tale number 5. Oh, hello Mr. Hoffman! I was wondering when we would see you again. Another of his stories is called Die Geschichte vom Suppenkasper. The story of the soup Casper. It describes the story of a little boy called Casper or Kasper, who doesn't want to eat his soup anymore. As the story progresses, he changes from a strong and healthy kid into a shadow of his former self, wastes away, and dies. That is definitely one strong-willed child, and a reminder to all those XXS models out there to eat their soup. That was Top 5 Scary German Kids Stories. Oh, I'm so scared now. No, I'm not. Many of the stories you just learned about were published in a book called Struwwelpeter by Heinrich Hoffmann. Yep, Mr. Heinrich again. So if you're looking for a nice read for your little ones, make sure to buy it.
Hallo und willkommen, ihr Anbeter des Obskuren, ihr Junkies des Schreckens. On place number 10, Laurin. Laurin is a German horror mystery film made in 1989 and directed by Robert Siegel. The story of the movie is set in an idyllic harbor town at the turn of the last century. Children disappear without a trace. Death in the form of a man dressed in black seems to plague the area, and the 9-year-old girl Laurin is haunted by creepy nightmares and hallucinations. Step by step, Laurin tries to unravel this terrifying mosaic and eventually puts her own life in danger. On place number 9, Der Todesking, the Death King. Der Todesking is a 1989 German horror movie directed by Jörg Buttgereit. This experimental style movie does not use central characters and explores topics like suicide and violent death in the form of 7 episodes, each attributed to one day of the week. These episodes are comparable to a human body, slowly rotting away during the course of the movie. Of course, the quality of the movie is not the thing rotting here. A verbal description of the movie does it very little justice. Scenes of suicides by various individuals are mixed with footage of a decomposing body. This movie definitely blurs the line between art and exploitation, but have a look at it yourself. On place number 8, Die unheimlichen Hände des Dr. Orlac. The movie's plot is based on the story Le Mans d'Orlac by Maurice Renard. The movie is about the concert pianist Paul Orlac, who loses his hands in an accident. A surgeon then decides to plant new hands to Orlac, but it turns out that those hands have been the hands of a known murderer. From that point forward, the pianist is tortured by the presence of a knife in his house and the desire to kill. He believes that along with the murderer's hands, he has also attained the preposition of the murderer for violence. On the 7th place, Antikörper, Antibodies. Antikörper is a German movie directed by Christian Albert. The story takes place in the city of Berlin. The serial killer Gabriel Engel, who later admitted to brutally killing 13 boys and painting impressive religious artworks with their blood, was accidentally taken during an overnight operation by the police. Commissioner Seiler is then charged with interrogating Engel, but it is Michael Martens, a police officer from the small village of Herzbach, who persuades Engel to talk. However, Engels is playing a game with Martens, during which reality and fiction blend more and more. Martens soon is convinced that the murder of the girl is still out there, and in the course of the movie, Martens, a devout Catholic, starts to explore his dark side more and more. On place number 6, Der Golem, wie in die Welt kam. The Golem, How He Came into the World. This is a 1920 German silent horror movie, co-directed by and starring Paul Wegener. In 16th century Prague, a Jewish rabbi creates a giant monster from clay, known as the Golem. Using sorcery, he brings the Golem to life to protect the Jews of Prague from persecution. Unfortunately, the magic backfires and the Golem falls into the hand of the rabbi's evil assistant. As you can imagine, disaster results. On place number 5, Funny Games. Funny Games is a 1997 written Austrian psychological thriller film, written and directed by Michael Haneke. The film begins with a wealthy German family. George, his wife Anna, their son Georgi, and their dog Rolfi. They all arrive at their holiday home beside a lake in Austria. They spot their next door neighbor Fred, accompanied by 2 Viennese men. Peter and Paul, one of whom Fred introduces as the son of a friend. The two men begin imposing themselves on the family's courtesy and in the process destroy their phone. Paul then kills Rolfi, Peter breaks George's legs with a golf club, and the two men take the family hostage, forcing the members to participate in games of pain and death. On place number 4, Angst. Fear. Angst is a 1983 Austrian film written and directed by Gerald Kage. The story is about a man who is released from prison after 10 years for killing an elderly woman, but he quickly begins to feel the compulsion to kill again. After failing to murder a cab driver, he flees and discovers a secluded rural home. In the house lives a young woman with a sick mother and retarded brother. He then begins to take out his sadistic pleasures on them, attempting to hold them hostage while thinking of his troubled childhood with his abusive mother and grandmother. On the 3rd place, Vampir, der Traum des Alan Gray. Vampire, the Dream of Alan Gray. This is a 1932 German-French horror movie, directed by Danish director Carl Theodor Dreyer. On a late evening, Alan Gray arrives at the inn close to the village of Courtimpierre, where he rents a room to sleep. Gray then is awakened suddenly by an old man entering his room, leaving a square packet on his table. The inscription on the packet says, "To be opened upon my death." Upon opening the parcel, Gray finds a book about horrific demons called vampires. On the 2nd place, Nosferatu, eine Sinfonie des Grauens. Or simply Nosferatu, directed by F.W. Murnau, starring Max Schreck as the vampire Count Orlok. This film, shot in 1921 and released 1922, was an unauthorized adaptation of Bram Stoker's Dracula, with names and other details changed because the studio could not attain the rights to the novel. For example, Vampire became Nosferatu and Count Dracula became Count Orlok. Stoker's heirs later decided to sue over the adaptation, and a court ruling ordered that all the copies of the movie should be destroyed. However, one print of Nosferatu survived, and the film came to be regarded as an influential masterpiece of cinema. On the 1st place, Das Kabinett des Dr. Caligari. The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. This is a 1920s German silent horror film directed by Robert Wiene. This film used stylized sets with abstract jagged buildings painted on canvas backdrops and flats. To add further to this strange style, the actors used an unrealistic technique that exhibited strange and jerky movements. This film is cited as having introduced twist endings in cinema. Dr. Caligari presents the viewer with a frightening vision through the lens of German Expressionism. If you think any other movie should have been in this top 10 list, or if you have any criticism or comments at all, please feel free to let me know in the comment section below. Hallo und willkommen, I'm Meister Lehnsherr und ihr seht Get Germanized, Top 10 German Children's Books. I chose 10 books that German kids love and that I think you would enjoy as well. Here we go, let's start! Lasst uns anfangen! Our first book is the German version of Harry Potter, The Sorcerer's Stone, Der Stein der Weisen. This book is amazing! If you don't like Harry Potter, you did not grow up with it or you're a terrible person. Our second book is Pippi Langstrumpf, Pippi Longstockings. The story about the strongest girl in the world. Pippi Lotta Victualia Rollgardina Pfefferminz Ephraims Tochter Langstrumpf, aka Pippi Langstrumpf. A girl that lives in a mansion together with a horse, a monkey and a suitcase full of gold? What are you waiting for? Go read it! Our drittes Buch is Die unendliche Geschichte. The Never-Ending Story. One of my personal childhood favorites. If you don't know it, go buy it. The story about Bastian, a young boy who steals a mysterious looking book from a bookstore, starts reading it and then gets sucked into its world. Wunderbar! Our fourth book is Die kleine Hexe, The Little Witch. The Adventures of, well, a little witch. The perfect book for those who want to learn to read, because it's simple yet beautifully written. Our fifth German book is Ronja Räubertochter, Ronja Burglar Daughter. This story about Ronja, daughter of burglar commander Mattis, who grows up in a forest full of burglars, grey gnomes and other fantastic creatures. One of the most popular children's books in Germany. Our sixth book is Das kleine Gespenst, The Little Ghost. A little ghost goes to school. How cute is that? Another perfect book for those who want to teach their kids to read. Our seventh book is Momo. The story about a little girl that lives at the outskirts of a big city in the ruins of an amphitheater. And she's got a special gift. She always got time and is the best listener in the world. One day the graue Herren, grey sirs, come along and want to steal the lifetime of the people. And Momo is the only one who can stop them. An ingenious book. Go read it. Our eighth book is
Die Kinder aus Bullabü, the children from Bullabü. The story about the kids from Bullabü, a little village with only 3 farms. Lisa, Bosse, Lasse, Inga, Britta, Ole and the little Kerstin play all day long. They build huts, go treasure hunting and sleep in the barn. In summer they go fishing, catch crabs, and in winter they go ice skating. A beautiful book about innocent kids and their childhood. Our 9th book is Das doppelte Lottchen, the double Lottchen. The story about 2 girls that meet each other for the first time in summer camp and see that they look absolutely identical. Wondering how this can be possible, they decide to switch places and go to the other girl's home instead. An amazing and funny book that you should not miss. Last but not least, Michel aus Lönneberger. Michael from Lönneberger. The story about up to no good Michel. A hilarious book that will keep you guessing what Michel will do next to shock the people around him. Pulling up his little sister on a pole flag? Kiss his teacher? Read it and find out for yourself. This was Top 10 German children's books. Tell me about your favorite kids books in the comment section below. If you liked this video, please give it a thumbs up and share it with your friends in order to spread all these fantastic German children's stories.
Hallo und willkommen. Today we're gonna get Germanized by trying 10 different yummy German chocolates, and my girlfriend Blue is gonna help me with that. So you will actually have the opinion of a native English speaker and a German speaker.
And a chocolate lover.
And a chocolate lover, which is me.
No, that's women love chocolate.
I love chocolate. Okay, let's try this. First up, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart Herzl. Herzl is, I think at least, another word for heart in German, which means Herz, usually. But Herzl might just be a slang one from southern Germany, or even Austria. If you guys know, please let me know. These are filled with, what does it say down there? Gefüllt mit Sahne, Trüffel und Pistazien, Marzipan, which pretty much means filled with cream, truffle, and pistachio marzipan. Mmm.
Oh.
Mmm, yum. Mmm. Mmm.
Wolfgang Mozart.
Wolfgang Mozart. Let's try these little bastards. Mmm. Tastes a little bit like alcohol, I reckon.
They do taste a bit like old people chocolate.
I mean, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, what can you expect? Filled with cream, truffle and pistachio marzipan. Not mix, not taste.
Okay, what's next?
Kinder Happy Hippo. Kinder Happy Hippo Kakao or Kakao something. Anyways, Happy Hippo means fröhliches Nilpferd in German. I just think that's the noise they make. I had these when I was a kid, I think, but they might have changed a bit, so let's try them again. And Blue never had them actually.
I don't think we have them in Australia. We have Kinder, but I haven't seen these Happy Hippos.
They look kind of cute.
They look really cute.
Cheers. His head is very delicious.
Oh wow. That is really, really good.
Yeah, the outside is like a wafer kind of thing, a crispy thing, and it's filled with caramel. No, not caramel. Mousse, kind of chocolate mousse. Milk cream filling. Cacao cream filling. And other stuff. Delicious.
Toffee? Toffee-fee?
Next up, Toffee-fee. Toffee-fee is caramel on the outside and nougat cream on the inside. Oh my god, they are good.
They're actually really good.
No.
They're making my teeth hurt.
That's when you know chocolate's good, when it makes your teeth hurt. Next up, Dime. Milk chocolate Dime. Milka and Dime. Milka and Dime is Milka chocolate with dime pieces. Dime is pretty much some kind of toffee, and the chocolate is, I think, full milk chocolate. Which is actually really delicious.
And really sweet.
It kind of like melts on your tongue and is really nice. It's melting in my mouth. Menu.
No one knows Manu.
No one knows Manu.
Unless you watch My Kitchen Rules in Australia.
Yep, he
She's the chef there. He's the chef there on My Kitchen Rules.
Melting in my mouth.
And he always says, because he's French, melting in my mouth.
When
Something
something's
like
really yummy.
Yeah, and so, that's why we just said that. It doesn't matter.
That was a really long explanation. Next!
Riesen, Storkriesen. Storkriesen. With the slogan, dunkle Schokolade, kräftiges Karamell. Riesen in German means giants, so they're very big and chunky. And dunkle Schokolade means dark chocolate. Kräftiges Karamell is translated with strong caramel. So you can pretty much guess what these will be like. I like them. You never had them.
No, they look really old school. They kind of have this just plain packaging of brown and yellow and orange and looks like something from Willy Wonka, like an old-fashioned sort of thingamabob.
Thingamabob smells like dark chocolate.
Yeah, it does.
It is dark chocolate.
Oh wow.
Mm-hmm. Keep an eye on your fillings if they come out. Just maybe fast forward this. I'm done. That's good enough. Rittersport Mini. Rittersport Mini. Bunte Vielfalt. Bunte Vielfalt is translated with colorful variety, and these little Ritter Sports come in 7 different flavors.
These have none of my favorite flavors in them.
Maybe you can try your favorite from this one, marzipan.
No.
Maybe.
I don't like marzipans. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the hazelnut.
I'm gonna go for my favorite, the Knusper Flakes. Knusper Flakes.
They're Knuspers.
Knuspers, like little cornflakes inside. Very yum.
Yeah, these are good, but the hazelnuts are too tiny. They're like ground up. I prefer the hazelnuts nice and big and chunky.
What she said. Ferrero Küsschen. Ferrero Küsschen with whole hazelnuts. Ferrero Küsschen actually means Ferrero, which is a brand name, and Küsschen, which is a cute word for kiss. Küsschen. And whole hazelnuts in German means ganze Haselnüsse. One Küsschen for you.
Aw, thanks.
That's all you'll get. And this is actually mine. Oh, really, Holmes? Okay, let's see.
Wow, they're really good.
I know.
They still don't beat the Happy Hippo.
They have this really intense chocolate and hazelnut mix flavor kind of thing going on in there. Just super delicious. Just melts. Melted in my mouth. Really nice. Es schmilzt auf meiner Zunge. It's melting on my tongue.
Melting on my tongue?
On my mouth, in meinem Mund.
How do you say melting in my mouth in German?
Es schmilzt mir im Munde. Oder es schmilzt im Mund. Yeah, es schmilzt im Mund. It's melting in the mouth. No.
That's too difficult.
Sounds kind of sexual. Milka Brezel snacks. Brezel in German means pretzel. Little pretzels with chocolate.
I've never had them with chocolate before.
No?
Have they got salt on them still?
I don't know, but what I always usually do with salt sticks and stuff, I eat them first by themselves, and then I eat chocolate afterwards, because that combined taste is just awesome. And they obviously found out about that and just covered them in chocolate.
They found out that you did that, and they thought, what a great idea.
Exactly what I'm talking about.
I like these, but I think I like normal pretzels better, because I love these thick salty bits on it.
Yeah, that's what's actually missing. The salt taste. I think there's a little bit, but not as much as when you just eat normal pretzel sticks or normal salt pretzels and then eat chocolate afterwards, because that's even more intense and more yummy. But this is pretty good. Good try, Milka. Like faking my idea.
They're not my favorite.
I love them. Milka Crispello, and I'm starting to get sick a bit. Milka Crispello with vanilla pudding. Vanilla pudding inside, crispy stuff on the outside. This is gonna be delicious. Hopefully they'll taste as nice as I think they might.
We haven't tried these before. We've had the chocolate ones, which is delicious, kind of like Happy Hippos and Ferrero and deliciousness all mixed together, but we haven't had these vanilla ones.
No.
They're really good.
But I think the chocolate pudding is better.
I like this one. What is that taste on the inside? I know it's vanilla.
Vanilla.
But it tastes like something.
Yeah, no. I can't pinpoint it. I don't know. Like in another sweet? Yeah. No, I can't say. I don't know. Ich weiß es nicht.
They taste really good.
Yeah.
They're my favorite German chocolates.
So far?
No, like ever. Crispellos.
Huh. Yeah, try them. They're pretty good.
They're really delicious.
Really delicious. Sehr köstlich.
Hanuta!
Hanuta! Hanuta, knusprig gebackene Waffeln, which means crispy baked wafers. And they have hazelnuts and hazelnut cream inside, little bits and pieces of hazelnut. Hanuta, very, very German, I reckon at least. It was always on the commercials, when I was a kid. Always had these adventurers coming to this old-fashioned pub, looking like a musketeer, and then this bar maiden would give him a Hanuta snack after his long travels. And
It's a sexy chocolate because they still have the ads where the guy comes in and the girl is very sexily
very sexily
the Hanuta.
mixing the Hanuta. Yeah.
It's just very sexual, this chocolate.
Oh, is it? Is it now? Is
It
it?
is. We should have gone halves. This is like, these are big. Oh. Okay. You have to do a sexual face with Hanuta.
Like this?
Yeah, it's so sexy.
I can't even talk.
They're my favourite German chocolate. I thought Crispellos were my favourite, but Hanuta is my favourite.
Like a minute ago you thought that.
And Happy Hippos are my favourite. And what else? Yeah, they're my favourites.
You just like all the chocolate.
I do.
Kinderüberraschung! Ah! Kindersurprise. Kinderüberraschung in der Prinzessinnen-Edition. Kindersurprise in the Princess Edition. 2 princesses guaranteed.
Which everyone else has.
Yeah. But with a different name. Instead of surprise, it says Überraschung. And there's a princess, a Disney princess inside, eine Disney Prinzessin.
Let's be honest, we didn't actually buy these for the
Chocolate.
video. This is the, I just collect the Disney princesses.
She does.
Can I just try a bit of yours?
Of my, yeah, I guess. No.
Oh.
The tongue just fits perfectly on the inside of those egg-shaped things, and it just slid down my throat a bit too far. It was a bit disgusting.
What did we get? Oh.
The chocolate's very nice, yeah.
Oh, the chocolate is like
What did we get?
surprise.
The princess!
You get 2 princesses guaranteed, and the
And
rest
some
you
crap.
get shit.
Which is, I don't even know what this is.
Yeah, like that's going in the bin anyway.
Schokokrossis, classic. Nestle Schokokrossis, nom nom, one of my favorite treats. It is actually almond flakes covered in, milk chocolate. Almond flakes covered in milk chocolate means in German Mandelflocken in Milchschokolade gehüllt. Just delicious. Where do you open them again? There you go. Oh, it says, die größten Kracher findest du in der Tüte. Oh, the biggest explosives you find in the bag. That sounds kind of threatening. Oh, yeah, that makes me wonder that makes me want to open it so much more.
Oh. I really don't like those. Or maybe it's because that's the 9th chocolate, but...
This is kind of like, how do you say muffig in German? Like old taste, like as if it's been in the shelves for too long.
It tastes like cornflakes in chocolate. Is
That's
that what it is?
Basically is.
I don't like that crispy thing. I like if I'm gonna have chocolate, I want chocolate on chocolate on chocolate.
Okay, Super Dickmans! Stork Super Dickmans. Dickman actually doesn't mean what you might think. Dick in German means thick or big, and man is obviously man, so it means dick man, chunky man or big man. And they have this little saying here, super groß mit knackiger Schokolade, which means in German super big with crispy chocolate. Super Dickman. These are the favorite treat of little kids, I reckon, or at least they were when I was a kid. We always had them at birthdays. I never liked them that much, and you mostly just play around with them. I mean, you can eat them, and we will.
Play around with them?
Yeah.
You play around with the Super Dickman.
I'll show you in a second how you play with the Dickman.
Oh, they smell like just a overload of chocolate. Huh.
And they actually are covered in chocolate and have these foamy stuff inside and like a wafer on the bottom.
Huh.
And you.
Is it marshmallow on the inside?
Pretty much. You just do this with them, or you just. Or you eat them normal. You can do whatever you want actually with them.
They're really soft and it's all over my head.
Yeah, it's very sticky. But she didn't know that would happen. That's why I did that.
I didn't realize they were so sticky and soft. I don't want to eat these.
Yeah, you can get a new one actually for eating.
No,
okay.
Just take this head one. That looks disgusting, and they're called Super Dick.
Actually, not that bad. Let's just say, because otherwise I'll be sick if I eat them. If you eat them all, then they look like this. Then you just have the wafer at the bottom. Wafer. And you like. At least that's what I did. I probably did it wrong. But you lick it until it's all gone, and then you eat it.
No, that.
Dickman.
No thanks.
Dickman.
I don't want any more Super Dickmans.
Nah, I think we're through though. So that's good.
What was your favourite chocolate of the day?
Not this one. My favorite was probably the. Oh, that's really hard. Happy Hippo, I would say.
Happy Hippo.
And
very good.
And Milka and Dime. Those are my two favorites. I can't really decide for one.
I think my favourite of today was definitely Happy Hippo, especially because of the cuteness factor. And the deliciousness factor.
So delicious!
But if I was going to the supermarket like every day to get chocolates out of those, I would probably choose Crispellos by Milka. Because they are delicious. These Super Dickmans are definitely my least favourite.
Same. I hate them pretty much. Like, that's why I never had them as a kid.
Why did we buy them?
To show them off.
Oh.
And my least favorite one, yeah, this and I don't know, the Mozart Herzl were pretty.
They were pretty bad.
Weird, yeah. So yeah, nah, thanks for that, Mozart.
Yeah,
that's
good
all
one.
you got us. Chocolate that tastes like old people. Okay, guys, so that's about it with this video. Thanks again for watching. Vielen Dank fürs Zusehen. I hope you liked getting Germanized with us and getting a little dirty in the process. Make sure to like my Facebook page, follow me on Twitter and Instagram to gain exclusive access to German words of the day, to exclusive videos and other cool stuff that I will upload there.
Hallo und willkommen! Ich bin Meister Lenz, der Santa Claus, und ihr seht Get Germanized, Top 10 German Christmas Traditions. Our first Weihnachtstradition ist die vierwöchige Adventszeit. The 4-week-long Advent time. The Adventszeit was celebrated in ancient Rome as early as the 6th century and serves as preparation for the birthday of Christ. Advent means Ankunft and stands for the arrival of Christ in this world. The Adventszeit begins on the 4th Sunday before the 24th of December. On the first Advent, dem ersten Advent, Germans light the first of 4 candles on their Adventskranz. Which brings us to the next tradition, der Adventskranz, the Advent wreath. Ho 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 ho! The Adventskranz has its origin in Hamburg, being created about 150 years ago by Pastor Johann Heinrich Wichern. He was the owner of an orphanage, and during the Advent time he held devotions in which he told the children about Christmas. Each day they lit a candle on a chandelier until Christmas Day, when there were 24 candles illuminating the room. Ho, ho, ho. The children liked this custom so much that they built their own smaller versions with 4 candles, one for each Sunday of the month, which is now known as the Adventskranz. Today the wreaths are made of branches and are decorated with Christmas ornaments and 4 candles. Each Sunday, Germans light one of the candles as a symbol for increasing life during the dark German winter time. Advent Sundays are a chance for families to sit down with coffee and cake and enjoy time together. Our third German Christmas tradition is der Adventskalender, the Advent calendar. The calendar comes in all different shapes and has 24 little doors or bags. Ho, 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 ho. The traditional version holds a picture and a piece of chocolate behind each door, while modern versions can even come with toys. Doors on the calendar mark the time until Holy Night, Heiligabend. The inventor of the calendar is most likely Gerhard Lang. When he was young, his mother drew 24 squares on a piece of cardboard and put a cookie in each of them. Later in life, he remembered his mother's custom and decided to print his own version in 1908. It still had no doors, but colorful pictures instead of cookies. The first calendars with doors were made around 1920, and since 1958 came with chocolate inside. The fourth German Christmas tradition is Kartoffelsalat und Wurst, potato salad and sausage. Ho, 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 ho. Yum! Many Germans have potato salad and sausages on Heiligabend. Others eat fish or fish soup. This was originally done to remember the poverty of Maria and Joseph, Mary and Joseph, the night before Christ was born. Many people still fast on this night or only eat light food. An easy meal also spares you a day of slaving away in the kitchen. Ho, 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 ho. My elves can tell a story about that. The fifth German Christmas tradition is Weihnachtspyramiden, Christmas pyramids. Ho, 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 ho. The origin of the Christmas pyramids dates back to the Middle Ages, when I was still a bit younger. Ho, ho, ho. In this period, it was traditional in Southern and Western Europe to bring evergreen branches into the home and hang them in order to ward off moroseness during the cold and dark winter months. In Northern and Eastern Europe, traditional candles were used to achieve this goal. The Christmas pyramid would eventually unify those two traditions and become a symbol of Christmas celebrations. It is also suggested that the Christmas pyramid is a predecessor of the Christmas tree, dem Weihnachtsbaum. Our next German Christmas tradition is one of my favorites. Christmas markets. Weihnachtsmärkte. Ho, 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 ho. Christmas markets, sometimes also called Christkindlesmarkt, Christ Child Market, or Adventsmarkt, Advent Market, are the meeting spot during the Adventszeit for almost every German and his friends. Many families make it a tradition to go to a Weihnachtsmarkt before Christmas, where they meet friends, listen to Christmas carols, and have a Glühwein, glow wine, a hot spicy kind of wine that keeps you warm from inside and keeps you going during your Christmas market adventure. Ho, ho, ho. There are also many booths selling handcrafted gifts, Christmas foods, and other delicious surprises. Sometimes you can even sneak an early look at the Weihnachtsmann, Santa Claus, roaming the markets and handing out chocolates and gifts to children. Yeah, that's what I like to do. Our seventh German Christmas tradition is Secret Santa, Sneaky Santa, also known as Wichteln, which literally translated means gnoming, and is often done by Germans and their friends during the Adventszeit. There are many variations, but the traditional one is to draw a person's name out of a hat and then buy a personalized gift for the person you've drawn. There's also a variation for those who are not big on spending lots of money, which is called Schrottwichteln, trash gnoming. This is my personal favorite. In this version, the participants often pick something they already own but don't need anymore, such as an old DVD, a book, or pretty much anything you can think of. The 8th German Christmas tradition is Keksebacken, baking cookies. That is also one of my favorite traditions. Baking delicious cookies is just as traditional for many Germans as Christmas markets or Wichteln. Getting together with your friends, having fun, and maybe even drinking a few glasses of Glühwein is a must for many. German Christmas tradition number 9. Unwrapping presents on the 24th of December. Unlike other countries, Germans want to get things done early on and unwrap all of their presents on the evening of the 24th of December, which is Heiligabend, Holy Night or Holy Evening. Many Germans go to church or have a walk outside with their family and come back to have a meal first and then prepare for the Bescherung, the handing out of the presents on Christmas. Last but not least, a German Christmas tradition I am very familiar with. Nikolaustag or Krampustag. On the evening before the 6th of December, Nikolaustag, German kids clean their shoes and put them in front of the fireplace and then wait for Nikolaus to fill them with chocolates, candy and even little gifts on the morning of the 6th of December. If the kids been nice during the year, they can expect a gift from St. Nikolaus. But if they've been naughty, St. Nick's helper, Knecht Ruprecht, a sketchy looking man with a whip on his belt, is coming to get and punish them. In southern Germany, Knecht Ruprecht is replaced by the Krampus, a demonic looking creature that drags naughty children off to hell. If you want to know more about the Krampus, make sure to check out my video about it here. That was the top 10 German Christmas traditions. What is your favorite Christmas tradition? Do you celebrate Christmas at all? If not, what do you do on that day instead? If you found this video interesting, please give it a thumbs up and share it with your friends to make Santa happy and spread the German Christmas traditions. Ho, 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 ho. And by the way, I've eaten a bit of tomato sauce before this video, so I'm sorry about that. Make sure to subscribe to my channel for weekly videos, like my Facebook page and visit me on Twitter and Instagram for exclusive bonus content and sneak peeks into my daily Santa life here in Germany. Ho, 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 ho. Hallo und willkommen. Ich bin Bunny Lehnsherr und ihr seht Get Germanized. Top 10 German Easter traditions. Our first Easter tradition is Gründonnerstag, Green Thursday. Gründonnerstag is the last Thursday before Easter and allegedly also the day of the Last Supper, the last time Jesus and his disciples ate together. With Gründonnerstag, die Drei-Tage-Feier, the 3-day-long celebration of Jesus Christ begins. During this time, Catholics remember the suffering, death and resurrection of Christ. The Grün in Gründonnerstag comes from the Middle High German word for crying, Gronan, and doesn't describe the color green in this case. There are still Christians that only eat green foods on Gründonnerstag though. Also, eggs that have been laid on that day are supposed to bring you luck. Next up, Karfreitag. On Karfreitag, the Friday before Easter, no church bells ring because this was the day when Jesus was crucified. The Kar in Karfreitag comes from the Old High German word Kara, which means lamentation. On this day, religious people over 14 don't eat any meat, and Catholics between 18 and 60 eat only once, since it's a fasting day. It is traditional for that meal to be a meal of fish. Also, no music is played and no songs are sung in church on Karfreitag. That's why this day is also called Der Stille Freitag, the Silent Friday. Next up, Ostersonntag, Easter Sunday. Easter Sunday is the day that the women found Jesus' empty grave and that many things in Christianity revolve around. In the early morning hours of Ostersonntag, the celebrations of life and the 50-day-long Easter time, die Osterzeit, begins, which ends with Pfingsten, Whitsun. Our next tradition is das Osterlachen, the Easter laughing. Osterlachen is the laughing about death, which was overcome by the resurrection of Jesus Christ. The hard and dark days end and a new and happy time begins. That's the reason why the Mass in church during the Osterzeit is supposed to make people laugh a bit. Our next tradition is about a certain bunny man, der Osterhase.
the Easter Bunny. You all know he brings the eggs, but where does the Easter Bunny actually come from? The bunny was chosen as a symbol of fertility, as das Fruchtbarkeitssymbol, because they breed quickly and they just seem to fit in perfectly with the idea of spring and rejuvenation. Before the 17th century, it was believed that other animals like der Storch, the stork, or der Fuchs, the fox, brought the eggs. Our next Easter tradition is one of my personal favorites, das Osterfeuer. The Easter fire. Every year thousands of people all over Germany attend Easter fires. A huge pile of wood is burned as a symbol of light and to drive out evil spirits and the winter. When I was a kid, we would wrap potatoes in aluminum foil and bake them, or roast marshmallows and sausages over the fire. Our next German Easter tradition is das Osterrad. In the Alpine regions, big wheels of straw are set on fire and rolled down hills and mountains during die Osternacht. Sounds pretty badass, huh? This is supposed to secure a rich harvest during the year, for whatever reason. Big flaming wheels rolling down a hill equals food, right? Our next tradition is gesegnete Ostereier, blessed Easter eggs. The long fasting period before Easter ends with this tradition. Painted hard-boiled eggs were eaten together with round flatbread and butter in church to break the fast. Nowadays, parents often hide the colorful eggs in the garden so that their kids can go on an Easter egg hunt. Which leads us to the next tradition, nach Ostereiern suchen, to search for Easter eggs. In many cases, not only colorful eggs are hidden by the parents, but also chocolate, candy, and sometimes little gifts. In my family, we went to look for eggs and all that good stuff first before we sat down and had breakfast together. By the way, breakfast comes from breaking the fast, as you probably already know. In German, breakfast means das Frühstück, which literally translates to the early peace. Peace as in one piece of gold. Our next tradition is for carnivores, das Osterlamm. The Easter lamb. Eating lamb on Easter is a tradition that derives from the Jewish Passover traditions. As you probably know, the Bible says that back then in ancient Egypt, the Jewish people used lamb's blood to draw a red cross on their doors as a symbol of protection against the 10th plague, the death of the firstborn children. That's it for the video, guys. I'm now gonna distribute some eggs.
Hallo und willkommen, I'm Meister Lehnsherr und ihr seht Top 10 German New Year's Traditions. Our first German New Year's tradition is Nachmachen! Making noise. On New Year's Eve, it's a very old tradition to drive out the old and welcome the new by making a lot of noise. Just like that. In the medieval ages, people used maracas, whips, and threshing flails to make noise. But nowadays, people switch to fireworks. Our second German New Year's tradition is a little bit less dangerous, but still fun. Bleigießen, lead pouring. By heating up a piece of lead on a spoon and then pouring the hot liquid into cold water, Germans believe to be able to have a glimpse at their future. Depending on the shape the lead takes in the water, their future will turn out a certain way. An anchor could stand for help in dire need, while a cross means death. But people tend to see what they want to see. Our third German New Year's tradition is das Gummibärenorakel, the gummy bear oracle. This tradition is a lot of fun and less dangerous than lead pouring. You blindly pull 5 gummy bears out of the package and then tell your future depending on the colors of the bears. Red stands for love in the new year, yellow for wealth and ambition, green for trust and hope, and so on. In the end, everyone can think for the meaning for themselves though. Our fourth German New Year's tradition is pendeln, swinging a pendulum. Ask a question, swing a pendulum, and then see what it tells you. If it swings clockwise, the answer is yes. If it swings counterclockwise, it's no. Our fifth German New Year's tradition is Bibelstechen, Bible poking. This is an interesting tradition for all those of you who have a Bible at home. You open a random page with your thumb and then blindly pick a column, read it out loud, and then discuss what it could mean for the new year. Joffrey marries a donkey. Well, good year for Sansa, I guess. Our sixth German New Year's tradition is das Drehen die eigene Achse. Spinning on your own heel. One of my favorite New Year's traditions. In case you got bad news from all the oracle traditions, you can just spin on your own heel and transform a bad omen into a good one. Lucky! Our seventh German New Year's tradition is Neujahrskarten.
New Year's greeting cards. Germans send off greeting cards to their family and friends to wish them a happy new year. Most of them say things like ein gutes und gesegnetes neues Jahr, a good and blessed new year. But you can also just say frohes neues, happy new one. Prosit Neujahr is another phrase that is often used to wish people a happy new year. Prosit is Latin and means es möge gelingen. It shall work out. Our 8th German New Year's tradition is dinner for one. Many Germans watch a 14-minute long British sketch called Dinner for One on New Year's Eve. This is part of an annual German custom that started in 1963 when the sketch was first aired on German television. Ever since, the phrase "the same procedure as every year, James" is a well-known and loved catchphrase in Germany. Google Dinner for One if you want to know more about it. Our 9th German New Year's tradition is gute Vorsätze fürs neue Jahr fassen, making New Year's resolutions. Like many others, Germans also make New Year's resolutions. Often we want to do things like get in shape, stop smoking/drinking, or just generally improve our lives. I've actually made a video about this topic, so click here if you want to know more about my German New Year's resolutions. Last but not least, our 10th German New Year's tradition, fondue! Another German New Year's tradition is to melt a whole lot of cheese in a big pot, cook some meat and veggies, and then dip them into the gooey goodness. This calorie-heavy tradition is loved and done by many. These were 10 German New Year's traditions. What are yours? Tell me in the comments below, or make a video response, or even better, a video response. I just said that all video responses, I just love them. Make one of those, please. On New Year's Eve, it's an old tradition. Damn it. Don't know what that means. Was Sansa his mother? Oh, good, thanks. Spinning! What do you want here? Spinning! Spinning! Damn it. Spinning! Fuck. Spinning! Spinning! Fuck. Spinning's not easy one. Spinning! Woo! Yeah, no, I'm getting dizzy here. Spinning on your own heel. Fuck. Spinning! Germans send out greeting cards to their family and friends to wish them a happy new year. To wish them a oh shit. Cars! No! Shut up. To their family and friends to wish them a oh shit. 8th German Christmas tradition. Not Christmas anymore. Hello, done. It's not hello actually. Yeah.
Hallo, ihr Mordlustigen. Ich bin Meister Lenze and I'm going to show you Germany's top 10 serial killers. So shut up and get murdered, Germanized. Our first German serial killer is, on place number 10, Horst David, aka der Bürger von Regensburg, the Wrangler of Regensburg. Horst David worked as a painter and killed 7 people in the course of 17 years. Even though he was married, he spent a lot of his money on prostitutes and got him and his family in financial trouble. He choked his first victims, 2 prostitutes, to death after they tried to charge him more than they agreed on initially. Some of his later victims, one of them his landlady, others elderly women, were killed after they refused to lend him money. The police believes that he might have killed several more people for financial reasons. The Wrangler was sentenced to life in prison by the Landgericht München and remains in Straubing prison unto this day. On place number 9 is Paul Ogorzov, aka der S-Bahn-Mörder, the subway/tram murderer. He was a murderer in a country that was full of murderers at the time. From 1933 to 1945, in Nazi Germany, Paul Ogorzov terrorized the women of Berlin. His first victim was Gerda Ditter. In October 1940, her body was found covered in stab wounds with strangulation marks around her neck. Corpses started appearing near the S-Bahn, a railway running through the city. They had all been bashed in the head before being thrown off the train. While the newspapers tried to downplay the attacks, the public was terrified of the S-Bahn murder. Many women working in the munition factories traveled home late at night and were often on trains during the nightly blackouts. Intended to keep the city safe from bombers, the nightly blackouts made it actually easier for the murderer. When the police finally found Ogorzov, they had trouble accepting the truth. He was actually a Nazi and member of the SA. He was then found guilty of 8 counts of murder and executed via guillotine. The irony here is that at least one member of the officers that brought Ogorzov down later on went to lead an execution squad in Eastern Europe. On place number 8, Joachim Georg Kroll, der Menschenfresser von Duisburg. the man-eater from Duisburg. Koll killed about 8 to 14 people and partially ate some of them. With a low IQ of 76 and as a known bedwetter, Koll began to perform sexual acts on butchered animals early on in his life. His murders started in 1955 after the death of his mother. His first victim was Hermann Schmitz. Koll surprised him and his girlfriend while they were having sex in their car. Hermann Schmitz got out of the car after Koll stepped the car's tires and was heavily wounded in a fight with the attacker. He then later bled to death in his girlfriend's arms after she managed to escape with the car. Also in 1976, Koll killed a 4-year-old girl. When he blocked the toilet by trying to flush down her intestines, the police got suspicious and arrested him. They then discovered a freezer with bagged remains and also 2 hands, 2 feet, and arms in a pot on the stove. Koll was sentenced to life in prison but died of a heart attack early on. On place number 7, Peter Kürten, der Vampir von Düsseldorf, the vampire of Düsseldorf. The brutality with which he performed his murders grabbed the attention of an international crowd. His case also became well known in the entire Republic of Weimar. He received his nickname the Vampire after he killed a young swan and drank its entire blood in December 1929. Against public belief, it seems though as if he rarely ever drank the blood of his other victims. At the age of 16, Kürten was taken in by the police for several break-ins and arson. He served 3 years in prison in 1905 and then committed his first murder 1913. He slit a 9-year-old girl's throat while breaking into her house. He lost the tissue with his initials on it at the crime scene, but since the father of the girl had the same initials, the police suspected him at first. Kürten later killed 8 people with a dagger, hammer, and scissors. And when the police closed in on him, he admitted the murders to his wife, who then suggested that they should commit suicide together. Kurt denied her request and wanted to flee the city instead. The wife did not like this and told the police about his escape plan. He was then arrested not much later. Kürten was beheaded and his brain examined by scientists. And if you want, you can have a look at his mummified head in Ripley's Believe It or Not in Wisconsin Dells. On place number 6, Adolf Seefeld, Onkel Tic-Tac, or Der Sandmann, Uncle Tic-Tac, or the Sandman. Adolf Seefeld was born 1870 in Potsdam and died 1936 in Schwerin by beheading with a guillotine. The clockmaker Adolf Seefeld sexually abused and killed at least 12 boys during his time. All his victims wore sailor outfits and were found by the police looking like they were peacefully asleep, without any signs of violence or struggle. It was suspected at first that he used a self-made poison or chloroform. Later on, author Hans Pfeiffer claimed that Seefeld might have induced a hypnotic sleep on the children, then abused them and left them in the woods, hoping they would freeze to death. Seefeld himself was probably raped by 2 men at the age of 12, which might have led to the murders. Since he made it look like the victims died of a natural cause, the police suspected that he might have killed over 100 people, but was never able to prove it. On place number 5, Rudolf Pleil, der Todmacher, the Dead Maker. Rudolf Pleil, aka der Todmacher, killed his victims in the years from 1946 to 1947. At the age of 9, Pleil had to support his family financially by smuggling people into Germany, and was arrested for this multiple times. He often missed school since he had to earn money for his sister and unemployed parents. His brother died young and his sister was forcefully sterilized by the Nazis because of her epilepsy. Sometimes he offered his services as a guide for crossing borders. He would then rape and kill young women and sometimes even decapitate them afterwards. He was arrested and sentenced to 12 years in prison for an unrelated murder of a man. During his time in prison, Pleil applied for the position of an executioner, also called Todmacher back then in Germany. In his application it said that he was good at killing people quickly and that he even had proof. He then described the location of 2 of his female victims, and that was when the police realized that he was also the murderer in the other cases. Pleil then killed himself later in his cell in 1958. The police suspected that Pleil killed up to 25 people, but was only able to find proof for 14. On place number 4, Peter Stump, aka Stubbe Peter, or der Werwolf von Bedburg, the werewolf of Bedburg. He was born 1525 and according to the justice system back then, took on the form of a werewolf and killed up to 16 people. He was also charged with incest, wizardry, and living together with a female devil. He was found guilty October 28, 1589, and then got broken on the wheel and decapitated October 31st, on Halloween. In the time between the 14 and 1700s, there were over 250 recorded werewolf cases. Chances are that some of the murders were committed by an angry wolf. On the 3rd place, Friedrich Hamann, also known as der Werwolf, der Vampir, or Der Schlächter von Hannover, the werewolf, the vampire, or the butcher of Hanover. He killed his victims between 1918 and 1924 and was charged with the murder of 27 young boys and men. The trial was spectacular and was one of the first major media events in Germany. The term serial killer did not exist back then, and the media and public were at a loss for words when describing his crimes. He would lure the victims back to his apartment where they would be killed by being bitten through the throat, sometimes while being sodomized. Even more shocking to the public was the involvement of the police though. Hamann was an informant who often gave up criminals to the investigators. Until Hamann was arrested, it never occurred to the police that he was the serial killer that they were looking for, even though some of the victims were last seen in his company. The trial lasted barely 2 weeks. Hamann was found guilty of 24 of the 27 murders and sentenced to death. Hamann was beheaded by the guillotine on April 15, 1925. His last words before he was beheaded were, "I repent, but I do not fear death." On the second place, Stefan Letter, der Todesengel von Sonthofen, the death angel of Sonthofen. Stefan Letter was born September 17, 1978 in Herdecke, North Rhine-Westphalia. He's a former German nurse and serial killer who killed at least 29 patients with lethal injections. These killings occurred in Sonthofen, Bavaria between January 2003 and July 2004. He confessed to some of the murders but insisted that he acted out of sympathy for the sick patients. However, the prosecution later indicated that Letter was not the assigned nurse for some of the patients and that some of them were even in a stable condition due to be released from hospital. That November, Stefan Letter was found guilty of the murders and sentenced to life in prison. The acts have been described as Germany's largest number of killings since World War II. And on the first place, Karl Denke, der Kannibale von Münsterberg, the cannibal of Münsterberg. Okay, as we know now, cannibals seem to be relatively common, but Denke took this to an entire new level. He killed up to 31 people between the years of 1903 and 1924. He lived in a town in Germany known as Münsterberg. Everyone called him Papa Denke, Daddy Denke, because he was such a lovely old man and even gave to people who had less than him. He was active in the church and helped vagabonds and gave them a home and a place to sleep. When he wasn't doing any good deeds, he would sell jars of pickled pork, suspenders and belts. And because everyone loved him, nobody really cared that he regularly dumped buckets of blood outside his lawn or that his house smelled really weird. Then on December 21st in the year 1924, a coachman heard screaming from Denke's house. He ran inside to find a young man covered in blood. Denke claimed that the man was a thief who he had fended off with an axe. Following protocol, the police took Denke to the station and locked him up. Later on that evening, the police found Papa Denke in his cell, having committed suicide with a handkerchief. Now suspicious, the police decided to search his house. They found remains of human flesh, some pickled, some not, and of course human skin for those suspenders and belts. They even found a journal full of names, dates, and weights. In total, the police suspected Denke to having murdered over 40 people, but couldn't find proof for all the murders. And the worst thing is that many people in Münsterberg probably had human flesh for dinner. If you think this top 10 list should include other serial killers, or if you have any comments or criticism at all, feel free to leave them down there in the comment section below. Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lindsay and you're watching Get Germanized, Top 10 German TV Shows. Let's get started, lasst uns anfangen. On the 10th place, Rote Rosen, Red Roses. Rote Rosen is a German telenovela produced by Studio Hamburg Serienwerft Lüneburg. The show is broadcast by Das Erste since November 2006. This format is a very complex telenovela and tells a love story about women in their 40s every season. On place number 9, Mord mit Aussicht. Murder with a View. Mord mit Aussicht is a German satirical crime comedy show produced by the ARD. It follows the adventures of Sophie Haas, a detective from the big city who takes a job in the small country village of Hengasch. The humor of the series mainly derives from life in small towns and big cities. And on the 8th place, Stromberg. Stromberg is produced by Brainpool and broadcast on the commercial television channel Pro7. This series was proclaimed as a copy of the BBC series The Office. Initially, the producers claimed the comedy was based on a comedy character from a former show on Pro7. But if you have a close look at the show, you will see that there are many things that you also know from The Office. After BBC threatened Pro7 with legal action, Pro7 decided to give them a inspired by credit. On place number 7, Verbotene Liebe, Forbidden Love. Verbotene Liebe is a soap opera created by Reg Watson for Das Erste. The show is primarily set in the German city of Düsseldorf, although at times the city of Cologne and the island of Mallorca have appeared in the series as well. The show was initially based on the story and character outlines of the Australian show Sons and Daughters, and later on it developed into a show of its own. On the 6th place, Gute Zeiten, Schlechte Zeiten. Good times, bad times. Gute Zeiten, Schlechte Zeiten, or short GZSZ, is a long-running German soap opera. First broadcast on RTL in 1992. The show revolves around a fictional neighborhood in Germany's capital city, Berlin. Over the years, the show started to introduce younger characters in their teenage years and early 20s. This was probably done to target a younger viewership. This show is based on the Australian format The Restless Years. Place number 5 goes to In aller Freundschaft. In All Friendship. In aller Freundschaft is a German soap opera which has been on TV since 1998. The series revolves around the staff of a fictional hospital, Sachsenklinik, in the city of Leipzig. Initially, the show was about 3 doctors who were really good friends. Nowadays, there's a growing cast of 15 to 20 characters who arrange the storyline. Also, many actors of the show were already acting on GDR television and cinema. On place number 4, Tierärztin Dr. Mertens. Veterinarian Dr. Mertens. Tierärztin Dr. Mertens is a German TV show based on the identically named movie from 2002. This show is produced by Saxonia Media and Bavaria Film and mainly uses the city of Leipzig and Leipzig Zoo as filming locations. Place number 3 goes to Lindenstraße. Lime Tree Street. Lindenstraße is a German television show on Das Erste, and its first episode was aired December 8, 1985. The show is based on the long-running British soap Coronation Street and revolves around the everyday life of a couple of neighbors. The show often tackles heavy topics such as Alzheimer's disease, disability, or racism. In 1987, it even showed the first gay kiss on German television. The show is also known for its prompt incorporation of real-life events and current topics. And on the 2nd place, Himmels Willen. For Heaven's Sake. Himmels Willen is a German sitcom that originally aired on ARD from 2002 until 2013. The show takes place in Lower Bavaria and revolves around the lives of a group of nuns in the fictional monastery Kaltental. And on the 1st place, Tatort. Crime Scene. Tatort is a long-running German, Swiss and Austrian crime television series set in various parts of these countries. The first episode was broadcast on November 29, 1970. The opening sequence of the show has almost remained exactly the same throughout the decades, and only 2 slight changes have been made. This iconic crime show revolves around investigators solving crime. The show can be compared to Doctor Who insofar that over the years the investigators have been replaced many times. The show has now seen over 60 investigator teams and there's no end in sight, since Germans really do love this show. If you think this top 10 list should look different, or if you just want to tell me about your favorite German TV show, feel free to leave a comment in the comment section below.
Hallo und willkommen. I'm Meister Lenze and you're watching Top 10 German Ways to Sober Up. I hope they help. Let's first try to prevent this Kater, this hangover at all. First, Wasser trinken. Drinking water. Have a bit of water between every alcoholic drink and you can immensely increase the chances of getting away without a buzzing headache. Second, nicht durcheinander trinken. Stick to your drink. Bier auf Wein, das lass sein. Beer on wine, don't do that. Not mixing all different kinds of drinks will also keep you from getting a grumpy kater the next day. The reason for this is that alcohol contains fusel oils and methanol. And the more of this you get into your system, the more likely it is that you'll be hung over the next day. Drittens, trink von vornherein nicht so viel. Don't drink so much to begin with. The easiest way to not be hung over the next day is to know your limit. Well, yeah. Your friends might think it's super cool to gobble down a few gallons of beer at once, but trust me, they won't think it's so cool the next day. Nah. If you should happen to get a kater after all, here are some ways to get rid of it. Viertens, trink Wasser. Drink water. Alcohol dehydrates the body and the pounding headache is a result of that. So make sure to drink lots of Wasser because, you know, cats hate water. Fünftens, iss salziges Essen. Eat salty food. Alcohol also deprives the body of salt and that means eat salty foods like saure Gurken, pickled cucumber or Rollmops, pickled herring. Keeping it down will be your next task. And not an easy one.
Sechstens, iss süßes Essen, eat sweet food. Dein Blutzuckerspiegel, your blood sugar level sinks while drinking alcohol, so it's possible that that also contributes to your current state. I'll just anticipate that you decided to watch this video after a heavy night of drinking. Anyways, make sure to eat some sweets and maybe even a combination of sweet and sour foods. Seventh, geh spazieren. Go for a walk. Light exercise can help to get your blood flowing and to reduce your hangover symptoms. Be careful not to overdo it though, because that might do more harm than good. Achtens, trink keinen weiteren Alkohol. Don't drink additional alcohol. The myth of the counter beer is nonsense. I tried, it doesn't work. A hangover indicates an acute alcohol poisoning, so adding additional alcohol onto that will just prolong your miserable state. Neuntens, öffne dein Schlafzimmerfenster. Open your bedroom window. Air your bedroom after a night of drinking to provide your body with the oxygen it needs to fight off the hangover. Last but not least, Zehntens, Kaffeebohnen kauen, chew coffee beans. Depending on how bad your hangover is, you can chew and swallow up to 10 coffee beans and wave that big fat nasty cat goodbye. Yum! That was top 10 German ways to sober up. If you liked this video, please give it a thumbs up and share it with your friends to help drunks all over the world. And before I forget it, here's one last tip. If you suffer from heartburn the morning after, chew on a raw piece of potato. It will bind the stomach acid and make you feel better in no time. Also, don't forget to like my Facebook page and to follow me on Twitter, Tumblr and Instagram for exclusive bonus content and sneak peeks into my daily drunk life here in Germany. Oh, and now a car! Shut up, car. Reduce. So that the burger can come in and kill you so that you're released of your miserable state. Yeah, that's why. Not.
Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lindsay and you're watching Get Germanized, Top 10 Most Beautiful German Castles. In place number 10, Reichsburg Cochem. The Reichsburg Castle in Cochem was built around 1000 by account and later changed hands because it was pawned by an emperor for his coronation. And later it was almost destroyed when King Louis XIV conquered the area. Again later the castle was then rebuilt in a neo-Gothic style. Sitting on a hill overlooking the Moselle River, the castle has an impressive display of Baroque and Renaissance furniture. In place number 9, Mespelbrunn Castle. The Mespelbrunn Castle was built as a simple house by a knight in the 15th century, but is one of the most nice looking castles in Germany nevertheless. Its simplicity and just its location as well make it a sight to behold. If you want to have a look at it yourself, you can find it in the Spessart between the cities of Frankfurt and Würzburg. Make sure to check out the opening times first though, because it is privately owned. In place number 8, the Wartburg. This castle was built in the 11th century and is located in Eisenach. It is famous for being Martin Luther's hideout in the 16th century when he finished translating the Bible. Also, surprise surprise, Adolf Hitler in the 20th century tried to replace the castle's cross with a swastika. To reach the castle you can either take a shuttle bus or take a hike up a steep slope. In place number 7, Liechtenstein Castle. Even though this castle is one of the newer ones in Germany, it still knows to impress with its medieval charm. It was built to honor the Knights of Liechtenstein and stands boldly atop of a hill and can be reached via stone bridge that is connected to another hill. The neo-Gothic castle is located in the Swabian Alps near Honau. It is also known for its collection of historic armors and weapons. In place number 6, Schwerin Castle. You can find Schwerin Castle in the main lake of, well, Schwerin, where it served as a home for the Dukes of Mecklenburg for centuries. In the 20th century it was a college for kindergarten teachers and also a museum. Nowadays it remains a museum and also is used as a government building for the Mecklenburg-Vorpommern State Parliament. In place number 5, Heidelberg Castle. Heidelberg's castle's ruins are amongst the most important Renaissance structures north of the Alps. It is located on the northern part of a hillside and can be seen from pretty much anywhere in Heidelberg. During the 30 Years' War, the castle has been completely destroyed and later stones from it have been used to build new houses in the city. The castle then was later rebuilt in many different architectural styles, which adds to its beauty today. In place number 4, Hohenschwangau Castle. Maximilian II, father of Ludwig II, discovered the castle when he was still the crown prince and then later renovated the ruins. Well, not he himself, but he had it renovated by his servants, obviously. After the rebuilding was complete, it was used as a hunting lodge for a summer palace. The castle is located in the village of Hohenschwangau, near to the town Vössen. In place number 3, Burg Eltz. The castle is situated between the cities of Trier and Koblenz, near the Moselle River, and has been the home of many different families since the 12th century, and you can even still find some of the original furniture of the families inside. Sitting on a big rock in the middle of a forest, the castle knows to impress with its medieval architecture. Since it has never been destroyed by war, it is one of the most well-preserved castles in Germany. In the second place, Hohenzollern Castle. The castle was built in the 11th century and sits on top Mount Hohenzollern. The original castle was destroyed over the centuries with only the chapel remaining. The present castle was built in the mid-19th century by King Frederick William IV of Prussia. Located 50 kilometers south of the city of Stuttgart, the castle is home to the Hohenzollern family. Today the castle is a museum. It is filled with treasures like the crown worn by Prussian kings and a uniform worn by Frederick the Great. And in the first place, Neuschwanstein Castle. You probably expected this castle to be number 1, right? Well, you guessed right, and it is one of the most well-known castles in the entire world, so no surprise here. Even Walt Disney was inspired by it when he designed the castle for Sleeping Beauty. It was created in the 1800s, but was not created for war like many other castles, but as a retreat for Ludwig II. That's why the inside of the castle is just as beautiful as the outside. There are paintings and chandeliers in every room, and the entire 3rd floor is devoted to Ludwig's love for swan scenes. What were your favorite castles in the list? Would you have chosen different ones? Let me know in the comments below and like the video if you enjoyed it. Also subscribe to the channel for free for more videos about the German language and culture, and if you really love the channel you can support it on patreon.com/getgermanized. Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lenzia and you're watching Get Germanized, Top 10 Must-See Locations in Germany. Germany, the country of fairy tale castles, beautiful scenery, and of course, beer. Today we're gonna have a look at 10 awesome locations you need to visit on your next trip to Germany. In place number 10, Leipzig. Culturally shaped by famous music composers like Wagner, Mendelssohn and Bach, Leipzig is the biggest city in the federal state of Saxony. Sachsen. It is also known for its active art scene. Tourists today can enjoy performances of classical music at the St. Thomas Church, where Bach, or Bach as you might know him better, served as a choir leader once and is now buried. Next up, in place number 9, Rügen. Rügen is one of Germany's biggest islands and is located in the Baltic Sea. It is connected to the mainland by Rügen Bridge and the Rügen Causeway. Its romantic seaside resorts, beautiful beaches and charming houses draw tourists from all over the world to the island. One of the island's main attractions is the Jasmund National Park, which is famous for its chalk cliffs. In place number 8, der Rhein. The Rhine. Between the cities of Bonn and Bingen flows the Middle Rhine and offers beautiful scenery all around. One example of this is the fantastic looking geological formation known as the Rhine Gorge. In this area you can find up to 40 medieval castles, picturesque villages and terraced vineyards. I suggest taking a romantic riverboat cruise to see everything properly. In place number 7, Köln. Cologne. Köln is one of my personal favorites when it comes to German cities and is situated on the Rhine in the federal state of North Rhine-Westphalia. The city itself offers a wide array of attractions such as an active art scene, a wide array of cultural events, and of course an active nightlife. And if you're a fan of impressive architecture, Cologne knows to impress as well. Just have a look at the Cologne Cathedral, one of the most impressive buildings I have ever seen in my entire life. In place number 6, Dresden. Dresden city was known as the Jewel Box before it was bombed in World War II. It received that name because of its stunning architecture and art. Today Dresden has found back to its former glory and you can be sure that it won't disappoint when you visit. Just have a look at one of Dresden's numerous historic sites, like the beautiful Frauenkirche Cathedral. And in place number 5, Lübeck. Lübeck is located in Schleswig-Holstein, the most northern state in Germany. It was founded in 1143 and is one of Germany's biggest Baltic seaports. For centuries it also served as the capital of the Hanseatic League. Even though Lübeck was the first city to be bombed in World War II, most of its architecture remains intact until this day. Lucky for the many tourists that visit the city every year. In place number 4, Heidelberg. Heidelberg is one of the most popular tourist destinations in Germany. The reason for this are the city's countless beautiful spots and buildings. The city's main center is packed with museums, pubs and art galleries. You can also find many restaurants and markets selling typical German souvenirs like cuckoo clocks or beer steins. And did I mention they have a big ass castle? Well, definitely give the city a shot on your next trip to Germany. In place number 3, Neuschwanstein. Castle Neuschwanstein is probably one of the most popular castles in the world. Even Walt Disney used it as inspiration for his movie Sleeping Beauty. It is one of Europe's most visited tourist destinations and lies among the Bavarian Alps. When you go, make sure to bring a camera, take a selfie and tell your friends you've been part of a real-life fairy tale. And in place number 2, München. Munich. München is of course best known for the Oktoberfest, but has so many more things to offer. It has a great cultural scene, is home of many fine opera houses and theaters, and its city center is filled with modern and classical architecture, as well as historic churches, royal palaces, medieval walls and shopping centers. And if you're a lover of nightlife venues, Munich won't disappoint either. And in place number 1, Berlin. Berlin is not only the capital city of Germany, it is also a federal state. It's a city rich with history, culture and exciting nightlife. Berlin is widely associated with its World War II history and of course David Hasselhoff on top of the Berlin Wall. But jokes aside, of course he didn't have anything to do with tearing down that wall. Even if himself and many other people like to believe that. You can still visit leftovers of the Berlin Wall in the city, and of course other historic sites and monuments await as well. There's really nothing you can't find in this city. Berlin is known as the party city of Germany, and I think that's well deserved. So if you like history, culture, art, nightlife, sports, Berlin has it all. Alright, so what are your favorite locations in Germany? Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lenz and you're watching Get Germanized, the top 20 most popular German surnames for boys. So if you want to name your child with a German name, then now's your chance to find out what are the most popular German surnames while in Germany. In the first place, Ben. Ben might be short for Benjamin. Ben. To make this faster, I will just say the name and then move on. Luca, Paul, Jonas, Finn, Leon, Luis, Lukas, Maximilian, Felix, Noah, Elias, Julian, Max, Tim, Moritz, Henry, Niklas, Philip, and Jakob. So, what did you think? Did you like any of these names? Would you name your child any of these names? Well, we Germans do. We Germans like those names. That is actually a list from 2013, so next year it might be different again. Who knows? Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lenz and you're watching Get Germanized, top 20 most popular surnames for girls. If you want to give your little baby girl a German name, well, then now is your chance to find out what the most popular names are here in Germany. Let's get started. Lasst uns anfangen. Mia, Emma, Hannah, Sophia, Anna, Lea, Emilia, Marie, Lena, Leonie, Emily, Lina, Amelie, Sophie, Lilly, Luisa, Johanna, Laura, Nele, and Lara. What do you think? Do you like any of these names? Do you think the list should have looked different? Let me know in the comments below, guys. Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lenz and this is Vlog Dave and you're watching Get Germanized. Weird but legal names in Germany. So just to clarify, before we begin, all these names are completely legal. Someone is called that. So let's get started. First up, Adriatic.
Yeah, I believe it's derived from a Croatian name. I'm not sure about that. I know some person that is called like that from my university, Adriatic.
Okay.
And it sounds really interesting, but very foreign to German ears because it's not like an ordinary German name.
Definitely doesn't sound German, no.
Yeah. Alemannia.
Alemannia, really?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds interesting. It sounds not as bad as other names do.
I think Alemannia means Germany in Spanish, right? Or something like that? Maybe.
In some language, yeah.
Yeah, it sounds interesting. Next up is Apple. Apfel. What? Apple? Is someone an Apple fanboy or something? I don't know.
Well, maybe that someone might be a fanboy of the brand Apple or of Chris Martin from Coldplay, because he's the singer in Coldplay and he has a daughter that is called Apple.
Really?
Yes.
Weirdos everywhere.
Just call your kid Champagner, because why not? Yeah, because if you love like alcohol and stuff like that. But there's a difference in the spelling of that word, because this word is spelled with an A at the end and the word champagne is spelled differently. So yeah, but I'm sure it relates to that.
In some way.
I think so.
Next up is Emilia Extra. I don't know what that exactly means. Emilia sounds like a normal name, but then extra. Is she extra cute? Extra important, extra super good. I don't know. Extra what?
I actually like the name Emilia, but it's completely destroyed by extra because it sounds like some like handkerchief brand or something. It's Emilia Extra.
Triple layered Emilia Extra.
Just name your kid God Power. Gotteskraft.
Oh.
Because if you're a really faithful person and you are really like believing in God and you are a strong believer, then call your kid
God Power. Well, apparently someone loves furniture a lot, and certain furniture by IKEA, because someone tried to name their kid IKEA. I don't understand that.
So if you wanna give your kid a really, really, really cool name, call it Laser.
Ooh yeah.
Because it sounds so awesome.
Sexy.
And very majestic and extraordinary and
laser.
Futuristic and modern and
pew, pew.
Trendy and hip and cool. And
but it's illegal anyway.
Somehow stupid, but well,
illegal.
Cool. Stupid.
Illegal.
No, it's legal.
It's illegal.
It is legal.
It's illegal.
It's legal.
Okay. That surprised me. Next up is Pepsi Carola. It is definitely only legal because it's not Pepsi Cola, but Pepsi Carola. But it's so obvious that that person was thinking about Pepsi and Cola. And Pepsi Carola, oh God, why? And why is that legal?
And by the way, there is a person that is responsible for deciding which names are allowed and which aren't allowed in Germany. And that person actually decided to make this a legal name because the person said, oh, we will not accept names that might
lead to bullying.
Yeah, right.
But this doesn't lead, really? This doesn't lead to bullying?
I don't think so.
Seriously?
Yeah, if you like your ass, just call your kid Popo.
Because that's slang for
Arsch.
Arsch and butt in German. So, hey butt, Arsch, come here, Popo. Well, that's kind of weird.
That rather sounds like a dog's name.
Yeah.
But not like a...
Not a good dog's name either, but you know, not like a people name, really. No.
It's always the sun. Die Sonne. Just call your kid Sonne. Sun. Because why not?
Won't be confusing at all in school, at all, no. Hey, Sonne. Her.
First name is Sonne.
Strange. And last but not least, Tarzan. Oh.
Pardon me?
If you want to call your kid after a half-naked jungle man, why not? Do it. I don't care. I don't care anymore.
Yeah, who's making weird noises.
Something like that. That's exactly what he does. Exactly like that.
Yeah.
I swear. Also, we made another video about, well, illegal names. Weird names that people actually, you know, they tried to call their kids that, but the person that is responsible for allowing or not allowing it said, no, definitely not. You know, these names in this video were weird already, but just wait and see what they tried to call their kids, and they weren't allowed to do that, so thank God, but, you know, just watch the other video, it's in the video description. Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lenz and you're watching Get Germanized, what German men have to do when they turn 30. Well, I don't know if you knew it yet, but German men have to do something very, very special when they turn 30, or at least if they have good friends, then the friends make them do that. They have to sweep the floor in front of the town hall. Why, you ask? Well, I don't really know why either, but it's a German tradition. If you aren't married yet, when you turn 30, it is like doesn't count when you're engaged, doesn't count if you have a girlfriend. If you're not married yet, then you have to sweep the floor in front of the town hall. Mostly the friends of the person who turned 30 put something, an announcement in the newspaper saying, "Here, Dominic is turning 30, you have to come and watch him do the deed," or something like that. And mostly they talk a little bit about the hobbies of the person and what he's like, what he likes, what he doesn't like, and stuff like that. Mostly the person who turns 30 doesn't really know exactly what's gonna happen, so his friend's gonna pick him up. And the last bit of the way to the town hall, he gets like pulled in a colorful decorated trolley or something like that, or a special vehicle. Could be a bike, a funny looking bike that they have decorated or something like that. It's really just up to you what you want to do. And if you don't have a town hall, if your town, your village is too small, then you can do it at the public pool or some other places like the marketplace or something like that. The person who sweeps also gets like dressed up in a funny dress, for example, like a woman's dress. Or a uniform of some kind. For example, if he is in the fire brigade, then he has to wear an old uniform or something like that, or just something that is funny, really. Could be a clown's outfit or whatever. To sweep the floor, he gets, well, a broom, yes, but not really, because you have to make it harder for the person, right? So at the very beginning, often people just give the person who has to sweep just a toothbrush. So he sweeps the floor with the toothbrush, and obviously you have to put some dirt and stuff there so that he has something to sweep. But yeah, first of all, I would say give him a toothbrush. That's what many people do, because it is super funny to just see him sweep the floor with a toothbrush. And then obviously you have the possibility to break the broom. For example, you could break it in half and put like an old hose in the middle so that it's all wobbly and he has to like try to sweep it with that. Or it's really up to you, creativity wise. Go wild, do whatever you think is funny. But I guess you could also like break the broom and like take off most of the bristles at the front, so that it's really difficult to get anything done. But like I said, run wild with your creativity. That's most of the fun, isn't it? While the person is sweeping, either he or his family has to like give the people standing around him shots and beer and food and stuff like that, or mostly alcohol, I would say. But yeah, you have to give them something, and you have to sweep until someone kisses you free, but that has to be a virgin. It doesn't necessarily specify that it has to be a girl, but it has to be a virgin. And mostly people use their nieces or something like that because they're innocent and sweet and obviously virgins, and you have to like kind of bribe them with chocolate and like, yeah, come on, kiss me and stuff like that on the cheek. And if they do, then you are free to go, then you have succeeded. But until then, the kids especially have to try to ruin your work again. They have to run through all the dirt and like get it all over the place again, pretty much. And after you are free, then you can drink with the others, celebrate your 30th birthday, and have fun. Some people say you really have to do it on the exact date of your birthday. Some other people say you can do it afterwards, doesn't really matter. But I would say just do it whenever you feel like it, because it is a super funny tradition. I don't know if I will get to do it, depends on my friends, I guess. I wouldn't mind it, it's funny, and would make a funny video as well.
Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lenze and you're watching Get Germanized, what Germans know about American Christmas traditions, with Vlog Dave. So, Dave, if you think American Christmas, what is the first thing that comes to mind? Do you know anything?
No, not really. Like Santa Claus, for instance, obviously, but...
We got that in Germany.
Yeah, der Weihnachtsmann, das Christkind, but, you know, Santa Claus, Santa's coming to town and all that, you know.
It is a little bit different insofar that Santa comes, as far as I know, on the 25th in the morning of December, and not on the 24th in the evening, because that is when in Germany Santa Claus comes to town, brings all the presents to the children through the chimney durch den Schornstein. And well, then the kids probably go to church first with their families if they're religious, then come back home. Some families just go on a walk first or whatever and then have dinner. And in my family, at least, it's like that we
like I don't go anymore because I like look after the food most of the time and stuff like that. But well, usually we went to church first, then had dinner, and then it was Christmas time. Die Geschenkezeit, die Bescherung in German, time for presents. But in America, I think it's different. They have that in the morning on the 25th. Santa comes overnight.
Yeah.
And do you know what they put out for Santa?
A sock and a glass of milk.
A sock.
A sock.
Yeah.
Socks.
Socks. Here, Santa, have some nice socks. Well, that would be possible. I mean, the thing with the socks, I remember as well that they put them in front of the fireplace to fill.
Is that an American thing, though? Might be, actually.
Reminds me of Nikolaustag, but like, I don't know.
Yeah, I always like imagine this fireplace with lots of socks hanging in front of it, and then you have like in each sock you have like a little present.
Yeah.
So
that's definitely a thing they do. I'm not
calendar.
sure if that's for Christmas or I mean we have something called St. Nick's Day on the 6th of December, and then you put out your shoes, your boots, and Santa fills them with like candy, or like St. Nick actually does that, I think. And well, in America they put out milk and cookies apparently for Santa on the evening before, so that when he comes he can eat them.
Yummy.
Yummy. And when the kids wake up next morning, the cookies are gone, the milk's gone. Like, oh, Santa's even fatter now.
Santa was there.
Ooh, Santa's even fatter. And well, that's all I know. No, actually, I think also, I mean, food is a big thing there. Obviously, they have roasts, like duck roast and maybe turkey roast.
Certain like specific dishes for Christmas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But tradition-wise, I think it's very similar because Christmas has mainly been Americanized through Coca-Cola and stuff with Santa and all that kind of stuff.
That's what I wanted to say, actually. Yeah, like Santa. That's also because I'm thinking of Santa in the first place here, because he was kind of created by Coca-Cola.
Yeah, so is Christmas really an American tradition because of that?
To some extent, you could say, I think, but yeah, that's only one part of it.
Yeah, obviously the religious part is not made from Coca-Cola, but
I don't know, like if like eating a turkey is a rather British English thing, because I always remember like Mr. Bean watching that with a huge turkey
on his head.
Yeah, right.
Walking around, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's like an American thing. You can tell us, by the way.
Yeah, maybe you can tell us. Like, we don't know a lot, as you can see, about American Christmas, but we would like to learn. We would.
Maybe there's even like more of an American thing to have real candles on the Christmas tree, as opposed to like artificial lights and all that. I don't know.
I mean, I think that's a pretty German thing. We used to do that a lot. Like back in the day, they used to put real candles on the tree all the time, but not anymore. I don't think.
Yeah.
At least not many families. Maybe you Germans know.
Lametta.
I don't know the
Lametta.
I don't know.
Kind of glittery decoration thingies.
Glittery stringy decoration that go around the tree.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I think we forgot an important thing. Like they decorate their whole house from the outside. Some families in America. And in Germany, well, we don't really do that. We see that every now and then. I've seen that once, that the house looked like an American house here. Maybe there was an American family.
Yeah,
Who knows?
guess so. It's rather unlikely, I'd say, like to find that kind of decoration in Germany.
In Germany, we have like more traditional, classy lights, like white and nice. I don't know.
Rather neutral, like not so
neutral,
colorful and all that.
Yeah.
I mean, we also love to decorate, obviously, but yeah.
And nothing against colors. By all means, decorate your house in the craziest rainbow scheme you can think of. I don't care.
Yeah.
But that's, I think, is a very American thing as well.
Yeah.
What else is there? I think you have the same thing with like bad kids get coal and stuff, right? And like.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't really do that, but like Santa gives you coal if you've been bad and stuff like that. Do you have that? I don't know. But one thing you don't have is Krampus.
Yeah.
Der Krampus is a very German thing. Actually, you can find a video about the Krampus that I made in the video description. Check it out. It's like a demon that drags children off to hell. I don't think you really have that as a Christmas tradition.
I don't think you really have a demon like that in America, no.
I don't think you want a tradition like that. But well, it's not everywhere in Germany either. It's I think mainly Southern Europe. Or like Southern Germany and then Austria and Switzerland maybe, I don't know. But
I think it's a rather southern thing. in Germany.
For us, southern for us. But
Yeah.
yeah, no, I think that might be about it. I mean, you have missile tree actually. Missile tree.
Missiles. Right.
Missile tree. that might be. I don't know. But the missile tree we got.
Little drones and all that.
We don't have here in Germany actually. Where you like, if it hangs over you, you have to kiss someone and stuff like that.
I've heard of it, but I've never seen it in Germany. So yeah, I guess that's rather American.
I mean, we know a lot of American Christmas songs actually. Well, Last Christmas by Wham, right?
Oh.
It's like that's the one song every German, at some point at least, during Christmas hates.
Yes.
Because it's on in the radio like all the freaking time, like 24/7, pretty much.
Right.
But I mean, it's a nice song. I get it, but don't
So
play
beautiful.
it every day, every minute. Like that kind of ruins it.
So beautiful song.
But we know others as well.
Yeah.
Mariah Carey, All I Want for Christmas Is You, and stuff like that, right?
Melanie Thornton, and that's like coming back to the Christmas ad with Santa and the many trucks.
Never heard of it.
And all that.
Oh, is it like? What was it? Isn't that the Coca-Cola?
Peace for everyone.
That's a Coca-Cola song.
Yeah, but
And
that's
a
Christmas
Coca-Cola,
related as well.
And a Coca-Cola. and
Yeah,
a
right.
Coca-Cola. That's pretty much it.
Yo, yeah.
Yo, yeah.
Yo, yeah.
Well, that I know. And also, I think, what else was there? Yeah?
Is it like a very American thing to recite a poem before?
I think that's German also. I mean, it might be American as well.
Yeah.
But kids here do that sometimes.
Like sometimes like older generations kind of expect that from their like nephews and all that. Is it nephew? No.
I mean, I remember doing that maybe once or twice in my life, and that's about it.
Yeah.
From my grandparents. I'm not sure if that's American though. Let us know in the comments.
A snowy Christmas time. Because we don't have that in Germany as often. Like
snow
anymore.
for Christmas, yeah, it's rare here in Germany. I mean, it depends on where you live in America, I guess.
Climate change is real.
Climate change is real. That's a different topic. Well, and also many Christmas movies that come from America we know here in Germany, like the Chevy Chase movies, for example, are pretty cool. Obviously, Home Alone is a Christmas classic.
Die Hard.
Die Hard, yeah. All the good Christmas ones, yeah. But yeah, I mean, that's, I think, about it. Or can you think of anything else? I mean, there are probably things that we forgot about. Maybe Germans can help us out here. What do you know about American Christmas?
Yeah.
And Americans, tell us about your Christmas traditions. What's something special that only you got, at least as far as you know? And well,
leave a comment.
Leave a comment.
When I think about Germany, a lot of things come to mind.
Ich assoziiere mit Deutschland als allererstes mal Bier, weil ich bin Bayer und was gibt's für in Bayern Besseres außer Bier? Deswegen Bier am liebsten in großen Krügen, natürlich frisch gezapft aus dem Fassel. Des Weiteren assoziiere ich mit Deutschland einfach eine wunderschöne Natur, eine wunderschöne Landschaft. Das fällt mir immer wieder auf, wenn ich von Berlin nach Bayern runterfahre, dass es einfach wunderschön ist, ja, und dass viele das gar nicht wissen, wie wunderschön unsere Heimat hier eigentlich ist, wie viel geile Natur wir haben, wie viele Wälder, und es ist einfach richtig schön. Und das dritte, was ich mit Deutschland assoziiere, das sind leider, muss ich sagen, Frauen, die etwas prüde sind, denn mir ist aufgefallen, in allen anderen Ländern, und das ist ja als Flirtprofi, ja, flirtet man ja auch sehr gerne, und in vielen anderen Ländern ist es wesentlich einfacher, auf Frauen zuzugehen, ein bisschen Spaß mit denen zu haben, und Deutschland ist leider so ein bisschen, sind die zurückhaltend, natürlich auch nicht alle, man kann es nicht verallgemeinern, aber das ist für mich so eine kleine Assoziation, dass in Deutschland die Frauen einfach ein bisschen unlocker sind.
Berlin ist eine sehr multikulturelle Stadt, das heißt, hier wohnen wirklich Menschen aus der ganzen Welt, aber die Stadt ist zum Beispiel auch ziemlich voll. Und was eigentlich aber noch schlimmer ist, ist, dass sehr viele einfach ziemlich schlecht gelaunt unterwegs sind. Und was halt in Berlin auch der Fall ist, dass Gewalt leider zum Alltagsgeschehen hier dazu gehört, und viele Dinge davon sind meistens nicht ohne. Aber natürlich hat Berlin auch schöne Ecken. Du musst zum Teil nur 10-15 Minuten mit der S-Bahn fahren und schon bist du in der absolut ruhigen Natur. Und das mag ich schon an Berlin.
The things that I associate with Germany are huge slices of cake with vast amounts of whipped cream, birthday parties featuring homemade pizza, and non-stop complaints about the trains.
I've been living here in Munich For about 6 years. I'm guessing that a lot of people are going to say this one. It's kind of the obvious one, beer. And I especially think about the beer garden culture here in Munich. And I also think of directness. Coming from the US, where people make small talk and often kind of beat around the bush, the Germans are pretty direct, which has taken some getting used to. And I will be honest, I do still get caught off guard by it from time to time. And I think of different cultures within Germany. I had no idea when I moved here, but there are really so many different traditions and variations on those traditions all around the country, and I genuinely love learning about all of them.
Was mir spontan zu Deutschland einfällt ist, du bist sicher, du bist gut aufgehoben, du hast überall Jobs. Und es gibt überall das gleiche Essen. Weißt du, was ich meine? Es gibt Döner, es gibt alles. Es gibt Döner, asiatisch, alles ist so zusammen. Weißt du, was ich meine? Es gibt nicht irgendwie so nur deutsches Essen. Das feiere ich richtig.
Ich assoziiere Deutschland mit qualitativen und vielen Autos, gestresste Menschen, die auf einer Hinsicht aber trotzdem hilfsbereit sind, Regeln und Gesetze, Pünktlichkeit und die wichtigste Sache meines Erachtens ist die Bildung. Wenn man hier was erreichen möchte, schafft man das auch irgendwie.
Hier sind 3 Dinge, die mir zu Deutschland einfallen. Ganz schön viel Gemecker über alles und jeden. Stichwort Neidgesellschaft. 2. Eine große Kulturszene mit verschiedenen Künstlern. Es gibt zum Beispiel ziemlich viele gute deutsche Bands. Und 3. ziemlich viele schöne Landschaften von Norden bis Süden und da kann man es aushalten.
First thing that pops into my mind is Schiedwetter, which means shitty weather because I live in Hamburg. Sometimes lack of humor, which is probably because I'm from Austria. And real friends.
3 Dinge zu Deutschland. Das erste, ganz simpel, deutsches Brot. Sehr lecker und vermisse ich immer sofort, wenn ich weggehe. Deswegen muss das auf jeden Fall in meine Liste. Das zweite ist die deutsche Mentalität, was ich alles in allem als was Positives ansehen würde. Ich finde, alles in allem sind wir sehr offen, haben auch einen relativ hohen Bildungsdurchschnitt und ja, haben einen gewissen Anspruch mit einer gewissen Rationalität und Offenheit an Dinge ranzugehen. Und das gefällt mir. Und das dritte ist die deutsche Sprache. Die deutsche Sprache ist gerade im Internet und im internationalen Vergleich, hat sie einen komischen Ruf, finde ich. Also es gibt viele Leute, die sie sehr schön und sehr cool und sehr interessant finden und sie dringend lernen wollen. Und dann gibt es aber immer noch diese Stigmen von wegen, sie sei harsch und das ist leider auch unter Deutschen sehr verbreitet. Ich mag die deutsche Sprache, ich finde sie sehr interessant, auch wenn sie extrem frustrierend sein kann.
The first thing that comes to my mind when I think about Germany is of course our sparkling, refreshing, golden colored beverage that we Germans are known for. Ahoy Brause lemon flavor! Another thing that cannot be missed out when you talk about Germany is our chocolate. For example, Milka chocolate or Kinderriegel by Ferrero. I love it since my early childhood. And the last point I want to mention is the funny ways that German politicians speak when they are asked to give an interview in another language.
I of course associate with Germany delicious German beer. Deutsches Bier is just genial, it's just great. It is delicious. Secondly, I sense a certain uncertainty in Germany these days, especially now after the events in Cologne at New Year's and with the refugee crisis that is very predominant here in the news at the moment. I just hope that Germany can get over these problems, that we can keep up the friendly spirit towards foreigners, because many of my friends are foreigners from England, from Australia, from all different kinds of countries, and I would really hate to see Germans turning around again and saying, well, you know, foreigners stay out of Germany. I hope it won't happen. That's what I mean by uncertainty that I associate with Germany. And thirdly, I associate with Germany magnetism. This, not the magnetism that at the moment draws in the refugees, I mean more magnetism that has been there for years and years and years, which makes Germany one of the best countries in the world, I think. Every time I go to a different country, for example Australia, I stayed there for a year, or England, I stayed there for a couple of months, I always feel drawn back to Germany because it is great to live here. Many cool, nice people, great food, great drinks, everything, like culture, architecture, nature. Weather is alright. I mean, nothing compared to Australia or Thailand or whatever, but it's okay. I always feel drawn back here, and I think that's the way many people feel about Germany. There's certain magnetism that our country emits. And so, well, I like Germany. I really do. What do you think? Let me know in the comments below what you associate with Germany. I want to thank all the YouTubers that have participated in this collaboration. It was great. I would like to do something similar to this
soon. Very soon.
Hallo und willkommen. Ich bin Meister Lenze and you're watching Get Germanized. Why German bread is so goddamn delicious. First of all, we Germans have a variety of over 300 white and dark breads and over 1,200 different rolls and mini breads. So there must be something good in that large amount. Secondly, it is due to the fact, at least in my opinion, that German bakeries use a lot of heavy ingredients, like lots of seeds, lots of rye flour, like really good stuff, you know, that just gives it consistency, that makes it like dense and yummy and heavy and healthy and good. German baked goods include, amongst other ingredients, oats, barley, onions, nuts, sunflower seeds, poppy seeds, sesame seeds, cheese, bacon, herbs, and various spices. So as you can see, as opposed to other countries, we don't really have this squishy, foamy, white kind of sponge bread. Don't want to offend anyone, but that is just not my kind of bread. I mean, we sell that here as well, but it's mostly like, I think it's called, again, I don't want to offend anyone, but we just call it American style bread or toast, I guess. Why do you think German bread is superior, or do you think German bread is superior at all? I've heard that other countries pride themselves with very good bread as well, so obviously Germany is not the only country with good bread, I know that. Let me know which country you think has the best bread and which country has the worst bread. I don't really know which country has the worst bread, since I haven't been around to that many countries and have not eaten that much bread there yet, so it's not for me to say who got the worst bread, but I think Germany is pretty far up on the list with the best bread, yes. At least that's what you always hear, right? Germany has really good bread. So what do you think? Tell me in the comments below. Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lenze and you're watching Get Germanized. Why Germans don't buy air conditioning. If you come from a country that has air conditioning all over the place and you go to Germany, then you might be surprised how little we actually use them here. But why is that? Well, many Germans just think that we don't need them because the few days that it gets really hot here, we can just, I guess, open the window in the very morning when it's cold to let the cold air into the house, and then do the same in the evening and let the cold air in the house, because other than in other countries, most of the time it is cool in the morning and evening, so you can actually cool down the house and then just shut your windows, put the blinds in front of them, and most of the time that's enough to keep the heat out. Germans also use fans a lot, so you just put them there, it does its job, and that's enough for most of the time. So Germans don't really use air conditioning all that much because it just doesn't get hot enough here. And if it does, it's not really worth buying air conditioning just for a few days in the year because it's really pricey. If you buy a new house in Germany and you want air conditioning in it, you have to invest up to 10,000 euros if you want the top-notch thing. You can get cheaper air conditioning units at the hardware store for about 800 euros, but they usually use up more energy, and of course you have to install them yourself or pay someone to do it. And that's actually another reason why Germans don't like air conditioning, because they are really like sucking the energy and the money out of your pocket pretty much. And on top of that, many people think they're bad for the environment. If you've made your own experiences, I would like to hear about that in the comments below. If you're from Germany and you say no, but we do use air conditioning a lot, or if you're from Germany and you say yes, that's why we don't use air conditioning, or we should use them because, you know, just let me know in the comments. What I've experienced is that we don't really use them all that much. Some trains have them, but even if the train has air conditioning, it often doesn't work when it gets really hot, because I don't know, maybe we just don't know how to build it properly or maintain it. I have no idea. What do you think? Why do they malfunction quite often, at least from my own experience? Also, if you're on a subway or something like that, it will in summer be quite unbearable, like the sweat will drip from the ceiling in some cases. At least where I studied, in the town where I studied, it was really bad, especially in the mornings on hot summer days when it was just cramped and there were all these people that were all sweating and no air conditioning, and it was just horrible. Also, many people like myself get sick very easily when you have air conditioning in summer, like in houses when it's like a freezer in there. Then you step outside and you have this wall of heat. Just my whole body just doesn't agree with that, and I get really quickly sick. I get sick very quickly, and so I don't really like air conditioning all that much. At night, I would sometimes like to cool down the room before I go to sleep, but apart from that, I don't really need it myself all that much. Like a fan is enough, like I said before. So I hope this answered your question, because I got this question from a subscriber. If you have any more questions, feel free to ask them in the comments or wherever. Also, let me know about your experience with air conditioning in Germany. Can you live without it, or would you say, oh no, I need air conditioning in summer or I will die? So whatever your opinion is, just let me know in the comments below.
Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lehns and you're watching Get Germanized, why Germans never shower. Well, first of all, I have to say that it's definitely not true that Germans never shower. I actually shower daily. But where does this stinky myth come from? I also think it's something that doesn't only concern Germans, but Europeans in general. It is said that all of us have a really bad hygiene, but is that really true? Well, I don't think so. I even shower when I come home completely smashed, because I don't want to smell the smoke in my hair and the alcohol in my breath. Well, I guess you can't really get rid of that, but you know what I mean, like the sweat from the night of partying, and I just can't stand that, and take a shower before I go to bed. It really escapes me where that myth comes from and why people think that Germans never shower. I mean, if we are so orderly and efficient, why for God's sakes wouldn't we take showers? I really don't know. Also, I've heard there's a stereotype that many Germans only shower in the evening. Some of you thought that is disgusting because, if you get up after a night of sweating in your bed and you don't shower, that's disgusting. And I, again, don't know where that myth comes from, because I shower in the morning and sometimes in the evening, so twice a day sometimes. Not every day, obviously, but sometimes. And yeah, like I said, no idea where that myth comes from. I think those rumors might have been spread by people imprisoned in German trains or subways, because most of them don't have a working aircon in summer, because in Germany, well, you don't really need aircon that much because it never gets that hot. But if it gets hot, then, well, we're fucked. Because if it breaks in the trains, because it's, I don't know, not well maintenance, or it just can't handle the heat, then it gets stinky. I agree with that, but that doesn't mean that we never shower. We don't like that either, believe me. I would be interested in what you think about all of this. Is that something you have experienced yourself, that Europeans stink, that we never shower? Because that would be news to me, definitely. But yeah, let me know in the comments below, and like the video if you found the topic interesting. Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lehns and you're watching Get Germanized, why Germany is the world's most popular country. I mean, that's a good question, right? Why is Germany the most popular country in the world? It even kicked off USA from its throne. So what's going on with that? I mean, Germany was the pariah of the world, the bad guy for 70 years. And now it's the most popular country in the world. How did that happen? Well, according to this homepage that I consulted, they say on here, Germany appears to have benefited not only from the sports prowess it displayed at the FIFA World Championship, but also by solidifying its perceived leadership in Europe through a robust economy and steady political stewardship, said Simon Anholt, who created the index in 2005. They're talking about the GfK Nations Brand Index, which pretty much measure like the swag of a country, the popularity. So FIFA, soccer did a good job. I mean, they did a really, really bad job on many other things, but I guess that helped that Germany won the World Cup, that we have a good team, die Mannschaft, and the economy obviously as well. Like German engineering is renowned. Everyone wants German cars, so I believe, at least. If you have a different opinion on that, feel free to educate me in the comments below. Also, I think Germany has a really, really pretty nature, a very pretty scenery all over. South is especially beautiful. The north is nice as well, with Wattwanderungen and stuff like that. Like, in the north at the Northern Sea. You can go through the sand when the water's gone, when the tide is out. Is that what you call it? I don't even know. Anyways, guys, I think those are 3 very good reasons for Germany being popular. Obviously, the Oktoberfest has probably to do with it as well. The yearly drinking, what do you call it? Doomfest? No, the beer fest. And yeah, I guess not very nice for Munich people, but people for tourists who come from all over the place, it's a very nice occasion to get wild, let loose, and drink. I don't know if that's a very good reason for being the most popular country. What do you think? Why is Germany the most popular country in your opinion? What do you like about Germany? Do you think another country should be the most popular country? Who deserves it more than Germany? Let me know in the comments below. I think Germany has some very, very strong points speaking for it. The USA, obviously, if you don't think of the government, then it has like very many points that speak for it as well. Like the nature, it's big, like you have so many different climates as well. It's just interesting. So I understand why it was on place number 1 for such a long time. Thank you for watching. Let me know your opinion in the comments below. Don't forget to get Germanized, and don't forget to like this video and share this video. That is really important if you want to spread the discussion, if you want more opinions under the video, which I'm always interested in, so please do that.
Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lez and you're watching Get Germanized. Why you should not sing Deutschland, Deutschland über alles. I decided to make this video since I saw some of you guys, too many of you guys, every now and then at least say Deutschland, Deutschland über alles in the comments, in my comments, in the videos, on Facebook, Twitter, wherever. And I was like, they probably don't know that you should not sing that or even write that. Like, it is not forbidden, don't get me wrong, in Germany to say that, because it's part of the Germany song, of the Deutschlandlied, and no verse of that song is forbidden. It was, for a time, like the first verse of that song shortly after the Second World War was forbidden, because it was used by the Nazis as their national anthem, together with the Horst Wessel song, which is another song which is forbidden in Germany. But the Deutschland, Deutschland über alles, which is from the first verse of the Germany song, is not forbidden, but it was forbidden, and that's why Germans don't really like people sing that, because you always associate it with Nazis, and it is used by neo-Nazis or just Nazis in general as well. Still nowadays, they go on whatever demonstrations and sing like, you know, shit like that, and it's just really stupid. And people will get the image that, or like they will think you're a Nazi too if you ever were to sing that here in Germany. And I get even comments from my friends, or like they asked me, oh, so Vuko, did you see that Nazi guy saying Deutschland, Deutschland über alles in your comments? I was like, I don't think they're Nazis, I just think they don't know any better. Because I realized that in other countries, and like they even have an anime, Italia, where they like kind of idolize all these really traditional German values or whatever, I don't know. And then people pick up these things like the song or the first verse, and they don't know how it's being associated in Germany, right? And so they use it because they think it's cool. I understand that, and because you don't know any better, that's why I don't think you have any bad intentions. I don't want Nazis on my channel or in the comments anywhere. So if you really are one, then you will be deleted or banned even sooner or later anyways. But I am careful with that because I realize that most of you guys just don't know any better. Anyways, I just wanted to educate you with this video. I just wanted to let you know that it's not okay to say that. It's not forbidden, but it's not cool. You know, if you want to use a verse from that Deutschlandlied, from the Germany song, then please use the third one, which is our current national anthem, Einigkeit und Recht und Freiheit für das deutsche Vaterland, you know, unity, law and freedom for the German fatherland. that is completely fine to sing that. You can sing that. They even sing that during the World Cup, right? So that's fine. But the first one is a bit difficult, I would say. So I hope you now know what you're allowed to sing or what you should sing and what not, and what you should post and what not. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to get Germanized. Goodbye and auf Wiedersehen.
Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lindsay and this is Manon, an American exchange student living in Germany, and you're watching Get Germanized. What the fuck racism in Germany? Well, there are a few things that Germans don't really know are racist that are still being done or have been done until recently, and we're gonna talk about that today. So have you noticed anything like that here in Germany?
Yes. I noticed that there was a club in my town that did like a party. They call it an Indianer party, which means like Indian party, and everybody was supposed to dress up as Native Americans.
Yeah.
And to me that sounded so racist, like you could never do that. But here all the German people were like, oh, it doesn't mean to be racist, which to me is like, what? Like, how can something not mean to be racist?
Didn't they call the other white people that also dressed up as Native Americans like pale faces? Because that's what in movies and shows in Germany that are about Native Americans, like the Native Americans would call the white people pale face, like Bleichgesicht, right? And so they do that in costume as well here to other Germans that are also white. Yeah, I know. But well, not only pale faces are a problem here, but also people, especially kids, dress up in blackface. Well, there's a reason for that. It's still racist, but like for the Three Kings, and during Christmas time, for like little plays, they dress up as the Three Kings. And what do they do to look more like them? They paint a black face on their face.
In America would be completely unacceptable.
It is. I mean, it is not cool, I don't think. I mean, Germans don't realize it though. That's like, oh, poor Germans, don't know how racist they are. Well, and in regards to colored people, there are some really strange...
You can't say that.
Oh, that was my German.
People of color. Sounds like it means the exact same thing, but it's totally different.
And in regards to people of color, we also have some really racist names for shops and stuff, at least in some cities.
Mm-hmm. The first one I noticed was Mohrenapotheke. Mohren is a really offensive word for black people.
Like Moors?
Yeah, and that's really a not good thing to call people.
Yeah.
And the logo actually has a face of a black man.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's really bad.
And that still exists today in
they
Tübingen, right?
I don't know if there's one in Tübingen, but I saw one in Nuremberg.
In Nuremberg, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, that's not cool. And we also have candy that is really racist, or used to be at least. For example, we have something called Dickmann. A Dickman, that's funny in itself, right? It's like a little marshmallow cone surrounded by chocolate, either black or white chocolate, and has a little wafer on the bottom, right? And it used to be called a Negerkuss, like a Negro kiss, or a Mohrenkopf, a Moor's head. Yeah, I know. I know. That is pretty bad. And not anymore though. They got the name got pulled. Like they don't do that anymore. Not until I think 20 years ago or so. But
that's so recent.
Yeah, kind of. And another thing which is also just equally as bad, which we used to do here in Germany. When I grew up, that was still a thing, right? I'm 30 now, and when I was a kid, I could go to an ice cream parlor and order an ice cream cone. But bitte mit Neger, please, with, the N-word. And so, that was that. Not anymore, though. Yeah, I thought back then as well, that's pretty bad. Like, why do we call it that? But that was a thing here in Germany. Something else that Manon actually told me about is that apparently it's racist for white people to have dreadlocks. I didn't know that at all. Like, I never really connected dreadlocks to only, people of color.
Well, in the US, it's usually only black people that have dreadlocks, and it's not really... I don't know if people would necessarily call it racist, but they definitely find it really upsetting or strange when white people have dreadlocks, and it's usually considered very, tone deaf or, in bad taste.
Oh, okay.
To have dreadlocks if you're not black.
Huh.
So it was really shocking to me, I think, when I came to Germany and I saw so many white people with dreadlocks, because it's actually... a really popular thing here.
Yeah, especially in the alternative culture, with all the hippies and stuff, right? They love dreadlocks. Yeah. I mean, they used to at least. And the new metal scene, everyone there had dreadlocks. Isn't there an American band where the singer had dreadlocks as well? I'm not sure. I don't remember. Like Puddle of Mud, a POD or something like that?
Never heard of it.
Never. Oh, really? Anyways. You tell us maybe in the comments below if you remember who that was. What?
So I can never tell if I'm too young or too American to get what you're talking about.
That's mean. More blackface racism in Germany. Not anymore, but until recent, like, what was it? Which company? Haribo, I think, had a line of licorice candy out that was called Skippers, and was an assortment of different black faces.
It was supposed to represent a sailor's trip around the world. So there were a few like other icons, but then there were faces of people from different cultures, essentially non-white people, but they were really stereotypical racist,
big lips and stuff like that.
Interpretations of what people look like.
Yeah.
But in a very exaggerated, old-style racist way. And that was on the shelves for a while until it was taken down.
Yep, because of course people complained after a while.
Of course they would, because it was so bad.
Another company actually that did similar things was Ferrero, I think.
Mm-hmm.
They had during the election time a certain commercial about how Germany votes white, because they had like white chocolate versions of their little thingies out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so they said Germany votes white in their commercial.
An election-themed commercial, and those are the signs they were holding.
Yeah, oh well. And last but not least, there was a Berlin-based auto-tuning shop that called their Audi, because it was white, they called it White Power. Their tuned up version of that car. They called it White Power. That's not the smartest move, but I think they didn't know. Like,
They
I
must
really
not have
no,
known.
no. But still, it's what the fuck, Germany.
Mm-hmm.
If you know any more of these stories, if you know about like casual racism or racism in Germany in general, let us know in the comments below. Very interesting to hear about that, I think. And if you appreciated this video, if you enjoyed it, leave a like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't yet. And well, if you like this video, you might also enjoy this video right here. It is similar to, well, the one you just watched, so I'm pretty sure you will enjoy it as well. Just click here, keep watching, do it. It's good, right, Manon?
Of course. Anything with me in it's gonna be good.
Yeah,
so.
I didn't say you were in it, but she might be in it. Maybe.